Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, to all the participants and all the viewers who's joining us live right now for Nithyananda Yoga. Nithyanandam to all of you. So I now request all of you to settle down in your mats with your head, neck and spine in straight line. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position. Bring the palms together in front of your heart, Namaskar Mudra. Close your eyes. We'll be now chanting the Sadguru Vandana. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं Yes. Nithyanandam to all the participants and all the viewers watching us live right now. Nithyanandam to all of you. We complete all of you for the technical glitch during the Nithyananda Yoga. So I now request all of you now sit down in your mats with your head taken spine straight line. Then the palms again in front of your heart namaskar with you. Close your eyes. Let's now start with the Sadguru. Nithyanandam Paramasukhatam Kevalam Yanamotim Vandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Tripunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next is the Shiva Mula mantra, where we're chanting Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tattvachmanam. And I request all participants to have the Panchpatram with your Uddharani, the traditional cup and spoon with some fresh water. Now, bring your right hand into the Gokarna Mudra, the shape of a cow's ear. Pour one Uddharani of water from the Panchpatram and chanting the following mantras internally. Bring the water that flows to the base of the palm. Om Arpadattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyadatvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shotatvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand. The water from the Panchapatra. Now, with the base of the right hand up, move the hand from right to the left of the lips, chanting the following mantras internally. Om Ham Dayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand. The water from the Panchapatra. Now, with the tips of right hand, index, middle, and ring finger touch above the upper lips, below the lower lip. Wash your right hand. The water from the Panchapatra. Now, with the tips of right hand, index finger and thumb join together. Touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand, index finger, thumb join together. Touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand. The water from the Panchapatra. Now, to the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. And I request all participants now to place your right hand over your left palm, the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right side. As the Sankalpa mantra is going to be chanted now, visualize how you're going to manifest your body. At the end of today's Nithyananda Yoga, you're going to manifest your reality. Sankalpa. ममोपात समस्त दुरित क्षय द्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परम शिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः तृतीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतवन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके नववादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मी वेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ फाल्गुन मासे कृष्णपक्षे पंचम्यां शुभदितौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायाम् अनुराधा नक्षत्र सिद्धि योग ऐतिलकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्तं श्यामलापीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वर भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्य दीपार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुता सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव कथना समधिगत मुक्तावय चतुरश्रया निगीयवान चत्र चामरा श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्माण दीक्षा वयापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राल जीमूत पर्वत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु सफलशात्यादि महालकार निवारण ज्ञान भानो दीक्षणा निर्हारत वचोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् विषुवध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगत गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूता श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुत्थित श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात श्री पर विश्व समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अरवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी वंदित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सरांगी साम्राज्य मूढ़ाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाण पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ भगवत चिन्ह पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वन पीठस्य त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद जगत गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष क्षेमस्थैर्वीर्विचायुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्थ फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashva Kripagatakshena Purana Arogya Yukta Didagatra Yogya Sharira Siddhyatam Paramashva Shakti Avishkaranatam Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Now, wash your right hand with water from the Panchamatram. Om Akopasprisya. With that beautiful preparation all of us did for starting the Nithyananda Yoga, let us now start the first asana. Now, first asana of this beautiful sequence is Sukhasana. Set the comfortable cross-leg position with your head, neck and spine straight line. Bring the index and thumbs together and place them on top of the respective knees. And engage in all three bandhas. The clenched perineum in, suck the stomach in and up, tuck your chin to the chest. The Mahamudra Bandha, visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Sukhasana. Tat Sukhasana mityuktam ashaktas tat samacharet. Now, from in this position, bring the legs into Padma and bring the arms together and raise them above the head. Keeping elbows straight, engage in all three bandhas, visualize Mount Kailash in your inner space. Parvatasana. Atavakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam. Now, bring the soles of the feet together in front of you. Hold the left hand by the right and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. As you engage the Mahamudra Bandha, gaze at the nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. Kali Pavasana. Purvam Vidiyahu Mem Dhano Ubhe Pagatali Sampudhano Vishtivachile Dobu Karilyabo Dachile Karasova Magahavo. Now, keep the legs in the same position. Stretch the hands out in front of your feet. Cup the palms, making a hollow in the Shambhi Mudra. As you engage in all three bandhas, gaze at the nose, visualize a space in your inner space. Nagi Pavasana. Purava Vidhi Pariyagani Chohoyi Kahuni Panasya Lagagi Hata Agane Dharti Lagave Basari Dobu Hadki Anju Likare. Now, hold the big toes with the index and the fingers in front of the ground. Now, stretch the legs straight out and upwards, then cross them back into Padmasana position. Lean forward down onto your elbows. Gaze at the nose in KAILASA. Ata Nyadasanam Vakshayena Siddho Bhavedaraha Akasmat Vaya Sancharam Kokilakyasanena Cha. Now, place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows. As you engage in all three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha, rotate the arms in a circular manner. Gaze at the nose in Nithyananda. Goda Bamba Padikiya Shimahiri Soya Tachicharna Kovar Lota Prikulapa Samoya. Now press the hands into the ground, lifting the hips up high. Now lower the head and the chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again. And visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Nubjam padagre bhuva kritva lambi bhuye vastikage idhaya. Now, remain same position. Alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up and repeating this again and again in Vrikshasana. As you visualize yourself to be a bear. एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति. Now, stand tall on the tips of the toes. Keep the head, neck and spine straight line. Bring the index, middle and ring finger to the heart center in the Hridaya Mudra. Vaishasana. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेद्धोमुखः अथ वैशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Now, we'll be entering the first karana of the day, which is the Urdhva Chalu Karana. Now, stand with heel stretching, toes facing outwards at 45 degrees angle. Now, bring the knees bent. Raise both the hands at the chest level, elbows up parallel to the ground. Now, twist one knee towards the center, raising it up and back across the body to its original position. Simultaneously as leg raises, follow the movement with the respective hand, raising it up and placing it across the body. The next asana is Balingasana. Now, interlace the fingers from outside in, pull onto the knee, pulling it up towards the chest. As you keep the spine straight, engage in all three bandhas. So, Mahamudra Bandha, Balingasana. Ekam janursyalinya statavyam balinganam bhavati. Now, take the raised foot behind and pull it behind towards the buttocks and holding with both the hands in the Paramashivamudra. Keep the head taken spine straight line. Engage the Mahamudra Bandhas in Paramahanasana. Sithvai paditare garabhyam veshtayetanam vishte samstapyatena parapidana. Now, with the respective hand, hold onto the sole of the foot from the inside. Then extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together. Simultaneously, kick and pull the foot back and up. By leaning forward, visualize Nataraja in your inner space. Uttarapadam Krauncham cha Varishim Veerabhadrakam. Let's now repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Ekam janursyalinya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. Parapidanasana on the other side. Sittai kasmin padatale karabhyam vechayetanam vishte samstavayatnena parapidanamasana. Next asana is Uttanasana. Next asana is Natarajasana. Uttarapadam Krauncham cha Varishim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikolam cha Suttangishta Prasarane. We will now enter into the next karana, which is the Adhyarechita karana. Now, sit in Armandita half squatting position. Now bring the right foot behind the other with toes down and heels up. Now, with your left hand, with your left hand at the chest level, extend the opposite arm out wide like a pendulum, and bringing it back towards the chest. While the arm swings, move the fingers one by one inwards towards the palm, then outwards. Now, place your right hand on your nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat this on the other side. Now, we're entering into a very powerful dance right now, which is the skeleton dance. I request all participants now to first close your eyes. Visualize yourself as pure skeleton. When nothing else done, nothing else. Just feel the bone. I shake slowly as intensely as possible. Intensely shake every single movement in your body. Now, relax yourself. Walk front and back to the mat as you inhale and exhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. The next karana is the Katichina karana. Now, sit in Narumandi, the half squatting position. Bring the hands above the head with arms crossed and palms facing backward. Now, move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross arms right above the head. Come back to your beginning position and repeat it over the other. Now, stand tall on the tips of the toes. Raise the hands up above the head beside your ears. As you engage the Mahamudra Bandha, visualize yourself as a palm tree and repeat Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Mahamudra Bhadda Kono Vedakane. Next asana is Uttanasana. Now, from standing position, lean forward and down, bring the hands flat on the ground. As you engage the Mahamudra Bandha, bring the forehead towards the knees. उत्तानपादं चौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च पुत्राङ्गच्छपथामहे. Now, move the legs into a plank position and tuck the chin to the chest as in Jayandhara Bandha, or rotate the head from side to side in Tarakshvasana. गजाश्रवस्थित्वा वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सर्वकुक्षिं नयेत् Tarakshvasanam bhavati. Next asana is Bhujangasana. Now, lower the entire body down onto your stomach and keep your toes pointed backwards. Now, keep the hands next to the chest. Raise the head up using the strength of the lower back muscles. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat and exhale through the nose in the Bhujankani Mudra. Bhujangasana. Angushthanavi paryantam adho bhumo vininniset. Next asana is Shashasana. Now raise yourself to plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest, back and forth. Shashasana. Gajasana samstho janadvema kunja varam varam kartavyam shasanam bhavati. Next asana is Rathasana. Now, stop movements of the leg. Place one foot in between the two hands. Simultaneously jump one foot back and keeping the other foot in between the two hands. Repeating this again and again in Rathasana. गजासनं संस्थो एकैकं पादं पूर्वमाज्ञया भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं यथासनं भवति. Now, stand. Now, keep one foot back, foot pointed forward. Keep back. Keep foot pointed forward. Raise up. So repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side. Vashishthamadakaulinyam Udaputameva cha. Next asana is Vrikshasana. Now stand tall. Bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring the palms together and raise them up above the head. Keeping your elbow straight. Full engage in the Uddiyana Bandha. And gaze forward. Vrikshasana. Vamormooladese cha yamyapadam nidhayitu. Now, remain same position. Stand tall. Place one foot at the opposite hip. Bring the palms together in front of the heart center and visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Garudasana. Garudasana yena dhyan sarambhavi sarvadoshat nirmukto bhutiha mahabali. Let's now repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Vamormooladese cha yamyam padam nidhayatu. Garudasana on the other side. Garudasana yena dhyanam sarambhavi. Next asana is Konasana. Now, stand and also step one leg far back. Keep the front toes pointing forward and back toes facing sideways. As you keep the arm straight, bring the front arm down towards the ground beside the foot, while the other arm is extended towards the sky in Trikonasana. Uttara padam krancham cha maricham virabhadrakam. Let's now repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Uttara padam krancham cha maricham virabhadrakam. Now, we'll be entering to a very beautiful pratna right now, which is the Nikuta. Now, sit in normally the half squat position. Bring the hands to the chest level. Now, switch the legs as one leg goes on its toes, and simultaneously lift the other. Simultaneously, as the leg moves is being done, follow the respect movement with your hands also. One goes up, other goes down in the Nikuta Karna. Now, lower onto the tips of the toes. Stay perineum on back of the heels. Keep the knees together, palms together in front of your heart and Angushtasana. Kabandasana mityahu gorakshasana cha. Next asana is Saurasana. Now, Saurasana. Now, from tips of the toes, feet out, heels down and toes up. Keep the hands on the ground by the sides, palms facing forward in Varamudra. Saurasana. Prasarekam padatilam samstapittika padakam. Vijranasana. Now, the respective hand, reach forward and hold onto big toes with the index and middle finger. Keep the opposite hand on back of the heel. Gulparsido parvekam prasarya padagam sanvishe tatkarena. Let's not repeat. Saurasana. Prasarekam padakam samstapittika padakam. Vijranasana on the Vijranasana. Gulparsido parvekam prasarya tatpadagam sanvishe tatkarena. Gulpancharim dhari tatkarena. Dunam pitam chabhise chobhayatra. Next asana is Brahmajaram Kushasana. Now, keep toes on the ground and place on top of the heels. Keep a gap between the legs and maintain a hand and make sure back of the hands resting on the sides. Tilt the head down. Gaze through the gap between the palms in Brahmajaram Kushasana. Dovu prapani hoi vese, edi dogudani vese. Now, place the knees on the ground with toes tucked behind you and place perineum down on the heels. Hands on top of the knees as you engage in the Uddiyana Bandha. As you engage in Uddiyana Bandha, gaze at the nose in Kapilasana. Ubhe pagatali sanat herave tanko mahili ko milave. Now, remain in the same position. Now release the Uddiyana Bandha, engage in the Mula Bandha, where you clench the perineum, gaze at the third eye. Dovu pagatali samprikare korvayi bhupudare korvayi raki esi tapre mulit bharati kibhese. Now, sit with toes tucked and perineum placed on top of the raised knees. Now, I'm sorry for the interruption during the Nithyananda Yoga. Now, sit with toes tucked and perineum placed on top of the raised heels, knees are from the ground. Bring the thumbs and little fingers together, opening up the palms. Raise the arms straight above the head. Gaze through the hole between the palms in Suryasana. Eri do guda tiryane panapani heti kapunitane. Now, sit with toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep hands on top of the knees and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth in the Madhya Mudra. Visualize a frog in your inner space in Mandukasana. Padatalo prishtadeshi angushte desha sansprishet. Next asana is the next asana is Uttana Bandhakasana. Now remain same position. Keep the hands on the back, holding the head with the elbows as you continue to visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana madhyastam purprabhyandhikam shiraha. Next asana is Simhasana. Now cross the ankles, sit on the feet. Keep the knees wide open and fingers spread on top of it. Now open your mouth wide, stick out a tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of the nose in Simhasana. Dakshinam sarvagulpena dakshine hartetaram Hasto Jalasu Sapya Swangricha Prasaricha. Now, sit on heels under the perineum and keep it spread knees out wide. And cross the hands behind the back and hold the big toes with your index and middle finger. Up, tuck the chin to the chest in the Jandrabandha, gaze at the third eye. As you engage in the Jandrabandha, gaze at the nose in Bhadrasana. Gulpo Tivrishadasya the Yukramela Samahitaha. Next asana is Kakabhushanvyasana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and knees wide open. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind in the Parishamudra. Gaze at the nose. Gaze at the nose. Visualize a crow in your inner space. Now, place palms on the floor, shoulders width apart. Bring the knees on back of the arms towards your armpits. Lean your chin forward and down. Gaze ahead. Slowly raise your feet up from the mat in Kani Pravasana. Asana Kaugana Ashi Dushta Hoyi Tuvachi Yogi. Next asana is Kapalyasana. Now, place hands on the ground, shoulders width apart. Bring top of the head on the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bring the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulders, straighten the legs up, gaze at the nose in Kapalyasana. Shisha Shisha Dhirti Teki Pagdo Biliva Ucha Kare. Now, relax yourself. Now, squat on toes with legs together. Squat on toes with legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. And align the elbows with the knees and the hips. Lean onto the mat. Lean onto your arms. Balance. Extend your legs to the side, gaze at the third eye in Paramashivoham. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Dandanavakam. Let's now repeat Paramashivoham on the other. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Dandanamakam. Now, place both the hands on the ground, shoulders width apart. Stretch the legs back straight to Paramashivoham. As you step one foot, the rest with the shoulder. Bring the foot between the hands, gaze at the third eye. Variganatha. Asana Kaugana Priti Jayi. Let's now repeat Variganatha on the other side. Asana Kaugana Priti Jayi. Next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. Now, from Padmasana, place forearms on the ground and walk the feet forward, raising the hips as you slowly lift the head. As you lift the chest, head up, gaze at the third eye in Unmukha Pitasana. Bhunyasto Jalani Hasto Chatusparavarmukam. Now, from Tarakshvasana, rotate the body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up, keeping the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder. Raise the hips, gaze towards the sky. Ud Kukrava Shishta Varichi Halamatsikam. Let's now repeat Vashishtasana on the other side. Ud Kukrava Shishta Varichi Halamatsikam. Now, relax yourself. Sit with legs extended, toes pointing up. Now, bring the hands under the buttocks and palms facing up. As you tuck the chin to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, Bring the elbows to the body. Gaze at the nose in Anjani Asana. Dovu karki obe hateli korvaili mele bheli. Now, remain same position. Sit with the legs straight. Cross, lean forward and hold the big toes with the index and middle finger. Bring the head to the knees. Sorry, bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees. Engage in Mahamudra Bandhas in Paschimottanasana. Janu pariralatam to Paschimam Tanam Uchyate. Now, remain same position. Clasp the hand behind the head and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Engage in all three bandhas in Ugrasana. सुबालिप्यान्द्रितं धृत्वा जालोपरिशिरो निसेत् आसनोग्रवितं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्. Now, sit with leg extended. Bring one heel to the groin and waist. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. As you bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees in Mahamudrasana. Uttanapadam Krancham Cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now, let the raised heel be relaxed to the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keep your legs straight. As you bring the chest forward and down, engage in all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, gaze at the nose. Mahamudrasana. Daba Pagki Yedi Joyi Sivani Soyi. Let's now repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Vama Uttanapadam Krancham Cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Next asana is Mahamudrasana on the other side. Dava Pugamodi Yedi Mahilam Gulpumulat Pariniche De. Now, sit and bring soles of feet together with heels close to the perineum. Spread the knees wide. Hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze at the nose in Bhadrasana. Gulpo Divrishasya Daha Sivantya Pashayokchipet. Now, remain same position. Extend this. Now from Bhadrasana. Extend the feet away from the body. Keep toes together. Heels apart. Knees wide open. Place the hands on respective knees. Tuck the chin to the chest in the Jandra Bandha. Gaze at the nose in Gwali Pavasana. Purvachar Parachokasya Soi Vahi Vidyo Kiji Sohi. Now, remain same position. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring the forehead to the feet. Gaze at the nose in Parigasana. Joni Asana. Dovo Pagatali Sambada Kare Yedimedi Keding Adhare. Now, remain same position. Lean forward and down. Extend the hands out wide. Palms facing the ground. Bring the forehead to the ground behind the heels. Gaze at the nose in Nidiki Pavasana. Purava Bidi Paripagatali Sampurushol Yedi Mirashai. Now, raise yourself. Bring the arms below the shin. Extend it out and keep palms facing up. Now, bring the forehead to the ground above the feet and bring your toes near the throat. Gaze at the nose in Suddha Samadhi Asana. Dovu pagatali sambudikare sole medaga medare. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Now, hold the feet in open Dharma, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping back with the hands on the ground. Now, press the elbows into the thighs towards the knees, gaze at the nose in Chiniki Pavasana. दो पगा की ये दी धरती मगवा में लगावे. Now, remain in the same position. Place the hands on top of the knees and gently press them down as you engage the Uddiyana while you pull your stomach up. Gaze at the third eye in Charpata Chokha. Dohu pagati sampudi dhare agam. Now, lift the heels up, bring the toes down into the ground. Keep the knees on the ground as you engage in the Mula in the Uddiyana the stomach in and up. Place hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra with your legs and thumbs touching. Bhairavasana. Gulpo sampircha nyonam yuktamina samshanihi. Now, sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold other foot, pulling the soles of the foot onto the chest. Gaze at the third eye in Samanasana. Samanasana vakshe siddha mantra sadhanat ekapadamo bhadvas Gushyonalinga vatrake. Next asana is Apanasana. Now, sit and place the raised leg on top of the respective shoulder. Keep the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the side. Please add it further in Apanasana. केवलं पारमे Let's now repeat. Let's now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Samanasana vakshe siddha mantradi sadhanat ekapadamo dhatva gushyonalinga vatrike. Apanasana on the other side. केवलं पारमे पंच संदेशारो. Next asana is Gomukha. Now, sit and cross one leg over the other side. With the feet the opposite, place both the hands on top of the knees. Place at the nose in Gomukha. Sabbe dakshagul sante prishpashi lojaye. Next asana is Anusasana. Now, from Gomukha position, now hold the picture. Dachina Now, from Gomukha position, interlace the fingers behind the back and use for them down. In the body, let's slow the down. Jivana Goda. Now, sit on the ground. Put opposite foot on the ground. He just 5 feet. Now, Next asana is Narada. Now, sit and face meditation on top of the not talking about but how put that on the ground. Now, instead of sitting behind the neck, sit outside of the radius face at the shoulder. Ishtijivana facilitated now, face one, not talk about it. Practice with your arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite. Flex the opposite hand. Hold onto the 64. Vamila Baba Krishna Gita. Let's go to page one. Sabri Tasribu Anisha Saman. Tachirago Anisha Satu on the Jivana Goda Oprita. Now, let's go. Garida Satu. Davo Kudi Maya Narada. Ishtijvana facilitated Oprita. But Vami Nava now, place one place opposite this bring the elbow outside of the ring. Keep the arm straight out back. Set the head back and Udar next asana is Subhasana. Now, extend the hand down. Subhasana. Asana the next asana is Matsya. Now, remain in the same position, keeping opposite hand on the ground. Matsya. There's no repeat. Udarabhasana bhasan Ubasana on the other side. Asana Matsya two on the other side. Repeat. Now, sit and place feet on top of the Please count on the changes around. Face below. Asanam Chitam Proktam Padam. Now, remaining in the same position, cross the arms and hold on to your toes with the Uttano Chalo Krita Urusam Sampriya. Now, sit, face feet on top of the ground between the two sides. This is on your Kukudasana. Padmasana Sapna Nagapuran Grekuru Nimesh Now, remain the same position, but not right. That's what you need based on the back. Take the spine position here. Now keep the elbows together and sit against the navel. Then keep the elbows together. Press it against the navel. Then lean forward, stretch the spine, since the knees off from the ground. There are our currently in the same position. Myras. Now, relax yourself. Stay on your spot. Keep pointing outward and forward. Interlace the fingers behind it and hold in touch. Makarasana. Adhyasashete hitanghitaya bhumi apado chitaya. Now, place hands on the ground beside it. Erase the green side of the ground. Adhyasashete karyamavakya bhumi karyosala. Now, lay down on your stomach. Bring the hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground, outside of the head. Ushtrasana. Adhyasayate parikavastam vidam paradhya. Next asana is Dhanurasana. Now, lay down on your stomach. Bring the hands to the feet and sit the legs back to the front and the feet towards the sky. Now lift the hands off in the ground. Raise the head up, gaze at the floor. Prasara padu gudantru pakura pushkir padu. Now, with both the knees bent to spine straight. Place palms on top of the knees, face and shoulder in Bhagan. Ulita modi bhavna viste bahur jitne savite pavanamai na gudre jum kala na so. Next asana is Bodhyasana. Now from the knees, place forearms on the ground, pinch interlock elbows, shoulders. So please put the head on the ground, rolling back. Now walk the toes forward. Lift the feet up, bringing the knees bent together and knees chest. And touch chin, gaze the nose in Bodhyasana. दो हाथा की कहूली कोई कोई. Next asana is Viparita Mandalam Chadevritam. Relax yourself. Now, sit with hands behind the heart, legs back, and stretch the legs up. Putting the forehead beneath position with your legs in Mudra. Next asana is Parigasana. Now, extend the leg out. Bring the hands behind and hold on. Keep it chest upright. Let's take first pointed. Uttan and shining with the Now, remain the same position. Place the hands on the ground. Uttan and shining putra. Now, let's sit and lift the feet up. Put the hands to the face. And put the feet towards it. As you keep the spine upright. Sorry. In Rudrasana. Now, lay down on your back, hands on the ground. Face arms down and fingers back of the head. Lift the hips high, press the feet into the ground. Chin touch the chest in the Gaze at the nose and repeat that. Now, lay down on your back and clutching all movements from your body. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism. Adashavasanam Uttanam Shavavadbhuma Shayanam Shavasanam Savasanam Shanti Haram Chitta Vishranti Kailasa.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
Now, slowly start moving your toes to your fingers and raise yourself to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations to all the participants. You have finished the Prathama Vinyasa Krama sequence. With this, we'll be now moving ahead to next sequence, which is the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. This is also what the next level of the Nithyananda Yoga, where very beautiful forms is designed. So the first asana of this beautiful sequence is Siddhasana. Sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra. where your index and thumbs are taken. Throughout the whole Kriya Vinyasa Krama, throughout the whole Kriya Vinyasa Krama, you have a Mahabharata as a repetition. And you will Yathasana Shasana. Paryankam Tattamasyasam Yathasana. Now, sit in a cross position with your head left and right. Bring the hands and knees in Samasana. Idaning Garbhinina Yogavyasa Yathasana. Now, place the left foot against the region and place the right foot over top of the left. Hands facing downwards on top of the knees, gaze below in Mukta. Repeat the Sivani Sukha Gulpataha. Now, maintain same position as gaze to the third eye. Dhanam Mama Chendayo Srikೃಷ್ಣ. Now, maintain same position as Dhanam. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you as engage the Siddhyasana. Vamapadi Now, keep the leg in the same position as Siddhyasana. Put the hands on the knees using the wood. With your intent and gaze to the third eye. Vamacharna Paritara. Next asana is Asana. Now maintain the same position as Brahmasana. Gaze to the floor in Asana. Asana Kavana Manakita. Now, maintain one heel on top of the other. Bring the hands to your knee. So bring one palm over the other. In Siddhasana. Rijukaya Samadhikaha. Siddhasana Mudiyata. Now, remain in the same position. Bring the little finger beneath bottom. Bring fingers above the upper lips. Little fingers towards the nostrils. Index finger over the eyes. Thumb towards the finger. Sanmukhi mudra in Nithyananda asana. Yatra madhye mahadeva bhandayonyasana. Now, place one foot on the thigh and the other foot underneath the opposite thigh. Thumbs the index. Place them on top of the knees in Virasana. Ekam padamate kasmin vinyasoni samstaha. Now, bring your right heel on the right side, generate organ, toes under the thigh, and right foot on the left side, toes by the knee. Hands to the knees, thumbs the index in the middle of the gaze at the third eye in Valmika. Dava pagji pagathari sunedi Now, keep the legs in the same position and switch the gaze to the ground in Jona Mudrasana. Bhavapariki Bhagathani Jahimahini Kori. Now, keep the feet and hands in the same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye in Yonyasana. Yonyasanam Parvatena Yogam Yoga Palevina. Now, sit and bring soles of the feet together. Hold with both the hands. Bring the knees down. Gaze at the nose in Bhadrasana 3. Gulpo Vrishnasyadha Yukram Devantya Parshayokshipet. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, relax your left hand on your left knee and press your tongue against the roof of the mouth. Face your mudra and gaze at the third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth. Close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Hold the breath. Exhale to your left nostril. Repeat this on the other side in Agorasana. Now, place elbows on the heels. Rest the chin on the palms. Gaze at the nose. Engage in the Uddiyana Bandha in Bandhi Yoni Asana. So, in Kaneri Pavasana. Kaneri Pavasana. Gavali Now, sit with knee raised, arms with your sides with half. Interlace the fingers, lift the feet up from the mat in Parasana. Yoga Pradika Rupu Kariki Amritoyi Vavisa Amrave Prabhu. Now, interlace the fingers around the feet with toes together. Toes group with heels. Chin on the hands, gaze at the nose in Gopi Chandasana. Purava Vidipagaka Angudata Puruparashi. Now, sit with soles of feet together. Insert the hands underneath the legs. Hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring the feet up to the chest. Bring the head down. Touch the chin. Touch the chin to the soles. Gaze at the nose in Udarasana. Dovu Pagatali Sampudatane Ubehastiki Uttahitane. Now, arms under the legs. Raise up the feet to your face. Fingers interlock. Palms over the forehead in Shishtasana. Dovu Pagatali Jori Sampatakare Hato Vupakabichi Anitale. Now, from seated position, lift both the legs over top of the shoulder. Bring the arms underneath the legs. Interlacing the fingers around the back. Sirasanam tu Vikneyam Kakshasanam Takparam. Now, maintain a seated posture, raise legs up. Bring the elbows underneath the chin. Wrap the arms around the back. Palm clasp in the Parisham Mudra. Gaze at the nose in Kalyanasana. Dovu Hath Vakane Trigogoda Nite Tane. Now, with the right knee on the mat, place right foot flat, place perineum on the right knee. Raise the left leg over top of the right and bring the left heel to the right. Place the hands on the opposite knee inside. Vavapatam Chitir Molam Sanyasathir Metale. Now, from Sankarasana, slide the left heel to the right. Sorry. Slide the left heel to the left. Keep the right knee on top of the left. Keep both hands on the right side in. Place both the hands on the right. Anusagi Nagara Panchtam Rishim Da Galyamni. Now, place the right foot on left side and have the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind the back and hold the right side. Place the right hand on left side, twist the body and gaze at the third eye. Vamadanga parirasatane vamahastapishthadishane. Now, remain same position. Untwist and hold on to your respective big toes. Lean your forehead so it touches the ground. Chin should touch the knees in Matsyendrasana too. The next asana is Guru Asana. So maintain feet in same position, interlace the fingers, place them on top of the knees as they engage the Mahamudra Bandha in Guru Asana. Purumodapadasya kanishtika pradeshe. Let's now repeat Antarasana on the Vamapadam chitir moolam satyasatharmitale. Let's now repeat Dhenukasana on the other side. Anusagi nagra pancham vishilim dagalyam ni. Matsyendrasana, one on the other side. Vamadanga paridasitane vamahastapishthadishane. Now, let's now repeat Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Pratama jivano charno dijoyi vamajanga paridasya soyi. Next asana is Guru Asana. As you engage Mahamudra Bandha, which writes Swamiji in your Urmoladapadasya kanishtika pradeshe. Now, sit with knees against and holding the opposite, thighs together to the spine straight and against you. पाद के भूमो यथाया Now, wrap the arms around the legs and hold on to your opposite wrist. Place the chin onto the knees, gaze at the nose in both the Shokasana. Dovo pagatali bhopradhare korma ili aise kare. Now, from seated position, place feet flat on the mat. Place the arms under the knees and hold on to the opposite elbows. Gaze at the nose in Kurakatasana. दोवो हाथ गबार लियावे गोदा नीचे ले हरावे. Now, remaining the same position, bring the right foot over the left so heel crosses, toes point up, gaze at the nasal in Sumati Asana. मूलद्वार धरती पर ताने दावा पग छपद आने. Now, extend the feet out straight. Extend the feet out straight, arms raised straight above the head. Interlace the fingers, wrist pointed outwards, engage in all three bandhas, gaze at the nose. Idanim garbhinam yogabhyaso yathalabhu. Now, lean forward, chest forward and down, head to the knees. Hold the big toes to your index and middle fingers in Arambhasana. Dovu pagamilava pasari pagakangda pakidila to go to the gave. Now, sit with legs straight. Extend knees slightly up. One hand distance between the heels. Bring the shoulders down. Wrap the hands around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet. Gaze at each other in Vidokasana. Pratame bhaisi do pavasari kachaka urdako kurdodare. Now, place the chin, mouth, nose on the heels. Insert the hands below the legs and keep the elbows together on the ground along with fingers spread. Palms facing upwards, gaze at the nose and Jalandhari. Dovu edi melike di chahad basari punichipika nasika tarik bhoparidhari. Now, sit the next time, both legs out. Now, sit one foot behind the neck. Lift one foot behind the neck. Deep forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanasana sanchitam krutva ekam padam grivan dhritva tishtete. Now, lie on your back. Left hand holds the foot from the top. Gaze at the nose. Straighten the body in Anantasana. Uttar Shairi Kekam Payi Grivayam Vinyasya. Now, from Anantasana, rest onto the elbow of the hand, holding the foot. Gaze at the nose in Ankushasana. Uttar Shairi Kekam Padim Grivayam Kurvan. Now, lie down on the back. Bring the knees to the chest. Encircle the thighs and the calves with your arms. Go to the left to the right. Uttar Shailam Jalme Deva. Just now, relax yourself. Let's now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanasana Sankritva Ekam Padam Grivan. Just now repeat Anantasana on the other. Uttar Shaini Ekam Payi Grivayam Vinyasya. Just now repeat Ankushasana on the Uttar Shaiti Ekam Padam Grivayam Kurvan. Now, lay on your back. Lift the legs one by one up behind the head. Hold the hands behind your back. Gaze at the nose in Satyendrasana. Yoga Nidrasana. Padabhyam Nese Kantam Hastabhyam Kantanam. Now, while laying on your back, raise the legs towards the head. Wrap the hands around the legs. Introduce the fingers behind the neck. Gaze at the nose in Asana. Atma Rama Now, lay on your back, knees to the chest, toes facing up, extend arms sideways, gaze at the third eye in Kothasana. Dovu हाथ खिड़सा करे, लहसुन बेटे पाकर. Now, we are entering into next asana, which is the Jatra Pravritti asana. This is a very sequential asana. So now, lie on your back, knees to the chest, arms reach to the sides at the shoulder level. In Jatra Pravritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist and bring to the ground on the opposite side and keep the other leg extended straight. In Jatra Pravritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. In Chatara Pravidhi 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Head looks in the opposite direction. Parividhe kukshibhagye tadahi parikirtaha. Now, let's now repeat Jatara Pravidhi asana on the other side. Parividhe kukshibhagye tadahi parikirtaha. Now, lay on your back. Bend your knees and place feet flat on the ground. Hold your ankles, lift the hips up, gaze at the nose, and deep Padapita. Pratikriyayatan Ganga Pita Sarvabhalapradam Garbhanina Nirbalana Idigargi Jagatanu. Now, relax yourself. Bring the arms over the head and place hands flat on the mat with the fingers pointing towards the chest, towards the feet. Slowly lift the entire body off from the ground in Paryanka. Uttana Shayanam Hastadalabhyam Bhumavashtabhya Padatalabhyam. Now, lay on your back, knees to the chest, hands to respective shoulders in Shambhi Mudra. Move the hips in circle motion, Shodhanasana. Shavavachairan Sanstabhya Janani Sammilinabhu Animya. Now, lie supine, raise the hips and legs up, elbows and hands extend the mat below in Viparita Karini as you move the legs around and around. Bhutale Shashiro Dhatva Kena Yecha Nadvayam. Now, remain same position. Stop the movements of the legs in Viparita Karini 2. Karini Viparitagya Sarva Divyajinashini. Now, take the feet over the head, toes on the floor. Hands stitched on the ground, palm clasped in the Parshamudra in Langhalasana. Narakasya Sitva Natsikavadeshe Bhuma Prishte. Now, remain same position. Hold the toes in Shayita Paschimottanasana. Tanam Shayita Purvita Shayita Paschimottanasana. Now, remain same position. Spread the legs out wide and hold big toes of the respective feet in Supta Konasana. Parividhe Kukshibhagye Tadahi Parikititaha. Next asana is Chakrasana. Now, bring the legs over the top of the head, toes on the ground. Hold the ankles, keeping knees straight in Chakrasana. Shavasanasadau Padau Kuryan Mastakaffarau. Now lie on your back, keep legs vertical. Hold the big toes with your index and middle finger. Open the legs wide in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Uttana Padam Kauntam Cha Marichim Virabhadrakam. Now, keep legs together in front of you is Supta Padangushtasana. Uttana Padam Kauntam Cha Marichim Virabhadrakam. Now, relax yourself to the floor. Now, move the legs into Padmasana, lay down, and hold the opposite elbows over the head. Gaze at the nose in Matsyasana. Mukta Padmasana Kritva Uttana Shayanam Charete. Now, remain same position. Place Now place back to the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze at the nose in Parashurama. प्रथम करे पद्मासन आचे सूदो सोवे भूपर पाचे. Now, while laying on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift the hips and knees. Hands supporting the hips, elbows on the floor. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalendra Bandha. Gaze at the nose in Sarvangasana. अतवक्षेति संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्. Now, lay on your back. Place one foot on the opposite thigh and lift the other knee towards the head. Extend both arms straight and hook the fingers forward in Vrishchikasana. Vrishchiva puchchapadimangi pashni nitva shishire chivakam vidayakau. Let's now repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Pratama shayano sudhosi shakesiki sambisudakhe. Next asana is Rishabhparikshepasana. Now, lie on your back with inflated fingers around the neck in Parasmudra. Lift both the feet off from the ground and extend one leg straight and other knee to the chest. Alternately extending and raising the knee again and again in Rishabhparikshepasana. Uttanam shayanam kritva anulombihi kandara bhadra kurpunitva nitam veda. Now, lie on your back. Lift the legs one by one, touching the ears with the knees in Marottanasana. Shvotanasam sti kritva janvriyam par yena karnyasam sprishet Marottanam bhavati. Next asana is Brikasana. While lying on your back, place toes the feet on the ground, stand up and sit back down in Brikasana. Uttanam shayanam kritva parsalabhyam bhuvam ditva uttishte Brikasanam bhavati. Now, lay on your back. Quickly throw the legs above the head. Completely roll over, finishing the prone position. Repeating this again and again in Utthasana. Uttano shayanam pado shriyolangya bhumo. Now, lie on your belly with toes extended, hands on the ground by the shoulders. Contract the lips, making sound like a flute, whistling one inhaling in Sayatasana. Nija shayanam kritva nabhim bhumo nidhaya. Now, raise yourself to a plank position. Jump the legs forward and back between the arms in Deha Yulanghanasana. हस्तद्वयं भद्वा तन्मध्य चरणाद्वयम् उदानैव बहिः अथानये देहल्युलङ्घनं भवति. Now, from standing position, bend forward, place hands on the mat, walk back and forth in Jatyasana. अतः जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्य रोग भवेत्. We will enter the first karana, which is the Lolitika karana. Now, stand with knees bent and feet pointed outwards. Now bend the elbows, keep the hands at the chest level. Shiftly move the arms across the body, then bring it back to the center. Tilt the head back, open the chest up towards the sky. Move the head in all directions in this Karanam. Now, stand tall, arms to the sides, hands touching the thighs in Sarpasana. The next asana is Sarpasana. Now stand erect like a rod, arms at the sides, hands touching thighs in Shambhavi Mudra in Sarpasana. Atha Sarpasanam Vakshe Vayupanaya Kevalam. Now while standing, place all fingers on the mat and stand on the feet. Feet on the fist. Begin to moonwalk like a camel in Ushta Sadanasana. मुष्टि कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उप्रपातले संस्थाप्य. Now remain in the same position. Begin to move and walk like a horse in Ashwasana. Just visualize yourself as a horse. मुष्टि कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उप्रपातले संस्थाप्य. Now stand straight with feet together. Interlace the fingers behind the back and pull them down towards the calves in Parishamudra. Open up your chest in Kapota Nikatasana. पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तगन्धापर्यन्तं नीत्वा. We will be moving ahead to next karana, which is the Tala Pushpadam Karanam. Now stand tall, palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Gently bend the knee and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off from the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the respective heel. Visualize you're holding an offering, a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva in this karana. Now stand straight, bring the palms and forearms together, forming a horn of a rhinoceros in Khadgasana. Nuja Saratamasmanam Kritva Paditilabhyu. Now sit down all the way low. You can go to the ground. Stand up. Do like this again and again in Utthanottana. Punah punah utthathavyam asitattvam iti utthanotanam bhavati. Now stand up straight. Stand up straight. Raise the arms over the head and jump repeatedly in Musalasana. Sarlam stitva urdham bahu nagyet varam var mudan kritva nagyet Musalasanam bhavati. Now, from standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Then with the other leg sit down and stand up, alternating both the sides in Uchirshaka. Hastadvain dhritva tishtet Uchirshakam bhavati. Now, stand, keep one leg slightly bent, with toes pointing to the side. And bend the lift the opposite knee towards the chest, toes pointing downwards. So keep the arm holding the knee close into a fist. Let the opposite hand be placed on the thigh, wrist twisted and fingers pointing at the center of the body in this karanam. Now on one leg, lower the body to the mat, then stand straight. Lift the raised leg to the opposite thigh in Tandavasana. Ekera padena satavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Now place the left foot on the inner right thigh. Stand erect on the mat like a rod, hands by the sides in Brahmanasana. Brahmanasana vakshe yakritva brahmano bhavet. Now stand tall and grab the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously, cross the left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Garudasana 3. Uttana Kurvapitesya same hem Garudamevacha. Now, stand erect on the right leg. Lift the left foot, place the left foot on the opposite thigh. Hands relaxed by the knees in Ekapadasana. Daksha Grim Vamapadasya Jhango Parinidhaya cha. Now, stand on the right leg. Hold the big toes of the left foot. Straighten out to the side. Rotate your body quickly on the standing leg in Dhruvasana. एके हस्तेन दन्दरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा. Now, lift the left foot behind the neck. Stand tall, alternate between sitting and standing in Trivikramasana. ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. Let's now repeat Parshvajanakaranam on the other side. Tandavasana, repeat it on the other side. एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति. Brahmanasanam on the other side. Brahmanasanam avakshye yakritva brahmano bhavet. Let's now repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side. Uttane kurmavitesya semhev garudameva cha. Now, let's now repeat Ekapadasana on the other side. Dakshagrim vamapadasya jhangopari nidhaya cha. Dhruvasana, repeat it on the other side. Dakshagrim vamapadasya एकेन हस्तेन दरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा. Let's now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. Now, stand tall. Stand with feet close together. Keep both hands beside the body and relax the body. Now, stand erect. Now, stand erect, bend forward. Sit in a squatting position. Bring both the hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock. Let the finger lock enable it forehead initially asana. Pratham hi ubayoho bahuri niche puni hove. Now, remain in the squatting position. Insert the hands between the thighs and the calves. Then wrap around behind the butt. Keep the chest upright in Kanchasana. Urumadhyadhasto nivashnitam bandritva. Now, continue sitting in squatting posture. Hold the hands at the back and sit right gaze at the navel in Bhairavasana. Do upagaki taliki mahli kormilayi. Now, continue to sit in squatting position. Bring your elbows up and close to the head and palms joint over the back, facing downwards in Anjali Mudra. Gaze at the nose in Varahasana. Pagatili ki mahil kor milahi panapan gudo bhese. Now, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let the fingertips touch the mat in front of you in Tripitasana. Ata uttasana nani pashni dvaya sammilya sitta nitambam janu pradeshe aniya tishtet. Now, place hands on the mat with fingers wide. Place your knees on back of the arms, eyes forward and down slowly. Lift the body from the mat in Bakasana. Hastatalaabhyam mamnivashtabhya janudvyam navo sammilya jangalni संस्थाप्य. Now, kneel down, head on the ground, palms spread for support, raise the body on your head, legs in Padmasana in Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Asana Kaugana Kapala Chohoyi. Relax yourself. Keep the toes flat, touch, touching the opposite feet. Sit down between the feet. Let the heels come outside of the hips. Hands on the knees. Sit straight, gaze at the nose in Guptasana. Jano vorantare pado kritva padau ch gopayet. Now, hands on the ground, fingers wide. Lift the body up straight in Vrikshasana. Sapta Chakrakshalanaya Vrikshasana Visheshakan. Now remain in the same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye in Shivasana. Dovo Pagajodi Mahigulpa Milayi. Now, from Bakasana. Now, from Bakasana. Jump the legs back onto the hands, palms for the chest. Body press off in the mat. Push body up and down as in mat. Nijam Shailam Purva Pasana Kariyam Modu Krishna. Now, lie prone in your belly, hands on the hip. Exit legs jointly and point to foot. Lift your left and right like a snake in Sarpasana. Nijam Shailam Krishna Astu Nitamam Tata Padam Jiya Krishna. Now, lie prone on the belly, hands in Padma Mudra, and holding the chin, legs straight, toes point together in Nirala. Karabhyam Pankajam Krishna Dishte Korparaya Shutihi. Now, place hands back to the mat in the front. Straighten the arms and bend the knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back. Lift up the head and the chest in chakra. Ardyasana Sthita Sukrabhyam Bhurvashta Nidasana. Now, sit on the knees with the top of the feet flat on the mat and bring the butt onto the heel. Stretch the arms in front, palms facing down. Place the forehead on the mat in Vajrasana. Idaning Garbhininam Yogaabhyaso Yatha Laghu. Now, from Gajasana. Now raise yourself to the Gajasana position. Alternate striking the ground with your hands in Meshasana. Gajasana Sansto Ekekam Palam Bhumau Tadayet Meshasanam Bhavati. Next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana, lift the legs into the air. Slowly bring the forehead to the ground in Ajasana. Gajasana Santo Padadvim Mantrikali Kritya Mastakena. Now, sit on the heels, legs together, and place the hands to respective knees. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose in Dhanantarasana. Now, introduce the front and behind you. Now, as your umbilical. Now, sit on the heels in Vajrasana. Feet on the side. Thighs and knees. Bend hands on the knees in Vajrasana. Jango rubhyam dharanti tyasita yodhijaruna. Now, sit with the on the top and knees wide open and front of the butt out and take your ankles this way. अतवक्षे वीरनाथ आत्ममंदिरासना. Now, knees wide open, sit on the ankle, hands under the knees, deep. Prishtam Tapi. Now, keep your toes on the mat, heels up and together. Place perineum on the heels, place palms on the ground and base of the hand touching the toes. Gaze at the nose, stick out the tongue and exhale. Dogo panapai hoy vese ye ji mera goda vese. Now, sit straight. Make a hole of palms and place it on your mouth. Keep it under the cheek. Gaze at the nose in. Dogo pagangi ye ji joy goda पर मां कंपनी होई. Now, remain same position. Bring your fingers for arms committed as much as you. Makadasana. Makadasana. Dogo pagatali stampat. Now, lift slowly. Lift it up. Hold the elbows behind the back. Gaze at the nose. Patta Sangara. Pratama Padma. Pratama Panapai. Hoya Vesi. Dogo Yedi Gudali. Now, keep toes down. Ankles crossed behind with the knees. Place palms onto the mat. Kanjana asana Mahavakti Yakita Suprabhave. Now, sit with toes back, cross knees and face very well. Keep the knees wide and keep the knees wide and on the floor. Press the hands and knees in Purvasana. Vulpa Chivrase Yada Yukravena Samanta. Now, with toes flat, cross the feet and place perineum on back of the feet. Gaze across in yoga. Gudam Niyamya Gulbhapya Guptamena Samahitaha. Now, stand on the knees, cross the ankles behind, feet near the opposite. Hold the palms between the inside and arms outside. Gaze at the third eye in Vidyogana. Goda Vabhu Hoyi Goda Adhara Hoyi. Now, relax your feet. Now, in kneeling position, bend backwards, place and hold the ankles with your hands. Keep the arms straight. Push the hips forward, tilt the head back and push past that. Merudantagrati dhaj samifari sukuman. Now, place the hands on the poles or the feet and slowly lean back. Bring your elbows and back of the head to the mat. Gaze the nasal. Tatyasana. Dobu edi sambad kare sole मूल त्वर धीरे धीरे. Now, use support of your hands if needed. Raise yourself up. Then lean your back, touch your back to the ground again like in Viratasana. Jangrapti bhumo nidhaya jangodarnyu urni sansthapi pishtivamsam. Now, in from Viratasana, raise the hips higher. Bring forearms on the mat and hold the back of the heels. Bring the head in between the feet in Kapota. Merudantagrati dhaj samifari sukuman. Now, stand upright on the knees with toes tucked. Hands. Hold the arms with toes. Hold the hands with the opposite hands. Gaze and nose in Varasana. Jani bhuma sanstapta stapta parasparam drishta. Now, keep the knees together and toes tucked. And lean forward and bring the elbows to the mat. Hands pulling the head. Rest the head on the hands and be stable in Varahasana 2. Surya Chandram Vedana Yastani Khatyante. Now, in kneeling position, place crown of the head on mat and between the interlace fingers. Elbows on mat, shoulders width apart. Lift the knees up and hips higher. Place the body upside down in Mundasana. Adho Mundasanam Vakshe Sarvesham Praninam Sukham. Now, relax yourself. Kneel down, head between the knees, elbows are adjusted to the knees, hands holding the head. Inhale, shape your mouth in Andhasana. प्रथम पगतरी समित है गोरमा हुई उभे मिलाई. Lie on your belly. Now or lie on your belly, arms extend straight out. Lift the thighs and arms and chest off the ground in Viparita Shalabhasana. Shalabhasana be dasya nathverinda namuke. Now, lie on your belly, arms to the side, palms down. Keep the forehead on the ground and chest on the mat. Slowly lift the legs up together in KAILASA. Kapalam bhumo nidhaya urdhpadam nagyat kapalasanam bhavati. Now, lie on your stomach, hands by the sides, and lift the legs over the head and slowly place the feet of the mat. And slowly place the feet on the mat in front of the head. Keep the hands flat on the mat behind in Akashikavotasana. Akashikavotasana. Ushtrasane sthitva charana bhumor tapta masuko pranitva. Now, sit on your knees. Bring the chest down so navel touches the knees. Keep the hands flat on the mat and forearms on the ground. Be sturdy in Chitta. Purparaparyanto hasto dharavavastamba janani. Now, the same position. Slowly Raise the legs, bend the back, the head. Lift and hold in this Shiva. Vrishiva Puchipadi Manupasi, Shishire Chivakamidai. The next asana is Vrishasana. Now place perineum down on the right heel. Keep the left foot outside of the hip. Place hands on the mat, resembling a bull. Yama Gulpe Mule Vamabhage Padetaram. Now, from kneeling position, place hands flat and mat in front of you. Cross the toes and left feet over top of the right. Slowly raise yourself up in Lolasana. Lolasana Sida Kuryat Vayu Lola Pagatanat. Now, let's repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Nyama Gulpe Pad Mule Vamabhagi Badetaram. Next asana is Balagunasana. Now, place left toes on the ground and sit on heel of the left foot. And place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised towards the chest. Palms are respect to knees. Now, place left toes on the ground, sit of the heel of the left foot. Now place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised towards the chest. Palms are respect to knees. Maintain upright position in Balagunasana. Asana Kaugan Chalabikara Jari. Next asana is Grahasana. Squat with feet flat on the mat. Bring the elbows under the thighs and wrap the hands around the shin. Hold onto ankles from the outside in Grahasana. पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्पस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्याम्. आसन कौगन जल विकार जाई. Now, squat and toes with heels up and knees off on the mat. Place perineum on the heels and hands respect the knees. Keep the spine straight in Uttanasana 2. Now, squat and toes with heels up and knees off on the mat. Place perineum on the heels and hands respect the knees. Keep the spine upright in Uttanasana. Yujaspijosti yata urajano yatrasane paritilo pari. Now, sit on toes with perineum on heels and soles together. Keep the knees wide and lift it off from the ground. Hold the opposite elbows behind the back and Vajra Sangarana. Pratama Panapani Hoyu Jaisi Dohu Egi Buddha Nivese. Now, squat with feet hip width apart, hands on your soles with the feet from inside and palms down. Arms straighten, elbows together at navel, gaze to the nose in Anilasana. Dohu Hat Bhuma Paritani Kahuni Jati Navalakane. Now, place back of the hands on the mat with fingers facing towards the body. Now step the feet on top of the hands wrap around the feet and walk around in Padapasana. Hastatle Pardik Kritva Dishte Gachet Padakasanam Bhavati. Now, place palms on the mat. Place both the feet upwards into the air. Then let them fall back down. Do like this again and again. As you visualize yourself as you step in Kokodora. Padate Bhuma Kritva Padale to Udamudan Kritva Bhumam Patel Itam Punaf Kuryat Kudodanam Bhavati. Now, place hands on a mat. Raise the legs upwards into a handstand position. Move around on your two hands as you're dancing as visualize supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space. हस्तकलाभ्यां भूमष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वं पादागे कुर्वन् हस्तकलाभ्यां नर्तनं कर्तव्यं विपरीतनृत्यं भवति. Now, separate the feet. Place one palm down and place one palm down on the mat with arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to the head and be stable in Kunjara. Adavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasanam Uttamam. Now, separate the feet and place. Let's repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. Adavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasanam Uttamam. Now, sit on the ground with feet flat and heels close to the body. Hold the respective ankles and lift the feet up from the ground. In Kadambasana. Pashnibhyam Gumasthabhyastadhyam Gulpo Drittvajya Kadambam Bhavati. Now, sit with heels at the perineum. Hold the knees with the hands and step them towards the chest. Visualize any excess part, releasing and balancing within your system in Pavana Mukta. Dvayostapadayakani Natva Now, sit and lift one leg behind the head and place both the hands flat on the mat and extend the opposite leg up with knee straight. Lift the entire body off from the ground. Keep the chin up in Chakorasana. Purvatanam Chadushpadapitham Vajrasanam Tatha Chakoraklancha Shalabha Bhujangami Vivrishtikam. Next asana is Dhanurasana. Now, sitting on the ground, hold the left toes and pull the foot to the left ear. Then extend the right leg out, keeping it straight. Hold a big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow. In Dhanurasana. Padam Vishwottanibhyam Grihitva Shamavati Dhanurasana Krastam Dhanurasana Miritam. Now, lift the left leg over top of left shoulder and bring the right foot on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the leg out to the left. Lift the head in the chest and balance above the mat in Ashtavakrasana. Vashishthamadakaunyam Udakukula Devata Ashtavakramato Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. Now, next asana is Pranasana. Now, place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot on the right on the ground. And have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg. And place the hands flat on the ground in front of you in Pranasana. Etat prabedam vakshami karoti satamaraha. Now, place the right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist the body remains slowly. Visualize the great sage. Visualize the great sage. Let's repeat this beautiful sequence on the side. As you visualize yours to be a bee, which carries powerful source of energy. Sakorasa, Purva, Dhanurasna 2. Visualize yourself as Paramashivoham. Padam Dushkodapa Nidya Gita. Now, let's repeat some of that on the other side. Let's visualize yourself to be a kind flame. Vashishtodako Dinyam Buddha. Let's repeat Tanasa on the other side. Etat Tadeta Vaksami Karoti. Let's now repeat Pasamasya Dasna on the other side. Mamurmula Tiradakado. Now, keep one leg straight and very limb at the heel. Just forward and down. Hold your toes and bring your head towards the knees in Paramashivoham. Ekam padasya pashnina. Ekam padam prasari. Ekam padasya pashnina. Now, place your left ankle outside your foot and hold the soles of the right foot and the leg towards the forehead. Keep the knees straight, base of the toes, back yourself as a crane in front. Vashishtavadakondinyam udukukkudamev cha Ashtavakyamadam Mayoram Setu Bandhanam. Now, let's repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana. Ekam padam prasarya ekam padasya pasina. Next asana is round asana. Visualize yourself as Vashishtavadakondinyam udukukkudamev cha. Now, sit with toes between the eyes and the palm. Keep your spine straight, palms pressing on the knee, shambling on the ground. Visualize getting very simple. Gives peace, well-being, good fortune for everyone. First step. Jano Boran Samyak Vipapala. Now, keep the feet in the position. Cup the heels. Jano Boran Uttano Vyakti. Now, bring the left heel preparing and right foot. Close your eyes in the nose. Your eyes meditate. Vama Pashna Viram Sapya Chagam Vama Sandane. Now, place feet on top of our place hands to the cross part. Spine straight. Uttano Chakra Asana Parisuddhapya Now, from Padmasana, raise the hands back to the mat. Press the hand into the mat. Lift the knees up from the ground. Balance above the ground in Urdhva Uttanasana. Vashishthamadakondenya Utkukudamevacha. Now, from Padmasana, insert both the hands through the knees and gaze over the mat. Avoid lifting the body up. Stay seated on the mat. Gaze forward. Siddha Harakali Asana. प्रथमं पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो गोदा संविधेरे. Now, from Padmasana, raise hands to the mat. Lift thighs up to the shoulder and legs up from the mat. Stay above the mat. Gaze across the side, launching as a second swan in Hamsasana. Kukadasa Now, from forehead, from Padmasana, raise the hands between the thighs. While sitting, reach the hands behind the body. Use the fingers to touch. Bring the forehead to the floor. Gaze to the nose in Paramashivoham. Prathama Padmasana Goda Sandhiman Kirtere. Now, from Padmasana, in the elbows and Bami Janta Paristapa, Tahini Janta Paristapa. Now, from Padmasana, insert both the hands to the side. Bend the elbows and hold the respective shoulders with the hands. Now, bend the head down. Vertically to the left. Gaze across and hands to the right. Atha Vaksheniya Khanta Grantha Veda Samangshubam. Now, relax. Remain in the same position. Lay on your back and bend the elbows in Utthana Kurma. As you hold the shoulders, put your hands in Shambhi Mudra and Kukkuta Asana Bhantasthani Karabhyana Sankara Ekam Kurma Urusthana Nirutthana Kurma. Now, raise yourself up. Place both the hands through gap or thighs in the calves. Place one hand flat and hold its wrist with other hand. Lift the body up and hold it. Kukudas Vatchitva Ekin Atmestamari Patam Dritva. Just now repeat Pangu Kukutasana on the other side. Kukudas Vatchitva Ekin Atmestamari Patam Dritva. Now, from Padmasana, place the elbows on the toes and interlace the fingers in the Parishmata. Press the chin on the knuckles. Press the thumbs on the throat in Giridhrasana. Jano Vorantare Pado Uttano Vyaksuntito Gulpi Chhatadya Hastabhyam Uttanabhyam Priyatataha. Now, remain in the same Padmasana position. Hold one hand over the other, palms facing upward. Keep the spine straight, gaze across in Padmasana. Uttano Charno Vidhaya Vidiva Shakti Sthita Yogi Raj. Now, remain in the Padmasana position. Place palms on top of the knees in Shamudra. Keep the spine straight, He is at the nose Padmasana pose. एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये सुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः. Now, from Padmasana, hook the right hand, index hand, middle finger around the throat. Lift the bow back foot as if pulling a bow back. So lift the elbow as if pulling a bow back. Move the big toe around. Place the left hand opposite. Repeat this on the other side in Paramashivoham. Atanyasana yoga purak. Now, from Padmasana, cross the arms behind back and both toes with your index and middle finger. Inhale through the tongue, straighten like an arrow in front. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha. In. Touch the stomach in up. Tuck the chin to your chest. Gaze at the nose in Karmakasana 3. कर्मकाश्रमकृत्य उदरे पुरी यत्सुखं तदा वायुर्वसो याति कार्येन सूक्ष्मवायुना. Next asana is Siddhasana. Now, release the Uddiyana Bandha and the re-engage Moola. Lift the chest up, gaze at the third eye in Karmakasana. ऊर्ध्वाभ्याम्योपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्ततः. Now, remain in the same position. Knee down on your elbows. Gaze at nose in Nagda. Visualize yourself to be at the Pradama Padmasana Kontani Do. Now, lie on your back. Bend the knees and feet on the ground. Embrace the knees flexed in the mudra. Head to the knees in Sandhasana. वेदासे स्थित्वा स्थिताद निष्कोशमोदं नके कृष्णवासे धूमपुटे पंचपादनं भवति. Now, lay on your back, knees raised together. Place the soles of the feet on the ground. Hands interlocked in the head in the Paramudra. Gaze at the nose in Urdhva Pavana. Pratava Sudo Sailakarave Gota Ubha Rashimilave. Now remain in the same position. Place upturned palms under the heels and slowly lift the hips up. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in your inner space in Markada Pitasana. Uttanan Shayanam Paritri Uttanahastya Stapayet Krishnabhagir Motramayet Markada Pitam Bhavati. Now raise the hips up. Support the hips with the hands beneath the face. Elbows bear the weight of the body. Hip presses at the throat. Gaze at the nose in Utthana Shikita. Jangor Varninastet Utthana Shikita. Now, lie supine. Raise the hips and neck. Extend the hands, elbows on the mat, keeping the body balanced in Narakasana. Griva Kante Bhumistamba Padagradvim Udamudre Narkasanam Bhavati. Now, bring the hands to the lower back, keeping elbows back. Raise the legs upwards and slowly lower. And the lift would engage in Kriya Naukasana. Now, Tavasita Udapadagradim Naukasana Bhavati. Now, relax the shoulders, hands on the mat, like vertical and hold in Vajrasana. Kriya Naukva Griva Pushtikur Prahi Bhupashtaba Kela Padagrate Odam Ayet Vajasanam Bhavati. Now, lie supine, completely relax yourself. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the and Now, bring awareness, every single moment in Shakti Chilan, every single part in you. Mritasana. Uttanam Savavadbhumau Shayanam Dushavasanam Tavasanam Brahmaharam Chittavishrantikarakam.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
Slowly start to wiggle your toes and your fingers. Now raise yourself to a comfortable seated position. Yes. Congratulations for all the participants. You have finished the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama sequence. So right now, all of you are infused with Paramashiva's energy. Paramashiva literally is that invite. To finish, to experience that, right? Actually, we will be having a very powerful because all participants to stay for power meditation as now Nithyananda Yoga infused with so much of Paramashiva energy. Through that, you can manifest whatever you want, any of the realities you want to manifest. So, with this, I would like to thank all the participants and all the viewers who have joined us live for Nithyananda Yoga. Thank you, everyone. We will now ending the session with Purna Mantra. Because all of you to sit in a cross-legged position. Put your head, neck, and spine straight line. Bring the palms together in front of your heart. Namaskar Mudra. Close your eyes. We will now starting the Sadguru. We will now chanting the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, everyone. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the day 14 of Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiv's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. I request all of you to be on camera. Can you all hear me? Am I audible to all of you? Please come in front of camera. Who is the Chinese translator? Okay. So sit straight with the head neck back straight line and with the folded hands in Atmanjali Mudra. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Agagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Once again, welcome to the day 14 of Paramashivoham Level-1 program. And let's start our sessions with the power manifestation. I hope all of you enjoyed the yoga session. So with the energy that is with the yoga session, let's manifest the power of third eye. So let's please go ahead and share your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So I request all of you to be on camera. Vangingly, Nithyananda Paramashiva Shakti, change your legal name. And thank you, Vangingly Chungyu. Please come in front of camera. Nithyananda Paramashiva Shakti. Please come in front of camera. And Zach. All of you, please come in front of camera. Let's start our sessions with the Sadguru Vandanam. Sorry, third eye power manifestation. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions. One more minute. So to post your powerful cognitions. Elizabeth Ma, Nithyananda. Yes. Now please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye with the context that Swamiji is Paramashiva, and meditate on his form. Complete awareness on the third eye. Any thoughts coming, let it come, let it go. Bring again and again the complete awareness on the third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. So I'm going to project the picture. So please make sure you close your eyes. I request all of you to be on camera and close your eyes.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes. Now please go ahead and remove your eye bags and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Please go ahead and share whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. How about all others? I see only 2 responses. How about others? Quickly post. Jnana randomly posted, and easily what happened? Chunyu, Nithyananda, Paramashivaham, please participate, change your name, to avoid moving you into the waiting room. Neither you are listening to change your name nor participating. I'm not sure. Yes. Now I'm going to project what I have projected. This is what I projected. And See that and see the responses. Red leaves, yellow, water. Water. Okay, one only water is correct. Black, green, yellow. Green is there. So partial manifestation by you. Yes. Today, and I request all of you to really participate in sessions. Otherwise, it is like you are here, but you do not intensely participate, you will not get the full benefit of this program. Anything, life is all about intensity. Okay, so now, today, we are going to learn about the some of the techniques of Shiva Sutras. There are 112 techniques Paramashivoham has given. Am I audible to all of you? There are 100 techniques that Paramashiva has given. What are those techniques? What Paramashiva wants from us? He- 112. He wants to become like him, right? He wants to be humble. He wants to become like him. All the enlightened masters, God wants only that, isn't it? So Paramashiva has given 112 techniques for enlightenment. 112 of sutras for enlightenment. These are called Shiva Sutras. A sutra is a direct technique. When you practice it, you get enlightenment. A sutra is a technique or meditation where when you practice with intensity, you get enlightenment. Shiva Sutras are techniques given by Paramashiva himself to Devi. Who's Devi? Devi asks all the time, Devi is part of Shiva. But for the sake, Devi is a mother. So for all of us to learn, she starts conversation with Shiva and asks all kinds of questions. So Shiva, what Shiva answers, Nandi, all others who are in that Shiva Loka, they all will listen. The Sapta Rishis, the great sages, and Nandi, all of them listen, and they come to planet Earth, and the sages come to planet Earth and spread all these sacred secrets. So all these techniques Paramashiva gave through Devi to all of us to experience the state, space, and powers, and being, and consciousness of Paramashiva. To experience his state, his powers, his space, Shiva's powers, Shiva's being of consciousness, and the Shiva's consciousness experience, we become like him. So that these techniques help those understand. I want to share some of the very important things. Shiva Sutras give so many meditation techniques. Today, we will see some of the sutras. Not only we will see it, but we will experience that some of the sutras, Paramashiva's techniques, beautiful techniques, we will be experiencing. Understand? One thing I want to share. How many of you know Buddhism? There's one technique, Vipassana, isn't it? Buddhism follow. The whole Buddhism based on this. Shiva Sutras, not just not just the sutras for enlightenment. Some religions formed. There are tons of books written from the Shiva Sutras. They're very simple, but they are from Paramashiva. So many techniques, meditation, each and every one meditation technique has the capacity and shakti, the energy to create a new sampradaya, new tradition and religion. I just sharing you with the example. Whole Buddhism is based on Shiva Sutra Vipassana technique. Shiva Sutras and completion is one of the Shiva Sutra techniques. All of you heard about completion, no? Completion is one of the Shiva Sutra techniques. It is from Shiva Sutra. Shiva Sutras has caused a breakthrough in human consciousness. Shiva Sutra is a complete completion. Nothing can be added and or whoever has the opportunity to listen to these sutras are gifted. They are the blessed souls. From these 112 Shiva Sutras were also compiled into 64 books like Guru Gita, Kularnava Tantra, Maha Nirvana, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Spanda Karika. Like that, there are 64 books are written based on these Shiva Sutras. Paramashiva directly transmitted this science to the of the 64 tantras. Paramashiva has given everything possible to the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra is one of the book from the written from the Shiva Sutras. How Shiva Sutras are revealed? What kind of a space they held? From Devi, with so much of devotion to Shiva, started overflowing. And Shiva made Devi sit in his lap. And with that overflowing Shakti of Paramashiva started pouring into Devi. It is like an ocean of joy overflowing and pouring into another ocean of joy because this whole sutras was revealed in complete space of Ananda, the bliss. There is nothing can be added, removed, or destroyed. Devi was a platform. Meaning Devi is, as I shared before, Devi is a mother. Jagat Janani. She's the mother of the universe. She wants all her kids to get enlightened. So she, even though she asked Shiva, Devi was a platform for Paramashiva to deliver the signs of all the signs of enlightenment. So Devi asked Shiva, "Oh Shiva, what is your reality? What is this wonderful universe?" She's asking a beautiful question, sir. Who are you? What is your reality? Devi is asking Shiva. What is this wonderful universe? She's asking about him. God, she's asking about the universe. What constitutes a sea? She's asking about us. Who creates this universal being? What is the life beyond form, pervading form? What next after this life? How may we enter it fully about space and time? Needs, description. She's asking about our enlightenment. saying, they're not questions, saying, let my doubts be clear. She's asking, Devi is asking, let my doubts be clear. And Paramashiva replies by the way of 112 sutras, each one describing a particular meditation technique to find the ultimate reality. Any one technique is in. One sutra is in. As I am sharing with you, whole Buddhism flourished with Vipassana. And we have already learned completion. The 24 sutra that the scriptural reference is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, is from the Shiva Sutras. Many books are written, many sampradayas are formed from Shiva Sutras, many traditions formed. Shiva Sutra, which are techniques given to Paramashiva, to Devi, to directly experience enlightenment. In this book, there is no intellectual introductions, sugar-coated or brain candy. It is the first spiritual book that goes straight to the point for experiencing enlightenment. In this book, there is no intellectual introduction. Devi is a platform for Paramashiva without any restrictions. Swamiji says, I'm not commenting on Shiva Sutra. I'm just repeating in English. Understand what a beautiful way Swamiji is saying. I'm not even commenting. Whatever sutra is there, I'm just expressing in English. That's all. I'm not commenting. I'm not adding. I'm not removing. I'm not presenting it because it is originally presented in Sanskrit. Originally, it is there in original scriptural verses are in Sanskrit. I am presenting in English. Paramashiva did not compromise on the truths because he delivered to them. Because both of them were in tune. Both Paramashiva and Devi were in the fulfilled state. How to receive the Shiva Sutras? How we receive them? Become Devi. Let's meditate on Devi to receive Shiva Sutras. To receive Shiva Sutras, you need to become Devi. How Devi received? We should meditate on that. We should meditate on that. Visualize yourself as Devi. All of you, please sit straight. Sit with a deep gratitude. Visualize Swamiji. Pay ultimate deep gratitude for revealing to us these Shiva Sutras. Visualize yourself as Devi. Forget your name, forget your form, forget your identity. Don't even remember you are a male or female. Just start feeling you are someone. Realizing you are beings. Visualize and experience you are becoming. Take a few minutes and clearly visualize you become the vast infinite. Mother energy to receive from Shiva. Become Om. Let you become Uma. Uma is another form of Devi, another name of Devi. So that Paramashiva can happen. Please sit with a deep, passive, deep, grateful gratitude. how Devi, so much devotion received, feeling connected, feeling innocent is the basic requirement for any spiritual experience. So, any truth that you want to receive, feeling connection is more important. These great truths given by Paramashiva should not be diluted anyway in your life, because any dilution is dangerous. Simply, your simplicity, feeling connection is more important. Just be open. They are so simple techniques. They are for innocent beings. When you're completely innocent, open, a small leaf falling from the tree, just by looking at it, you can get enlightened. It's very good on the day. Holding, sit with this beautiful space to receive the Shiva Sutras. Now, we are going to listen some of the Shiva Sutras. Swamiji has spoken over 2 years. From 2005, while he was on the tour to USA, Canada, and other places, and he started starting Shiva Sutras in Adi KAILASA, Bangalore, where so many people witnessed in those days. Literally, Paramashiva walked on this land and merged into Swami. And so many people had great spiritual experiences while Swamiji was delivering these great sutras. And he has spoken 2 years, going to cities to city, in all the major cities. He traveled and shared the sutras quite long ago, 2005, 2006, 2007. Swamiji delivered the Shiva Sutras. And today, we are going to learn some of these techniques. So, be like Devi, become Devi with a deep gratitude and devotion to receive the Shiva Sutras. So, your first, it is not in order. We are going to learn. We picked up some of the sutras for our group. It's not possible to learn all the sutras that I was sharing with you. Swamiji has spoken for 2 years, 112 techniques. So, we picked up 2 of them. And we will be sharing those sutras today, techniques today. So let's get ready. The next Acharya is here to share one of the Shiva Sutra.
Nithyananda. It's Shiva Sutras, the topic today in Paramashivoham Level 1. Welcome all of you to this enlightening session. I'll begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, hands together in Atmanjali Mudra. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tatvamasyadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcome all of you to this enlightening session in Paramashivoham. Shiva Sutras. Sutras was delivered by Paramashiva to Devi Parashakti. Devi, the most integrated disciple of Paramashiva, in the space of deep gratitude and earnest seeking, received the Shiva Sutras. The Shiva Sutras, which are the sure short methodology for enlightenment. Swamiji says, Shiva is a being of very few words. He doesn't beat around the bush. Simple, straight technique. Each one of these sutras has within it the ability to reach the seeker to enlightenment. So even if we were to internalize, cognize, and start living and radiating Shravana, that is listening, internalizing, manana, and living that sutra, nididhyasana of the sutra, will lead us all to enlightenment. So let us get ready to receive this great truths, various techniques, the Shiva Sutras from Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam. Welcoming all of you to this session. The sutra that I'm going to share today with all of you is experience the life energy in you. The Shiva Sutras are of three types. All right, please internalize. The Shiva Sutras are of three types. One is Gnana Sutra, second, Nitya Sutra, and third, Ananda Sutra. All right, Gnana Sutra, Nitya Sutra, and Ananda Sutra. The three categories. What do we mean by Gnana Sutra? A Gnana Sutra is having that knowledge inside us, in it. A Gnana Sutra, how do we work with the Gnana Sutra? Specifically allot a few minutes each day to experiment with this technique and experience it. So, the knowledge which is there in the Gnana Sutra, you need to work with it by specifically allotting a few minutes every day to experiment with that truth. The second type, the Ananda Sutra. Ananda Sutra is one which, just upon hearing it, we experience a type of revelation as it goes straight to the core and we are transformed. Just giving your listening to that truth is enough. It will go straight hit into your core and you will experience a revelation. That is the Ananda Sutra. The third category in the Shiva Sutra, is the Nitya Sutra. Nitya Sutra is something that you have to practice every day, throughout the day, to internalize that teaching. All right. So these are the three main categories. This particular sutra, which we will be sharing with you today, is both a Nitya Sutra and a Gnana Sutra, which means that you need to understand and internalize the core of this teaching throughout the day. So are we all ready to receive this first sutra? The translation. Please give your listening. Consider your essence, what you know as you, as light rays from center to center to center up the vertebrae. We spoke about the various chakras, the energy centers. You remember? Starting from the Mooladhara chakra all the way up to the Sahasrara. So this sutra, the translation, I will read it out first and then we will elaborate more. Consider your essence as light rays rising from center to center up the vertebrae, and so arises livingness in you. I repeat, consider your essence as light rays rising from center to center up the vertebrae, and so arises livingness in you. Yanli, how do you spell the sutra? Okay, Gnana Sutra is G-N-A-N-A, Gnana. All right, I'll type it out for you here. Then the Nitya Sutra, N-I-T-H-Y-A, Nitya Sutra. Ananda Sutra is A-N-A-N-D-A Sutra. Okay, let me type it out for you. Gnana Sutra, Nitya Sutra, and Ananda Sutra. All right. So with the translation, we now know that this is a sutra that we need to work upon, internalize, and practice every day. Now, this technique is the basis of the entire Kundalini tradition. Remember, when we spoke about the Kundalini awakening, we spoke of how the whole Shakti, the Kundalini Shakti, rises from the Mooladhara chakra all the way up to the higher energy centers, to the Agna and the Sahasrara, right? So this technique specifically is the basis for the entire Kundalini tradition, where thousands of Kundalini awakening methods are contained. The Kundalini Shakti is the inner potential bioenergy that we carry inside of ourselves. And if this energy is awakened, naturally and automatically, the non-mechanical parts of our brain, the part of being that allows us to experience the self, our true nature, will be awakened. Understand, there are the mechanical parts of your brain and the non-mechanical parts of the brain. The mechanical parts are those parts of your brain that are got to do with your regular day-to-day functioning, like your locomotion, your digestion, the movement of your limbs, your circulatory system, respiratory system, more or less all of which is in the auto mode. That functioning is regulated by the mechanical parts of the brain. All the mechanical activities of your body are handled by the mechanical parts of your brain. And there is the second part, which is the non-mechanical parts of the brain. The non-mechanical parts of the brain are more often than not hibernating in all of us. It's just there, not being utilized, not being awakened, not used. It is only when the master happens, or on your own also, with your seeking the various meditation techniques, the yoga, the pranayama, and various other spiritual techniques that you may practice on your own, you may have a glimpse of the Kundalini awakening. But when the master awakens your Kundalini, the non-mechanical parts of your brain get activated, and that is what gives you the experience of Satori, Samadhi, levitation, teleportation, materialization, and all of those manifestations that happen in the spiritual realm. It is when the non-mechanical parts of our brain that get activated that do you actually experience your true nature, yourself, your Atman. Are we all clear with these understandings? Wong Junji, Yan Li, Ishananda, Ma Chun Yu, Elizabeth Crow, Liang Wong. Magnana Pradata, can you convey from the Chinese group if there's anything that needs more elaboration, clarity, ma? Okay. Shall I continue then? All right. So the Kundalini awakening is a very powerful process. Many methods, many techniques, many traditions refer to this process. There's one very important thing that we need to know. With a living master, the awakening of the Kundalini is not only very easy, but it is extremely safe. But without the living master, what happens? You can have your Kundalini awakened. It is not only not very effective, sometimes there may be some kind of adverse effects of this kind of a non-professional, I would call it, kind of an awakening. It is literally like you read a few medical books and you start experimenting on yourselves. It's not a joke, isn't it? That a person goes through almost 10 years of intense training, reading real huge fat books, and has trained with patients in a hospital to become a doctor. He knows precisely what he's doing. He knows the adverse effects of the medications that he's going to use upon you, how useful they are. All the pros and cons is something that he has learned, and he has the experience of it all. Similarly, if you just read a few medical books and you experiment on yourselves, what a huge risk that's going to be. Exactly like that, the living master who has his own Kundalini awakened knows the precise methodology, and he will do it the very best way with no side effects and only positive effects on this journey of realizing yourself. We cannot directly experiment by ourselves. So, let me now go on to explain what exactly does Mahadeva mean by this sutra. Please understand, it is only after all the preparations, when you are in a high intensity, the truth just clicks. When the master utters the truth, it just clicks with you. If you have missed the click, if we have not experienced the connection, if we have not had the intensity to grasp the meaning and the direct experience of the truth, then with this sutra, Mahadeva is giving us a beautiful method to create that intensity. I'm sure for all of us, the translation of the sutra really did not give us a click, isn't it? So Mahadeva is giving us a beautiful methodology to create that intensity, which when you create that kind of an intensity in you, the words that are uttered by the master will become the click. This is a very powerful physical technique, which means it can help 80% of us who are living primarily on the physical level, and 20% live in the mental level. Almost no one lives in the spiritual level. For those who are living on the spiritual level, even one word of the master is enough to make them experience enlightenment. We spoke about Shwetaketu in the last few days. The kid who, when told by the master, "You are that, Tattvamasi Shwetaketu Tattvamasi," he was just told, "You are that," and he became enlightened. Those are the beings in the spiritual level. The rest, predominantly 80%, are in the physical level. We will understand more about how, being in the spiritual level, the truth will simply click. There's a very beautiful story of a person who became enlightened. He was a bodhisattva. See, all the enlightened disciples of Buddha are called as bodhisattvas. Now, this person's name was Mahakashyapa. All right? I will narrate the story of Mahakashyapa with all of you. The story goes, one day Buddha came to his discourse with a cloth kerchief with a knot, and he asked a question about removing the knot. So one of the disciples stood up and he tried to answer the question, but Buddha just kept quiet. There was no response from Buddha's side. Then another disciple tried to answer. Again, Buddha sat silently. This guy, Mahakashyap, he did not try to answer the question, but simply remained seated. Buddha then looked deeply into Mahakashyapa's eyes, and suddenly Mahakashyap started laughing. Looks quite weird, right? Buddha's asking him a question. Buddha is sitting in silence. So is this disciple sitting in silence. The master's eyes meet his eyes, and suddenly Mahakashyap started laughing. Even more strange, with that, Buddha declared that Mahakashyap was enlightened. You see, there was no verbal transaction. There was no question answered. All it took was one look, one deep look from the master, and it was over. The story says that Mahakashyap became enlightened with just that one look of Buddha. Mahakashyap was there, prepared. He was established in the spiritual level, and just that one look of the master, he achieved enlightenment. That is because when we are experiencing that heightened intensity, it is possible for us to catch the truth, to realize enlightenment. When you are in that heightened awareness, that heightened intensity, it just takes one look of the master, one word of the master, and you will simply catch the truth of your existence. So let us all be available in that heightened intensity to internalize the Shiva Sutras. Understand, there are two aspects to the master's words. Bhagavan calls it portable and non-portable. Okay? The master's words have two aspects to them. One is the portable component. The other is the non-portable component. Portable refers to the knowledge which Bhagavan is giving, including the specific information, like how he gives us statistics, the data, with respect to so many truths, right? And the conviction by which he offers these things. That is the portable component, which we can grasp by using our mind. That is the portable component. There is the next aspect, the non-portable part. The non-portable aspect of the master's words refers to the spiritual strength behind his words, the spiritual quality of the words, the spiritual instructions, the spiritual sanctity associated with the master's words. So, are you all clear? I know most of these statements that we are sharing today are new, please have the patience to internalize, and I'm sure you will walk home with so much more. The portable component and the non-portable component with respect to the master's words. Are we clear? Wong Junji Aya, Yan Lee, Ishananda, Ma Elizabeth Crow. I'm asking all the people who are actively participating in the sessions every day. Liang Wong. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement. So, the disciples, when they hear my words with the spiritual sanctity associated with them, it will do the intense job of opening up their cosmic experience, says Bhagavan. If you are listening to the Master's words with the spiritual sanctity associated, those words will do the intense job of opening up your cosmic experience. Now, this means that the disciple has grasped both the portable, like the specific transient surface level component, as well as the non-portable component, which has the spiritual depth to it. Both those dimensions have been grasped by the disciple. Unfortunately, the intellectuals, the people who listen only with their mind and not with their heart or their being, cannot grasp the non-portable dimension, and they miss the whole reality. Understand, if you're sitting only with your mind, you will probably grasp just the intellectual understanding with respect to the truth. It is only when you sit with an open heart, with your being open to receive the non-portable spiritual depth, will you catch the truth. Else, you will miss the whole reality. Whenever you listen to the Master's words, you must listen with the non-portable sanctity also. The effect will be much greater. However, if you are not interested in listening with the non-portable sanctity, Bhagavan says it is better to listen or read academic books because they will have more of the portable intellectual knowledge. Whatever I'm doing here is not portable knowledge. I'm not here to share academic knowledge. If somebody is interested in portable knowledge, is enthusiastic about collecting the portable words, so much is available through books, websites, through media, right? Whatever we try to do the porting or the work of porting, which is digesting the Master's words, or try to do our own mixture of the words. Master is telling something, but what do? We come up with our own interpretation, we give our own meanings, and we miss the truth. Predominantly, this is what happens when you're sitting with the mind. The master's words will be misinterpreted, and that misinterpretation will lead to missing of the truth itself. By simply listening to the master's words and doing the portable job is one of the greatest injustices that a disciple can self-inflict. If you're just sitting with the mind, working only on the portable component of the master's words, that is going to be the greatest injustice that you're going to inflict on your own self, says Bhagavan. Masters, all masters who have happened, have had their own approach towards delivering that ultimate truth to their disciples. Sadly, what happens? The so-called intellectual seekers will tend to compare what one master has told versus what the other master has told, which is actually comparing the portable components, just the words. You go on playing with the words given by various masters and land up with too much of confusion that happens because of the misinterpretation. Understand, this is also the reason why one of the great enlightened masters, J. Krishnamurti, has said, right listening is God. He means exactly the same point, meaning that when we are listening correctly, listening from our inner self, listening from the level of being, when we are listening with the sanctity associated with the master's words, if we are listening with this space, that kind of listening is God. On the contrary, if we are listening and doing the job of porting and mixing and coming up with our own interpretations of the truth, when we are not listening in the right way, in the right direction, with the right energy, the ultimate effect of the truths will be lost. So, here in this sutra contains a technique to give us the right attitude, the right intensity. Actually, if we have high intense energy, we will automatically have the right listening. When you are sitting in that high awareness, high intensity space, you will be having the right listening. You will be just waiting to catch that one glimpse, just waiting to imbibe. And that is why masters speak the same truth again and again and again for years and years. If you have been following Bhagavan's satsangs from the very beginning till today, he has been giving us this one technique of unclutching, the science of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, in various words, in various techniques, various methodologies. He continues to deliver. Everything seems so new when he comes up with, because it will lead you to deeper and deeper experience of that same truth. The masters continue to deliver the same truth over and over again. over years and years, including Buddha. He spoke for 43 years. The message was the same. His first sermon and his last sermon were almost identical. They just go on to prepare the disciples so that some point in time, when the master tells the same word, our intensity, our awareness, our listening has ripened to click with that truth, which can become our own experience. Isn't it? How many of us have had this experience with Bhagavan's satsangs, or for that matter, even the books that has been written by Swamiji? At some point in time, you have read it. A few months later, you read the same page. So much more opens up. So much more clicks will come up for us, depending on our own frequency, where we have risen or fallen. The truths will actually open up multiple layers. That is why Master's words are not just words given by an ordinary teacher. It is the energy. It has the energy which can transform the being who is ready to receive it. Starting from someone who is, say, probably in the kindergarten level to a PhD level on this path of spirituality, the same truth can give various understandings and transformation experiences. There's a very beautiful story of a great saint. His name was Dakshinamurti Swamigal. His presence was so intense and powerful. He was a very evolved, enlightened being from South India, Tamil Nadu. He was a Paramahamsa, which means he was an enlightened person who lived a particular kind of a aesthetic lifestyle. He never wore clothes and he lived with tremendous freedom. No clothes, nothing. He would just sit under a banyan tree in a forest. Dakshinamurti Swamigal used to sit under a banyan tree. His presence was so intense. He had such an intense presence that a person could actually feel it, almost see it. They could actually touch it. It was such a tangible presence. And a person felt that he could touch and feel God in his presence. Neither one needed to talk, nor did he. Just the presence. The presence would raise the people. In those days, there were many poets in the country. One of the court poets of that country, who was the official poet, he sang 1,000 verses on Dakshinamurti Swamigal, whom he referred to as a saint, saying that he was the greatest warrior. The court poet, the official poet, actually is supposed to be singing praises only of the king. Okay. Now, this man once happened to come and meet Dakshinamurti Swamigal, and he was so touched by his presence that he actually sang those 1,000 verses in praise of this enlightened master. What happened? The king came to know about these verses and his ego was so hurt because it was known throughout the region that only the king who had killed 1,000 elephants in the war, if you had shown your prowess by killing 1,000 elephants in a war, only then these kind of 1,000 verses in a specific style, which is known as the Bharani style, could be delivered by the court poet. Now, what is this guy? He's just sitting naked in a forest, that too under a banyan tree, and how dare this court poet writes those 1,000 verses for him? He's so angry with him that he actually says that, this court poet needs to be killed. So, this is exactly what happens. The people who are in power, the kings, the politicians, they feel their hurt ego whenever they see the name and fame or the attention that a master is gathering, which they feel is rightfully belongs to them. Isn't it? Politicians thrive on attention from others. In contrast, living masters do not thrive on attention. Masters thrive by their very presence. And people thrive by the master's attention towards them. But political leaders, for them, it's a number game. They thrive by the attention given by people to them. So, the story goes that this king was deeply hurt. He called the poet and said, "Justify your decision of singing 1,000 songs in the Bharani meter about that beggar, that naked beggar who is sitting under the banyan tree. You sang 1,000 verses about him, singing about his glory and his heroism. Justify this action, otherwise your head will be cut off." The king threatened because that was the only key with which the kings ruled the country. The poet said, "I do not have any reason or justification. You can kill me. I have no problem because I have achieved what could be achieved by the human body and the human mind. This body and mind, whatever maximum peak it can experience, which can be experienced, I have already experienced it. I have experienced it by being in his presence. In his presence, I have experienced the peak, which I can have through this body and mind. I have already experienced it. Because of that, now I have no use for this body and mind. So if you want, you can separate the body and mind, you can destroy them, says the court poet. I have no problem. But I can tell you one thing. Because I ate your food, I wanted to make one small request. If you have time or a little patience, just try going and sitting in his presence only once. That is all I'm asking of you, nothing else, says this court poet. See, when you have eaten the food that has been given by the king, you have a annarunam, they call it. So, just for that reason, the court poet is requesting the king, I'm okay if you want to kill me. I have no use of this body and mind, which has experienced the ultimate just by being in his presence. Because I have eaten your food, I just want you to come there and experience the same. I'm not asking anything else. If you want to kill me, I'm ready for it. Now, this king, fortunately, even though he was caught by ego, He had heard many stories about enlightened beings in his earlier days growing up during his young age. And this is one great thing about growing up in India. Sometimes during your life, you may have your mood swings, your ego, your arrogance, your depression, but always you know in the back of your mind and in your heart the existence of enlightened beings. Is true, the existence of higher consciousness is true, and if you work, you can have it. Now, this trust will be there in all Indians who have lived inside the villages or in any area where that tradition is alive. This is because from a young age, you would have witnessed hundreds of sadhus, sannyasis, wandering mendicants, and you had heard at least a few hundred stories related to spirituality. You would not have been able to escape or move away from this living spiritual tradition. Similarly, this king has heard stories of enlightened masters. So, he knew that there was something beyond himself. It's not that he has achieved or experienced the ultimate. Being a king, he's still craving for attention from the court master. He's begging for attention. So he knows that there is something beyond himself. So he decided to give himself a chance to check out the poet's story before killing him. After all, it was just about an hour's journey to that forest where the saint was sitting under the banyan tree. So the king goes there. Now, the story takes a whole new turn. It's such a beautiful, intense description. The king goes with his whole paraphernalia, consisting of his ministers, the citizens, all the leading citizens, the army, his horses, elephants, the trumpet blowing, everything happens, right? When the king moves out in the country. So all of them go to see Dakshinamurti. There was such an intense, vibrating silence, not just emanating from Dakshinamurti, the enlightened being who was silent, but even the tree was celebrating that silence. The tree was standing on the silence. The banyan tree was rooted in silence. Even its movements were celebrating the silence. Then, the moment the king entered the banyan tree's shadow, something happened in him. He went closer and closer with the idea of straightaway shouting or questioning this sadhu, Dakshinamurti Swamigal. But understand, when you observe intense silence in the master's body language, whether you want it or not, it will penetrate your inner space. Many a time, when we go for darshan in Swamiji's presence, sitting down, we would have written one big list of questions that we will ask Swamiji, or pour out all our complaints. Why is this like this? Why is this like that? This is not okay. What is happening in this world, Swamiji? All these kind of questions or complaints, one big list will be there. But the moment you go into his presence, everything simply disappears. And he is sitting there and asking us, what do you want, ma? Nothing, Swamiji. Not once, multiple times this has happened to all of us. The inner silence, the inner peace, the inner bliss of the enlightened being, the avatar, simply becomes yours. Whether you want it or not, the intense silence in the master's body language penetrates your inner space. Many a time, you'll see 30, 40,000 people sit and listen 5 to 6 hours to public discourses. Darshan, which is the master's presence and blessings and satsangs. At least it will be there for a few hours. How is it possible that people sit for so long? Many Westerners would ask this question. Surprisingly, if you were to look at it, in satsangs, this is exactly what happens. You will be feeling so calm, blissful, peaceful inside of you because that very intense silence penetrates your own inner space. Nobody would want to leave that area. Just sitting and radiating that intense silence, the masters, that same silence will descend in our own inner space and all of us naturally settle down. In this story, the transmission of the silence happened between the master and the king. The king not only did not utter any word, but forgot the words that he wanted to utter. All he received was one nod from the master, indicating him to sit. The master just moved his head and the king sat. The master did not even utter the word sit. He just moved his head, meaning sit. The king just sat. And because the king sat, the whole army, the paraphernalia that had accompanied him, everybody sat. And the master again entered into the silence. The silence was so intense, neither the king wanted to break the silence, nor did he have the energy or the guts to break the silence. The profound silence continued for an hour, 2 hours, 1 full day, a second day. And of course, it's not beyond logic, but 1 week passed. Imagine 1 week over, this king who had come to attack, abuse, shout words at this master, he didn't want to move from there. A whole week passed. The king neither felt thirst nor hunger, nor the idea of time during that entire week. Understand, we will have the idea of time and boredom only when there are thoughts. When there are no thoughts, we will not have the idea of time or boredom. The time itself is what? It is defined by thoughts, isn't it? When thoughts drop, there is no time. And the story says that after 1 week, since the master was compassionate, he just moved his eyes and looked into the poet's eyes, who was now his disciple. And he said in a very jovial way, I think the kingdom needs the king back. To take care of the kingdom, the king has to be there. He smiled And suddenly, all the people came back to their normal mind, their normal mood. The king realized that 1 week had passed where there was no thought, no communication, no hunger, no thirst, no food, no water, no sleep, only a deep fulfillment physically, mentally, and spiritually. Understand, if this was just a story, it might only have been recorded, but because it actually happened, the king built a beautiful, huge temple under the same banyan tree where he sat with Dakshinamurti. Today, we have that temple and a housing complex near the place called Tiruvarur. It is called Dakshinamurti Swamigal Mutt. This Dakshinamurti Swamigal Mutt is still there in Tiruvarur in Tamil Nadu. It was designed and built by that king because of his own personal experience. Understand, kings do not do anything like this unless their own personal experience is profound. It was such a strong experience that the king turned and told the poet, "Thank you for guiding me to him." Now, all I want to tell you is 1,000 songs are too few for him. 1,000 songs is not enough. Please add some more, he said. May you continue to sing, and I will see that whatever your words, they are engraved on the stone walls of this temple, he said. And as the story goes, the king had the entire series of verses engraved on the stone walls of this temple. That power, that intensity, that energy that the king experienced was a great blessing for him. But it was also his fortune to have the intensity himself to foster that experience. Understand, when you are intense, even in the outer world, suddenly you will see that you don't need too many words from an enlightened master. Even a few words are enough to lead you to the ultimate human experience. The technique in this sutra is designed to give you that intensity. Mahadeva says, coming back to the sutra, consider your essence as light's rays rising from center to center up the vertebrae, and so arises livingness in you. Understand the importance of this technique because of its tremendous importance. Bhagavan has added the same technique to our Nithyananda meditation, where this is the third step. How many of you here have done the Nithyananda meditation in the last few days? One of the days in Paramashivoham, the concluded with the Nithyananda meditation when we were doing the chakras. Have you practiced the meditation? We have some answers here so that I know you're listening. Have you done the Nithyananda meditation, Yanli Aya? Wong Junji. Yes, Ishananda is confirming with the yes. And Lee says he meditates every day. Nice to hear. Good. So, if you've been doing it, you know that this technique is actually the third step in the Nithyananda meditation. You are asked to visualize your consciousness or what you think as you, as light, and move this light from center to center, right? You start with the Mooladhara chakra and go upwards. You will see the livingness as the intensity rises when you move up from energy center to energy center, higher and higher. As you visualize this movement upward, your intensity will also be moving higher and higher. You may be thinking to yourself, how can visualization move me? How visualization can lead me beyond visualization itself? Bhagavan says, we can always choose choicelessness. Understand this point, that we can always visualize going beyond visualization. Suddenly we see that we are using visualization as a jumping board to dive into superconsciousness. So, when we consider our essence as light, as intense light rising from energy center to energy center, from one chakra to the other chakra, from the Mooladhara to the Swadhisthana, from there to the Manipuraka, to the Anahata, to the Vishuddhi, the Agnya, and finally the Sahasrara. When we are moving upward, as Mahadeva says, and so rise the livingness in us. What is livingness? Bhagavan defines livingness refers to the radiating energy which does not create any conflict inside or outside. So what is livingness? Is the radiating energy which does not cause any conflict inside or outside. And that is what I mean by the word livingness, he says. The intensity, intensely being inside. I have seen some people intensely creating conflict every moment. For everything we say, these people will be ready to create a conflict. When I use the word livingness, I'm referring to an intensity which does not create conflict, but it is smoothly, strongly flowing. Please internalize these words. Livingness means a certain intensity which does not create any conflict inside or outside. It refers to an intensity which does not create conflict, but it is smoothly flowing. We always think that if something is flowing smoothly, like a river, it will not have intensity. And conversely, if something is intense, like the stone, it will not be freely flowing. No, it is like a tsunami or flood water, which is both, which is intense and flowing. Both the qualities will be there for a tsunami or a flood water. Like that, you need to be intense and flowing. Some people are intense but are always creating conflict. Like a small story. One guy escaped from the prison after 12 years. When he reached his home, his wife opened the door and started shouting at him. How dare you come so late? You escaped 24 hours before. Where have you been? You should have come home straight. She was ready to create a conflict. All that bothered her was that she heard the news of her husband's escape from the prison 24 hours earlier and knew that there had been a gap of 24 hours before he came home. Here, this lady, the wife, was intense, but she was only creating conflict with her intensity. Understand? Livingness means intensity which does not create conflict. Flowing but intense. When we can be very intense with whatever we are doing. When we see a hill in front of us, when this hill is clear, we will automatically take a diversion without wasting energy. In a similar way, no river needs a navigator to reach the ocean. It is automatically programmed, isn't it? There is no board which is showing the river, here is the ocean, so come this side. The rivers will always reach the ocean. They achieve their goal. When we are intense and ready to flow, we will achieve our spiritual goal, says Bhagavan. That's all. Usually, intensity leads to a solid feeling. If this is the case, we may be intense, but we have lost the ability to flow. Or we may be flowing, but we have lost our intensity. Livingness is retaining the quality of being intense and the quality of flowing. There's a very beautiful word in Sanskrit. It's called Gnana Varishta Bhakti. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa uses that word, Gnana Varishta Bhakti, which means a devotion flowing like a devotee, but intense like a person of knowledge. Knowledge indicates intensity. Flow indicates the devotion. Both should be completely based on each other. You should be flowing with the devotion and filled with the knowledge. In this sutra, Mahadeva is adding to our understanding by giving us this great technique. Consider your essence as light rising from center to center up the vertebrae, and so rises livingness in you. It's a very powerful technique. It is a Gnana Sutra which we need to do every day as a part of our routine. We should take time to sit, collect ourselves, and integrate ourselves by doing strong visualization step by step. This kind of a technique is wonderful when we really need to develop greater intensity. Gnana Sutra, which offers a prescribed practice, has to be done every day. There's a very beautiful story. Once a person prayed to God and asked, God, you should always be with me. God said, all right, I'll always be with you. God blessed him. So, whenever he walks, he always sees one extra pair of footprints. Two sets of footprints. One is his and the other one is God's. But whenever he experiences depression, he is going through a certain difficulty in life, some suffering, some painful period of his life, he sees that there is only one set of footprints. He again asked God, what is this? When I'm in depression, you're not following me. I don't see your footprint, he said. God says, fool, when you are in depression, I'm actually carrying you. You're seeing only my footprints. You're not seeing your footprints. It's like this. These techniques can be like a carrying energy. You can relax on these techniques whenever you are facing some mood swings, some change of energy. You can actually use these techniques to carry you forward. They can be so powerful, they will bring you back to the peak intensity that connects you back to the higher intelligence. So let me now describe the technique. Okay, are we all ready? Requesting all of you to come to the space of listening. We start with the root center, the Mooladhara Chakra. The Mooladhara Chakra, which is at the root of your spine, at the end of the spinal cord. Visualize whatever you think as you, as light, as an intense, energetic light ball. Okay? So please sit straight. Close your eyes. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize yourself as an intense, energetic light ball at the Mooladhara Chakra. Bring your complete awareness and visualize yourself as an intense light ball at the Mooladhara Chakra. Slowly come up to the Swadhisthana Chakra, which is about 1.5 inches above the Mooladhara Chakra. The spleen center, 1.5 to 2 inches above the Mooladhara Chakra. Visualize yourself as an intense, energetic light ball in this region. Put all your attention and awareness to the Swadhisthana Chakra. To the Manipuraka Chakra, the navel center, which is above the Swadhisthana. Visualize an intensely energetic light ball in the Manipuraka Chakra. Bring your awareness and attention to the Anahata Chakra. Visualize yourself as an intensely energetic light ball in the region of your heart. Heart center, the Anahata Chakra. Bring up chakra by chakra, energy center by energy center. We have come all the way up to the Anahata. From here, let's move on to the Vishuddhi Chakra, which is the throat center. Visualize yourself as an intensely energetic light ball in the throat center. From here, we will move on to the Ajna Chakra, the brow center. visualize your existence, what you know as you, as an intensely energetic light ball in your Agnya chakra, the third eye region, the brow center, between your eyebrows. Bring up to the Sahasrara, the crown center. Visualize an intense, energetic light ball at your crown center, the Sahasrara. See how powerful this visualization can be for you, how beautifully it raises your awareness. By the time you come up from one center to the other, your livingness, your intensity also will increase. You will become very intense. Only after this you can do the unclutching or understanding the Ananda Sutras. And this is the reason why Bhagavan has arranged the Nitya Dhyan meditation technique in such a way. The first part is very physical, where you sit in Vajrasana and inhale and exhale intensely and chaotically. We see that if there are digestive problems, they will be completely healed. Our body will be ready for this healing. The physical health, which means your digestion ability, digesting whatever you eat and making that food as a part of our body, that is what is physical health. Mental health is digesting all the ideas and problems which we can get and generating a clear solution, living without conflict. That is mental health. I repeat, physical health is your ability to digest the food that you eat and make it a part of your body and make it energy. Mental health is your ability to digest the ideas and problems and generating a clear solution and living your life without conflict. Spiritual health means receiving all these great teachings and energy and digesting it and living a liberated life. All these put together is the definition of health. Understand, if you have a clear digestion, a complete digestion, if our digestive system is working perfectly, then that is health. We do not need anything else. Nothing else is needed. If our digestive system is perfect, we don't even need food because the system will be so intelligent, it will make energy directly from the ether. And this is that very ability that Bhagavan awakens in all of us with the Nirahara Samyama, where the inherent biointelligence to access energy from the ether is activated, awakened by Bhagavan. If our digestive system is perfect, we may need much less food or no food. Bhagavan is sharing a story. One of my great inspirations was Anaga Baba, a naked saint who was living in Uttarakashi. And I had the fortune of living around him for 6 months. I have told many stories about him, especially about him converting a copper coin into gold coin, the alchemist that he was. It was a very funny story how he lived. He never ate food. At least in the 6 months that I saw him, I never saw him eating or drinking. I asked him once, Master, please teach me the science. He said, your digestive system has to be healed. It has to be cleansed. I asked him what he meant. He gave me some methods and techniques like drinking salt water and vomiting it. And he showed me how to place a small piece of cloth which would go completely into the stomach, and then he would do something through the stomach and pull the cloth back out through his mouth. I have even seen the smoke which he inhaled, even the small bits of tobacco which went inside through his nose come out through the cloth. They would all be stuck in the cloth. It was shocking. Of course, don't try this, says Swamiji. I've also seen the small particles from the tobacco that he smoked, which would be inside his nose or mouth, come out on the swallowed cloth when he removed it. I was surprised, says Swamiji. He said if one kept the navel, the digestive system clean, they would not need to eat food. The system would become so intense and alive that energy could be absorbed directly from ether. I tried this technique and actually saw my intake reduce drastically. Of course, even now I eat. It's not that I don't eat, but my intake has become much less. I need to take in much less food, Bhagavan says. So when the body intensity is heightened, we will have a beautiful digestive system. The first part of the Nitya Dhyan meditation is for creating a healthy body. The chaotic breathing, which you do sitting in the Vajrasana. The second part, which is humming, and the third part is visualization. Both of them create a healthy mind and healthy emotions. Humming will create a healthy inner voice as well as a healthy, heightened emotional awareness. And in the last part, we will be ready for unclutching into the heightened spiritual consciousness, which is choiceless awareness. We end with connecting, relaxing, and resting with the whole cosmic energy. Right? So those of you who have practiced Nitya Dhyan will be able to connect to all the various steps that I elaborated upon. So this is the Shiva Sutra, which we spoke about right now, is the basis for the Nitya Dhyan meditation that Bhagavan has delivered to all of us. So with this, I have come to the conclusion of this session. If there are any questions from the participants, please go ahead and post here. Any questions, any sharings? You can ask. So with this, I will conclude with the Purna Mantra. I thank you all for your intense listening in today's session. Please put your hands together. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Now, we are going to do a quick round of power manifestation and learn more Shiva Sutras. So, today we are going to do again consciousness over matter. The power that we are going to manifest is consciousness over matter. So, please go ahead and get your coconut. Have coconut. Otherwise, get around. Let's go ahead and get around you or a coconut. And post your powerful cognitions from living enlightenment book. Are you able to hear me? Am I audible? Teasingly, are you able to hear me? Jnana Pradata. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Yeah, so we are going to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. Please go ahead and bring in your objects like coconut. You have it. Otherwise, I get a round fruit. And get ready and start manifesting. The first step is receiving a powerful cognition from living enlightenment book. Receive a powerful cognition from living enlightenment book. Nithyananda Paramashiva Shakti. Please come in front of camera and change your legal name. Get ready for the power manifestation. I request for those of you who are having Chinese letters as your name, please change it to English also. Rename it to English also, so I know who is joining. So Wang Jungli posted a powerful cognition. Just remember, you are observing everything through your eyes. Through your eyes, you are witnessing everything. You are not those two poles called eyes. So are Wang Jungli, next sutra based on the eyes. Next Shiva Sutra, it's so amazing how Swami leads us to. Next sutra, I'm going to present to you what Swamiji spoke regarding the eyes. The Shiva Sutra related to eyes. It is so surprising. that we posted the cognition, powerful cognition about the eyes. It's amazing. Yes. Elizabeth Ma'am posted, only when we realize that the universe has its own intelligence, when we realize the universe is a spiritual being, the seed of peace is sown. So beautiful, Ma'am. So beautiful cognition. Now, all of you please straight with your object, your matter on your palm. With your matter as a coconut or a fruit, a round fruit on your palm. All of you are ready? Chun you. Are you ready? No? Teachingly, are you ready? Randomly, Zoo weeping. All of you are ready? Ishananda, you are ready? If you are comfortable, you have done this power manifestation few times earlier, absolutely comfortable, manifesting through the eye, you can decide the direction it should fall. Say, fall on the left side, fall on the right side, fall on the front, fall on the back. You should, with your consciousness, you declare which side it should fall. All right? But if you are doing it for the first time, you have to manifest. Normally, you do it. You declare while experiencing the oneness space. All right. So, please straight with your head and back straight line. With your object on the straight palm. Sit straight with your head and back straight line. With your object on your straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thought that are coming, let it come, let it go. Sit with the cognition that Swamiji is Paramashiva. And you are experiencing the oneness space with Paramashiva. With that oneness space, declare that power of consciousness, declare the object to go, to move. Now, any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again. And forget everything, forget your body, forget the thought, everything. With that intensity, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object to go. Declare the object to go. So let's start the power of manifesting the consciousness over matter.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Yes. Nithyanandam, everyone. So now, please share your power manifestation experience. So the experiences are, I place the flatter side of the orange on my hand. Although it did not roll off, the orange kept crumbling. That's the power manifestation. That's how it starts. Feel the vibration. So manifested. It fell from the right hand. And going to celebrate that. Wonderful. Wonderful. Wang Jungli, what happened? Zhu weeping, what happened? And all of you, please come in front of camera. We're going to start the next sutra. And can you all please share your power manifestation experience? And let's enter into the next sutra. And make it a point to do the power manifestation, not as an option. And so next sutra is you are everything. Shiva Sutras 69 is you are everything experienced through your eyes. Wang Jungli, you posted a powerful cognition about the eyes. You see the sutra that is coming now is you are everything experienced through the eyes. So 89 sutra, sorry. You are everything. So let you experience through the eyes. This sutra, Mahadeva, Paramashiva is addressing Devi. Shiva addressing Devi. Beloved, at this moment, let mind, knowing, breath, form be included. So let's analyze and let's understand how the way Swamiji explained. This sutra is Ananda Sutra. We have learned that there is Ananda Sutra, Nithya Sutra, Jnana Sutra. Shiva Sutras are 3 types, right? So, Nithya Sutra, Ananda Sutra, Jnana Sutra. So, this is Sutra is Ananda Sutra. Which is practiced every day at specific time. Dhyana Sutra to be practiced specific time every day. Either you practice in the morning or you practice in the evening. Nithya Sutra, which is contemplated whenever you remember. Ananda Sutra, the third one, which is just to be understood and it is unnecessary to practice or remember the constant. It is understanding is enough. So the Sutra of 89, Sutra which Shiva is delivering to Devi is Ananda Sutra. How many of you clear of this? Okay, Ishananda's power manifestation. The orange rolled out of my hand and I succeeded 3 times. And this manifestation became easy for me. When you think it's easy, next time also, now command the, with your power of consciousness, command the direction it should fall. It's rolled which side, right? No, Ananda Sutra is practiced every day, no. It is Nithya Sutra. I'll repeat. No. 3 types. Dhyana Sutra, Nithya Sutra, Ananda Sutra. Nithya, Ananda, Dhyana. Okay? I repeat again. This sutra, the 89th verse, you are everything and experience through your eyes. That's the sutra name, the topic name. We are going to enter into the sutra. So, this particular aphorism or sutra, whatever you call it, is Ananda Sutra. There are, I'll repeat, in the previous session also you learned this, but I'm repeating for your new. There are three kinds of sutras. Dhyana Sutra, which is practiced every day, eligible at a specific time. Dhyana is meditation. You do it every day at a specific time. Every day at 7 o'clock, I do this like that. Okay, which is Dhyana Sutra. Second is Nitya Sutra. The Nitya Sutra, which is contemplated or whenever you remember. Third is Ananda Sutra, which just needs to be understood and it is unnecessary to practice or remember them constantly. You need to understand, that's all. No need to practice. So, this sutra of 89, sutra, which Shiva is delivering to Devi, is Ananda Sutra. Is it clear now? All of you, is it clear? If you understand now, with the full attention, that's enough. No need to practice. All of you, if you understood it, can you please post it? Yes. Yeah. Ananda Sutra, understood is enough now. You don't need to remember. Ananda Sutra, once you understood, that's it. You don't even need to remember. Nitya Sutra, whenever you remember, you need to remember. Understanding? Ananda Sutra, practice every day, specific time. Nitya Sutra, whenever you remember, you contemplate on it. Ananda Sutra, one time, if you attend this session properly, listen carefully, that's enough. You don't need to remember, you don't need to practice. Is it clear? This is Ananda Sutra. Ananda Sutra, no need to even remember. Nitya Sutra to be remembered. I'll type it for you. Is there Ananda Sutra? If Shiva Sutra is Ananda Sutra, Swamiji says Ananda Sutra, practice every day at a specific time. I have typed it for all of you. Okay, is it clear? Now let's move on. This is the sutra that we are going to discuss is Ananda Sutra. So understanding is enough. Your understanding is enough. This sutra has to be understood logically. It is a very strong click or initiation being given by the Guru to the disciple. Just the understanding can shake our logic and mental setup. It can shake all other understanding inside us and completely loosen up the programming or conditioning that we have done to ourselves and the conditioning with the society has done to us. Three things we need to understand from this. Knowing. First thing is knowing. Second thing is breath. Third thing is form. Knowing, breath, form. Three levels of our body. Form meaning three levels of our body. Of course, three bodies. Three bodies are what? Anyone remember three bodies? Anyone remember three bodies? Okay, let me explain. First, the Jagrat Sharira. Meaning we are Jagrat, we are waking state, right? We are waking, we are talking to each other, relating with each other. It's called Jagrat. Right? I can see Elizabeth Ma can see me. Wang Junli is actively posting. It's clear. So that means what? Jagrat. In Sanskrit, we call Jagrat. Wake. Sthula Sharira. Physical body. Sthula Sharira or gross body, which we carry in the waking state, and we carry moving around. Walk, talk, work. All this is what? Jagrat, waking state. Sthula Sharira. Second, Sukshma Sharira. Sukshma means small. Or a dream body, which we carry in the dream state. Dream body, or the one that first body is physical body, second body is dream body. In Sanskrit, we call Sukshma, small body. Sukshma means small, or dream body, which we carry in the dream state, through which we experience the dream world. We can see that we will be walking, talking, moving places in the dream world using this body, but with a different level of coordination and sensory perception. It is not exactly same as the physical body. These three only we exist, isn't it? All the time. Waking state, dream state. The waking state, sleep state. Sleep has the two types. What is that? One is Swapna, you get the dreams. One is a deep sleep, isn't it? When you sleep, either you get the dreams and you get into and next level, you fall into deep sleep. So that deep sleep body is Karana Sharira. Deep sleep state is known as Sushupti. Sushupti. You must have remembered the four states, right? Wakeful state, dream state, deep sleep state, and what is the fourth one? Enlightenment state. Turiya. Of course, Turiya Tita is also there. So, but we exist in three only. Unenlightened person, we exist in three states. Either you waking state, right now we are in, and talking to each other, that is first thing. That Sharira is called Stula Sharira, our physical body. Second, when we sleep, first we get is dream. So that is Sukha. The next deep sleep, which is called Karana Sharira. We experience that state as Karana Sharira, causal layer. In this state, the world and the body are one and the same. In the waking state, the distance between the body and the world is small. Not only do we see waking world, but we also suspect, doubt, and analyze everything we see in the world using our logic. Yet, world continue to, in spite of our logic. For example, if we were to see an elephant with 4 trunks, we were astonished because it is something beyond our logic. Elephant with 4 trunks, it is beyond our logic. Even then, the waking world will continue. The waking world does not change just because it does not fit our logic. The waking world continues to exist even though it does not fit our logic. In the dream state, the second one is the dream state, we will have a body which is small, sukshma is small, and we will be experiencing a world, but the gap between the body and the dream world is too less. The dream world exists as long as we do not suspect, doubt, or analyze this world using our logic. There is no logic in the dream world. The moment we ask the question, how can this be? Or the moment we use our logic, the dream world will wake up. You get up. For example, in the dream, you may be suddenly see a horse coming towards you and it has turned into your friend. By the time it comes to touch you, it may turn into a tree. Yet we experience it without doubt. The moment we have the intelligence or doubt to use our logic and think, how can a heart become a friend and a tree? Then we immediately wake up. Because the logic comes, it does not fit into our logic. This also means that the dream world comes to an end, unlike the waking world in the waking state. The dream state will not continue when we logically analyze, because the distance between the dream body and the dream world is very less. Now, the third one, sushupti, deep sleep state. There is no distance. There is no distance between the Karana Sharira, whatever we carry is called Karana Sharira in the deep sleep, and the deep sleep state world. There is no distance. So, there is no difference between the seer and the seen. See, in the physical world, you are here, seer, and you are seeing this world. The distance is too much. In the dream world, the distance is little bit is there. In the sushupti, there is no distance. You and seen is seen. The body and the world are one and the same. The body and the world are one and the same. Only a person who has exhausted all 3 shariras, all 3 bodies, or all these 3 bodies can become enlightened. One who is able to unclutch from all these 3 bodies can achieve enlightenment. Are you all able to follow me? Can I have a thumbs up? Bang Jungli, are you all to follow me? Isha Nandaya, Ganesh, Ramaswamy, Nithyanandam, Jungli, are you able to follow? Zoo weeping. Nithyananda, Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti, are you able to follow? Chunyu, are you able to follow? This is to be understood. There is no practice afterwards. This is the Ananda Sutra. So that's why pay attention to the session. You understood, you have powerful clicks. And that's it. All right. So let's. Okay. So let's continue. So to get enlightened, we need to exhaust all three shariras. Sharira means body. Okay. In Sanskrit, sharira means body. So we need to exhaust all three bodies. Here in this sutra, by using three words, what are the three words Paramashiva is using? Knowing, breath, form. Knowing, breath, and form. Let me type it for you so that it will be easy for you. I'm typing it for you. Three words. We learned about three shariras. Now, three words in this sutra. Okay, knowing, breath, and form. Mahadeva. Mahadeva is another name of Paramashiva. Shiva. Okay, don't get confused. Mahadeva is mentioning the essence of these three shariras. He's giving us the essence of these three bodies that we carry. The form is the essence of physical body, isn't it? You're seeing me, I'm seeing you. The form is the essence of physical body. How do we know physical body? We see the form. His face looks like this. His height is this much. He wears the hair like that. So the form is important. The form is the essence of the physical body. The breath is the essence of our dream body. The breath is the essence of our dream body. By handling our breath or by balancing our breath, we can straight away alter, censor, postpone, edit our dreams or dream worlds. This is because the whole dream world is nothing but the play of the prana or breath or the unconscious energy. It is just like how the breeze creates the waves on the water. The flow of prana or the breath in our system creates dreams on our unconscious mind. By controlling our breath, we can control the dreams. A person who can handle all the three bodies in these three states of mind achieves enlightenment. The form is the essence of the physical world. The breath is the source of the dream world. Swapna. The knowing, but without the knower, is the essence of the deep state. Meaning, just the knowing, but without the knower. There is no difference, right? So, essence of the deep sleep state. In the deep sleep state, the knowing is happening, but without the knower. You forget yourself, you don't exist, you don't even remember you. Knower is not there, just the knowing. The deep sleep state, you don't remember you. So knower is not there. So only knowing is happening. This is the reason why when we come out of the deep sleep state, we say nothing is known, or we don't know who we are. We don't know what we did in the deep sleep state. A person who has the ability to handle all these three bodies and the states of mind can go beyond these three bodies and three states of mind. These three, Deha is also a body. These three bodies we also call as qualities. The three qualities are, see, another aspect Swamiji is introducing. The three bodies, introducing also known as three qualities. What are the three qualities? Triguna. Rajas, Tamas, Sat. You must have heard this. Rajas, Sat, Tamas, and Sat. One who can handle all three qualities and goes beyond and will achieve enlightenment. We need to clearly understand that this sutra is neither Nitya Sutra nor a Dhyana Sutra. Sutra is neither a Nitya Sutra nor a Dhyana Sutra. When we see this sutra, it may look like Nitya Sutra to be practiced the whole day, or a Dhyana Sutra to be practiced at a particular point, particular time of the day. This sutra is Ananda Sutra. There is no need to practice this sutra. Just the clear understanding is the only thing you need. We will also need to have a clarity and understanding about the Dehatraya, three bodies. Deha means body, Traya means three. The three bodies, Avastatraya, Kalatraya. All these three are directly connected to this sutra. This sutra is essence of all things. Kalatraya means past, present, future. Dehatraya means we just learned physical body, Stula Sharira, dream body, Sukshma Sharira, deep sleep body, or Sushupti body, which is causal layer, Karana Sharira. That is Dehatraya. Deha means body. Next is what? Avastatraya. Meaning the three states of mind that we experience. The Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti. Waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. Avastatraya. Waking, dream, and deep sleep state. Just a simple and clear understanding about these three states will shift our attention towards the fourth state, which we are all working. That is Turiya state, the enlightenment state. Understanding these three states will shift our attention to the ultimate state, that is fourth state, Turiya state, enlightenment state. Turiya is enlightenment state. We need to understand that it is only when we understand the futility of what we are having, these three. we will start looking for something beyond what we are having. Analyze these three states, and understanding them will automatically inspire us to look beyond these three states. This is the reason why this is the Ananda Sutra. Just an understanding will automatically shift our attention beyond these three states. There is a very beautiful story by Ramana Maharshi. The great enlightened master from Tiruvannamalai, Swamiji's birthplace. Remember, Ramana Maharshi also predicted about much before Swamiji landed on the planet Earth. Ramana Maharshi told his grandfather that Paramashiva is going to born in your family. So in 1950s, about a few years back, Ramana Maharshi lived in Tiruvannamalai. Somebody approached this master, addressed as Bhagwan, and asked him, Bhagwan, what is the technique to become enlightened? Will the service to society help, or techniques to control breathing will help? Bhagwan, what is the technique to get enlightened? What should I do? Shall I do the volunteer work, service to the society, or just do and sit and do meditation? Should I practice meditation? Continues to fester. Should I do this? Should I do this? That. Bhagwan has very beautifully answered that a story about another person who is having a nightmare. This person is dreaming that a tiger is chasing him in a dream, and so he's shouting. Tiger is chasing me, save me, save me. If you're sleeping in the next room and you heard this, would handing him a weapon in the night? Will you handle a weapon to fight the tiger to help you? No, all you need to do is just save him from the suffering, just to yell at him, hey, wake up. You won't give a knife, a weapon to go with the tiger if he's shouting from the tree, isn't it? So that's all. Nothing else is needed. Nothing else can help. All we need to do is to wake him up. Tell him to wake up. So no other technique will help in that situation. A person's state of mind while dying gives us an understanding of that person's life. we can understand how he lived based on his death. If a person leaves the body consciously, he would have lived consciously. The majority of his life was conscious. When he's living in the waking state, we need to clearly understand that all the movements that we are able to move our body and mind as we want does not mean that we are living in a waking state in those moments. At that time, all the time, that we are able to move our body and mind as we want does not mean that all the time we are in waking state. Are you conscious? Your waking means conscious. No, isn't it? Many times we will be driving the car and we do not even know which road we are driving. How many of you experience? You're driving, mechanically you drive. You don't even know which road you are in most of the time, most of the people. It is only when you reach the office and park the car, suddenly we remember that we drove at least 30 miles. And we would have made some 200 decisions with our body, with the mind while driving. Take left turn, right turn, stop, all that. Put a brake, accelerate. But we don't even aware, don't even know. That is the waking state, what we think. That is not the waking state. That is not the conscious state. Even in the dream state, if we lived most of our time in the dream state, meaning daydreaming and night dreaming, if our body is moving as we want, but the mind is also moving as it wants, then simply go to only dream state. The attention is divided between waking state and the daydream. Cannot be considered as waking state. When a person is dying, he will be blabbering something. He's uttering some illogical words while dying. He will fall into a dream state while leaving the body. A person who lived most of his time in deep sleep state, too much sleep, like a coach potato, doing nothing more than eating and seeing TV and sleeping, will naturally land in coma before he leaves the body. Such persons will leave the body unconscious. Only a person who lived, understood and left all these three bodies relaxes into enlightenment. Very rarely, a person who has become enlightened will again land in the body out of deep compassion and love. They are called, as you know, avatars, incarnations. A person who has lived with his attention in the waking body will also take birth immediately after death. A person who died in any of the three bodies will naturally take birth immediately. If we have our attention in waking body, sleep body, and deep sleep body, then we will immediately take birth. We will start searching and enter into the next body immediately. Understand? A person who left the body beyond all these three bodies, the physical, dream, and the deep sleep, the causal layer, causal body, karna sharira, lands and creating a body which is not related to any physical relationship among the parents. Like Ramakrishna Paramahansa. His mother felt the lightning entered into her womb. A light entered into her womb. And later she found that she's carrying Ramakrishna Paramahansa, an incarnation born into her. This is very difficult for a logical Western mind to relate. But a super consciousness body, a new body, and a super consciousness body lands like that. All the three states of mind, all three bodies, and look into it. The moment we understand, our whole attention will turn towards the seeing. It was neither be the knowing, nor the breath, nor in the form. That means all three relate, all neither, nothing of these three. If our intelligence is based on constantly knowing, we will be dead. This is the reason why the intellectual philosophers are so practical. Now, in Vedic tradition, logic is not about discussing or analyzing. I repeat, in Vedic tradition, logic is not about discussing or analyzing. but it's about integrating and evolving. It is about integrating and evolving. The whole language is different. If we are knowing based, then most of our energy will be inside the sushumna, the causal layer. Because the knowing, we need only logic. There is no need for visualization. With visualization, we'll have intelligence, not intellect. Here, Mahadeva, when he says knowing, he only refers to intellect, not intelligence. Intelligence will be awakened only when we go beyond the body, all three bodies. The second is, the other word is breath. Understand, one important thing about breath. When we are aware of our breath, it leads us into more and more awareness. And it becomes a key to open up solutions from the problems. Many people say that whatever is the solution to this problem, you have to assume your answers. That's all. If you have the key to, if you have the awareness, all problems carry solutions. All problems carry solutions inside, and an important thing in our awareness can open the spontaneity. It can open the spontaneity in us. Spontaneity is a quality awakened by awareness on the breath. The breath awareness. Understand? The key word is awareness. It's not being centered on breath without the awareness. We need to be centered on breath with awareness. Then we will fall into Turiya, the fourth state, the enlightened state. But all of you, the problem is, all of you centered on the breath without being aware, then we can see our thoughts will be just like a breeze. Breath plus awareness in a controlled condition. Breath without awareness is like wild changes happening inside. We will not know when we will have asana. So Mahadeva gave us a beautiful technique to penetrate our dream in the early few sutras. The person who maintains the breath awareness in the waking state will enter into dream state with some awareness. And such a person will be able to handle the dream. Yeah, awareness of the breath opens up some awareness in the dream state. Not, uh, some awareness in the other body. Generally, we don't have awareness in the other body, not control. The awareness of the breath leads us to a space when the intensely awareness leads us to a space where we are aware of our breath in the waking state. We will become aware of our breath in the dream state also. If we can be aware of our breath in the dream state, then we'll be able to alter the dream. If we are able to alter the dream, and if we still continue to be aware of our breath, then we'll be able to alter things in deep sleep state or the sushupti. Getting it, Elizabeth? No? We penetrate into our deeper layers of our body. We are aware, practicing awareness of the breath. The deep sleep state, we don't even know. But when we practice awareness, even in a deep sleep state, we penetrate. If we are able to handle our sushupti, the causal layer, because of our breath awareness, yeah, most of the time, we forget the dream after waking. Yeah. If we can aware of our breath in the waking world, we can control our dreams. Yeah. Our dream body we can aware of. Even we continue to practice the dream state, we can even enter into the deep sleep state. The causal layer we can control. If we are able to handle our sushupti, meaning the causal layer, because of our breath awareness, then we will be able to handle our jagrata, waking state. This means that the intensity of our seed is increasing. This is the time you may get siddhis also. The powers also you may get. But Swamiji says, unless, even if you are empowered with some breath awareness, some things you may deviate. You need an avatar to guide. You deviate. So Mahadeva, in the sutra or through the sutra, we need to understand that turn towards the center, meaning no technique. How can I do that? We need some technique. Then we need to go into the Nitya Sutra. This is, if we need some technique, then only we can practice something. We need to go into the Nitya Sutra or some Shiva Sutra. There are so many Nitya Sutras to give us techniques to turn our attention towards the center. Now, as you already know, what is Nitya Sutra, what is Ananda Sutra, and what is Jnana Sutra. Ananda Sutra is every day you need to practice. Shiva Sutras we are discussing. In the Shiva Sutras, 3 types. 112 techniques, Paramashiva given to Devi, because Devi asked, Mother asked for all of us. So, Paramashiva revealed 112 techniques for our enlightenment, straight sutras. Swamiji said, they are in Sanskrit, I am just, as it is, transcribing in English. So, these techniques are 3 types. One is Ananda Sutra. Ananda Sutra means we need to practice every day at a certain time. And second type is Nitya Sutras, which means you need to remember and internalize. No practice, but internalize. Third one is Ananda Sutra. That means one time you understand, that's enough. No remembrance, no practice. This time, the sutra that we are discussing is Ananda Sutra. About the 3 bodies, the avastha that we are discussing. We need to go beyond these 3 to enter into the 4. These 3 belongs to the 4. There are 4 states. Waking state, swapna, dream state, then deep sleep state, and turiya state. But we all exist only in 3 states. Either waking state that we are all in talking to each other, the stula sharira, and when we go to sleep, we don't go into deep sleep immediately. The dream state, swapna, the sukshma sharira. The stula sharira, the physical distance is more. You are different. The seer is different, scene is different. See the world. The scene is different. You are the seer. The distance is too much. But in the dream state, the distance is little. You experience that dream state, dream world with the dream body. Sukshma sharira, big body. Then the third one is that you experience when you go to deep sleep. That is, there is no scene, there is no seer. You don't exist. You forget who you are. Leave the scene, don't exist. It's literally unconscious. I just gave you the brief, and we were discussing on these slides. Going beyond all these 3 only, we can enter the 4th state, that is Turiya, the enlightenment state. Only a person who is seeing this waking state and who is going through the dream state and who is going through the deep sleep state can improve all these things. Now, our identity, which we are experiencing during waking state, such as doctor, lawyer, engineer, whatever cannot include all these three states, we can include only in the waking state. In the waking state, this is what our experience. We can include only waking state because this is our experience. Only when we are aware of these identities which we are carrying in all these three and enjoying, then we have thought the thread line, a center line, a deeper thread of all these three states. What is that? We are carrying that identity. Waking, dream, and deep sleep. Only when we cast this thread of all these three, suddenly we'll be able to include our identity in all these three states. See, the deep sleep state, you may not remember who you are, you forget, right? Unconscious. But you cannot say that I was not there. Identity is not there. We were there in the deep sleep state also, but you are unconscious. You were not aware of that identity. In that state, so only a person who is aware of all these three states is conscious. If we are aware of the identity in all these three states, then we are conscious. When we are aware of our identity in all these three states, our seeking is intense enough to be answered. We are intense enough to be initiated. We are intense enough to be blessed. We need to experience the same identity in all these three states. How that is happened? Only with thinking, only with some practice. An intense seeker will carry the same identity about himself throughout all these three states. Naturally, whatever we experience at the waking state, we don't experience in the dream state. But when we have the intensity of a seeker, we will start experiencing that. When your seeking is intense, then this sutra gets straight away quickly. A small story. One early morning, a Zen master started crying. The moment he came out of his bed, he started crying. Disciples asked him, Master, why are you crying? Master very beautifully says, last night I dreamt that I was a butterfly. The disciple said, for that only you don't have to cry. Now you are okay. You are sitting in front of us. Why are you bothered? Why are you crying? He replies beautifully. I don't know whether I dreamt that I become a butterfly, or butterfly is dreaming now that it has become a master. So understand, it is true and very rare that a few individual can carry the same intensity to have a same connected that identity in three states of mind. If you are carrying that identity, you are a death seeker. Then your individual consciousness, which we call in Sanskrit Pratyagatma Chaitanya, that is individual consciousness, meaning the awakening of the consciousness, or consciousness is awakened, whatever you call it. That has happened. And you are an intense seeker. So now experience through your eyes. So at this time, I am aware of my breath. My breath, breathing is not disturbing the intensity. I do not want to come out of this state. It has been happening more often, and in the middle of the night, so many times seeing you with your Trishul helping me. This state is all my imagination. Imagination is not. Imagination actually lead to suffering. Now, let us enter into the sutra. Touching the eyeballs as a feather, lightness between them opens into heart, and there permeates the cosmos. Sorry, this is actually next sutra. We will have a power manifestation before we enter into the next sutra. It's actually next sutra. I will have one more round of power manifestation. Yeah, Elizabeth Month is correct. Yeah. So that awareness we need to have. So that this understanding only we need to have. So now, please Let's do the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. One more round. Bring in your objects, around objects. Coconut, preferable. Do not have the coconut, just get it around. Get ready with your objects. Are you all ready with your objects? Yes. Now please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Bring in complete awareness on your third eye. And sit with the cognition that Swamiji is Paramashivoham, and you are meditating on the form of Paramashivoham. Any thoughts coming, let it come, let it go. You bring in your awareness completely on your third eye. Forget rest of the body and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience this space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object to be move. Declare the object to move, to roll in your hand. With your power of consciousness, experience, your consciousness will raise. When you experience a oneness, with whom you experience oneness? With Swami, who is in super conscious state. When you experience oneness, your consciousness rises. With raising consciousness, you declare the object in your hand. That means the matter in your hands too. So, consciousness over matter. Manifest the power of that. So, let's start.
Mahasada Shiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda.
Now, all of you, please go ahead and share your power manifestation experience. Genuinely manifested. How about others? Please go ahead and post. Coconut road of each hand. Elizabeth Mann experimented with 2 hands. Wonderful. Simple Kumar. I'm not having vibration only. Vibration is also not manifesting. Start like the you manifested, celebrate. Whatever you have for celebrate, then you move on. How about what happened to Ganesh here? Ma Uli, I don't know how to I don't know how to pronounce your name. Alrike Honey. Is it correct? Yes. Okay, Ma. So did you try manifesting this power? Okay. Coconut is like a soft and hand touch, mild vibration. Mild vibration is also manifesting. Wonderful. All of you manifested this power. So congratulate yourself and clap your hands. Celebrate. Now let's enter into the next sutra. To celebrate. So now let's enter into the next sutra. We are going to, next sutra is going to be a Dhyana Sutra. What is Dhyana Sutra? What does it Swami mean by Dhyana Sutra? Sutra to be understood. No. No. What is Dhyana Sutra? This Shiva Sutra that we are going to learn is a Dhyana Sutra. What is Dhyana Sutra? No, not meditation. You did not attempt it. We have Swamiji set a context different in the Shiva Sutras. Elizabeth Ma, what is Dhyana Sutra? Name itself, it is there. To be practiced every day at a certain time. So the technique that we are going to learn is to be practiced every day. Now let's enter into the sutra. Touching the eyeballs as a feather. Lightness between them opens into heart and there permeates the cosmos. Let's get into the details. This is, as I said again, Dhyana Sutra. So Dhyana Sutra, a very powerful technique for a person who has really grown into sensitivity, who is really sensitive. Understand? Unfortunately, the society does not want sensitive people. It wants laborers. So it wants dry intellectuals. If you are a dry intellectual, you will be paid everywhere. It wants dry people. Sensitivity here means sensitive meaning, not weak. People think sensitive is not weak people. Sensitive meaning being strong, being aware of everything, not being open to everything. Being open means something like anybody can invade you, anybody can bulldoze you, like a weak person. Weak person is not, weakness does not mean sensitive. Actually, if you are not sensitive, anybody can bulldoze you. Only after enter into your bedroom, you will suddenly wake up and say, oh, I think they entered into our house. Sensitivity meaning being strong. So, the sutra says, touching the eyeballs as a feather, lightness between them opens into heart and therefore, and there permeates cosmos. During the waking state, your energy, you want to think as you, your identity will be centered in the Ajna chakra, the eyes. That's why 80% of the connection, relationship between you and the world happens through eyes. Your connection between you and the world happens through eyes. Whenever you close your eyes, the moment you close your eyes, they automatically become still. So in the waking state, your awareness is through the eyes. In the dream state, your awareness through the throat. Your deep sleep state, your awareness through the heart center. The waking state, you relate with the whole thing with eyes. So Anya. Here, the throat chakra is Anya. And when you are sleeping, dreaming through throat. When you are deep sleep state, Anya chakra. Anahata. When you are falling beyond this, going the previous sutra, what we learned, you need to go beyond these three bodies, three states, right? Then only you enter into the fourth state, the Turiya state, right? The enlightenment state. So here also, when you're falling beyond these three states, that is Turiya, it goes into Ananda Gandha. Where is Ananda Gandha? We'll be learning this. Actually, it is the cosmic chakra, which is below the Anahata, but above the Manipura. We'll be learning more about this in the Healer's Day, the Health Day. Right now, it goes Ananda Gandha, it goes the below the Anahata. Ananda Gandha is below the heart center, above the Manipuraka chakra, above the navel, below the heart. This is the way the consciousness, the identity travels. Your identity travels. Here, Mahadeva is giving you a wonderful idea. With intensity, with Satya Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, putting the identity back to Anandagandha. Consciously. If you put your identity back to Anandagandha, automatically we will fall into Anandagandha. Anandagandha is the direct connection to the cosmos. Swamiji opens the Anandagandha during the healer's initiation, where you draw the energy through the cosmos and spread all over the body. Heal. You'll be getting that initiation soon. Why do we fall asleep during the meditation? Because you have to cross sleep to reach the meditation. So you feel like you reached, and because always either you know, so either you know Anya or Vishuddhi, meaning the waking state and the sleep state. And maximum the Anahata, meaning the deep sleep state. But Anahata, you're not even aware. Deep sleep state, you are not even aware. So you never know Anandagandha. You're lost. So it's deeper than that. So one story, a small story. There was a one guy who was selling the hats. He will walk from his village to the market. On the way, he was resting under a tree with a basket of hats. And all the monkeys which was there at the tree, they all came and got hold of one hat. When he woke up, he saw there was no hat left. And he just danced, and the monkeys also danced. He just jumped, monkeys also jumped. He threw one hat, and all the monkeys threw the hat, and he collected the hat and went away and sold. This is only a part story, and there is one more version, the second edition version. And he went and sold the hat, and he died. His son also came, and his son also did the same job of selling the hats, and he also died. The third generation, the grandson. That guy came. He also in the same business of selling the caps. He makes the caps, and he's going to the same market, and he's resting under the same tree. As usual, the same way, all the monkeys have picked up his hands. And he wakes up, he sees all the monkeys are there. Now he thinks, he knows the technique. He knows the technique. He jumps up, all the monkeys are jumping. He dances, all the monkeys are dancing. He throws the cap. Suddenly, he sees one monkey which was there without a cap. He came and just took the cap and ran away. Then this guy started shouting, no, this is not fair. How come you guys are all now changing the game? When I threw the cap back, you are supposed to throw all the caps. This is the way you are all did with my grandfather, my father. And beautifully, the leader of the monkey group says, you did not learn from your grandfather, but we learned from our grandfather. Understand? You did not learn from your grandfather. We learned from our grandfather. If you sleep on the way, there is a trauma you will go through, at least. Now learn. Stop sleeping on the way. When you are traveling, the Vishuddhi is like a tree. It will really feel like, why not rest? But if you rest, sometime you will lose the cap. Sometimes you may lose even the head. You do not know which one you will lose. So Mahadeva is giving a beautiful technique with your conscious resolution, with your intention, Satya Sankalpa, we call it Sanskrit. Understand? There are different Sankalpas. Sankalpa means intention. Sankalpa, which does not have your conscious support behind, is a Mithya Sankalpa, meaning unless you are not there, your intensity is not there, that's a Mithya, means useless, zero result. Waste intention. Useless. Simply energy waste, time waste. Sankalpa, which has your intention, your conscious support behind the conscious support is there, that is Satya Sankalpa. True intention. If you have the Satya Sankalpa, means ready to go into that experience of enlightenment. Courage to go through the process. Then this technique is Mahadeva says, touching the eyeballs as a feather. He is asking to touch the eyeballs. Just listen now. He's touching the eyeballs. the place where your consciousness resides during the waking state. Why you are touching the eyeballs? Your consciousness resides during the waking state. That's how you relate with the world with the eyes, isn't it? So after closing the eyes, just touch the eyeballs as a feather. You can even use the feather, actual feather, touch the eyeball. One important thing is the feather should not bend. If it bends, naturally, you are pumping too much of pressure. Too much of pressure will not work. You need to put a right pressure. It's like literally, it's like playing the veena. Neither less pressure, not more pressure will work. If it is less, you will not be able to create the sound. If it is too tight, the strings, if the string is too tight, if the pressure is more, again, it will break. You need to give the exact pressure to play the veena. Veena is a beautiful traditional instrument to play a beautiful melodious music. Actually, this balancing itself will take at least 1 hour. Balancing, actually, what Mahadeva does, how much intensity you have on your identity and how much intensity you have on the world. See your personality. Your being shares half of the energy on your ego, half energy on your world. Balancing between I and mine is what Mahadeva is teaching here. Because your eyes are representatives of I, capital I. That's why it's called I. And your hands are representative of energy towards the world. The energy towards the world, your hands represent. The energy with which you put on you, your eyes represents. When you balance both of them, kind of a connection starts happening between two. The energy balance between I and mind will happen. You will fall into the center. It is one of the powerful techniques to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. The potential energy with which you are carrying. Tomorrow we'll be learning on the Kundalini Shakti all day. It's one of the powerful tantric techniques. With this technique, you can enter into higher states. Consciousness is very quickly. It needs a lot of attention. Can't do it half-hearted. It needs a lot of your attention, but you can enter into a higher consciousness quickly. experience, bound to experience the touch. It's like a foolproof technique. Mahadeva giving this powerful technique. You're touching the eyeballs like a feather. The lightness between them opens. You should be touching, but you should not be touching. It is like your fingers should be very close, but not pressing it. If you balance and just put your hands slowly, 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 you'll see it takes a lot of time because your hands will be shaking first. Either you will touch strongly or lightly, or you may not even touch. By the time you balance, at least 20 minutes per day, you have to balance. You have to try out with one finger, like a Sambhavi Mudra. The Shiva described this as a Sambhavi Mudra. It's just actually Sambhavi Mudra is like this. But you can try with a simple 2 hands, 2 fingers, supporting on the face. When you're touching like this slowly, you will see a kind of strong energy connection getting built between your finger and the hand. What exactly has to happen to you should feel the eyes or hand and finger are also has become part of the eyes. I repeat, your eyes, hands, and fingers has become part of the eyes. When you close your eyes, you feel your boundary is ending inside the moment you close the eyes. Your boundary ends with the eyelids, but you should touch it with so much, with such a soft way, your eyes should feel it has expanded. Your eyes should feel the same sensitivity with you should feel inside the eyes with the fingers also. It's a very beautiful technique to develop the sensitivity in your whole body. Practically, you will feel the same sensitivity when you are having in the eyeballs in the neck. In a sankalpa, in a visualization, the way you feel inside your eyeballs, and the light with which you feel make, Adeva said, make your fingers feel connected. Not only feel connected, feel the same sensitivity of the eyeballs. It is like your eyes are always outgoing. Half the consciousness is in your eye. Half is on the mind, eye and mind. So when you close the eyes and touch, make your fingers sensitive, feel connected. It looks very illogical. How can this be enlightenment? You can start seeing the energy circles inside you instead of outgoing. Understand, if you close it, the outgoing will stop. But inside, it will be getting twisted. enlightenment happens. Enlightenment will happen if you stop seeing it inside, outside. You stop seeing inside and outside. Close your eyelids, you will stop seeing outside. But when you continue to see inside, the inner TV always on. That TV which cannot be switched off is there. During all it's like you see shows, TV shows, the inner TV is always on. So switching off the inside TV, that will happen through strength. When you close your eyes, put your fingers on the eyeball and feel. Put your attention between the eyeballs and fingertips and feel connected and make the fingertips also sensitive as eyeball. Your whole attention and energy will be balanced. You will not have energy left for seeing inside TV. The comedy show will be switched off and there will not be any moments inside your inner space and even outside. Suddenly you will see, you will fall into that center. You will fall into the silence. You will fall into the thoughtless state. There is no seeing outside, no seeing inside. The seer is awakened. You get enlightened. So whenever the seeing stops, seer is awakened. You will be awakened. By closing the eyes, stop the outside seeing stops, isn't it? Then by putting the fingertips on the eyes and feeling connected very sensitively, like your eyeballs are extended to your hand, that much sensitivity when you experience inside TV stops, seeing stops. Naturally, the seeing you is awakened. When the seer is awakened, you are a saint, you are a rishi. How many of you are clear about this technique? Can you practice this? Elizabeth, ma'am, is it clear? It's a very simple technique, but to be practiced. Only can have, hey, ma, how you understand the technique? Ganesha, you understand the technique? Chunyu, Sukriti, Jankyos. Senthil Kumar, do you understand? Ulriki. Okay. It's simple. Please change it like that. So we can call you. Many times when you join, I stop it because I don't know how to pronounce your name. I think you should. Can also put short name so we can call. the translator now. Now let's practice this technique for a few minutes. Thank you. Okay. Okay, ma'am. So can you please find out if there's any Sangha they understand this technique? Practice this for a few minutes and we will be moving on to next sutra. Any questions? Please do let me know. Any questions? Please do let me know. Now let's practice this. I'm going to share this slide. Now, meditation technique. You practice for a few minutes and you do the power manifestation again and before moving on to the next one. Right? So please straight. Yes. Can you all share your experience of this? How did you like it? Share your experience. How is that experience? So mindfully saying, focusing between the fingers and the eyes with no distractions, are very calm. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. So Ulkan, how is the experience? Share it. Practice this for next few days until peaceful and like nothing else exists. Wonderful. So you. Ulkan, thank you for sharing. Now we're going to learn the Shiva Sutra technique to discover who you are. Let's listen from Swamiji. Listen intensely. These are really powerful techniques. And let's listen. We have learned 3 sutras so far. We're going to learn the 4th one. They're not in order, but we picked up the different sutras, the important where you can practice. So let's learn the next sutra. Discover who you are.
I understand when soul leaves the body at this time of death, It carries all karmas and sanskaras. Does it find a new body according to these karmas? Or it can find any body? No, it finds the body based on those samskaras. Not. The samskara means your desires. What you really wanted. What you really don't want also defines what you wanted. Understand? That's a important understanding you need to have about this karma and samskaras. Sometimes what you don't want will be so clearly engraved in you that will create the exact opposite situation for you to land. Means like, if you do not want a particular lifestyle, you will directly take birth in the opposite place so that in your whole life you never have to taste or see that lifestyle related person. You take the full opposite step. And sometimes, if your karmas are not very strong, if you are not aware enough to sit and watch whatever your desires and fears passing, you will do exactly opposite to what you want. That's another one problem. That is why meditation is so important. Understand? We will ask things which are without knowing the side effects or after effects. A small story. 3 guys were brought to guillotine blade for being killed. First guy, lawyer, got blindfolded, brought, his head was put on the proper place. They pulled the blade, it did not land. The guy started shouting, legally you should pull only once. I'll sue you. So they are afraid of the messy lawsuit and they released him. Second guy came and he was a priest. His head was put, blindfolded. They pulled the blade, did not land. They thought maybe the divine intervention, the divine is protecting. They released him. Third guy is an engineer. He said, you don't have to blindfold, you can directly kill. He said, okay. They put his head. They were about to pull the blade. Hey, wait. I can see where your fault is. Understand, this fool without knowing, if he repairs this directly going to cost his life, he starts doing the job. Sometimes, out of interest, our desires are also repairing the guillotine blade. We repair our own guillotine blade without knowing the side effect or the after effect. We just start repairing the guillotine blade. Conscious person, that is why I always tell people, whenever you find time, try to continuously be aware of what is going on inside your system. Try to spend more and more time inside the system with awareness of what is going on. From time immemorial, in the Vedic tradition, anybody wants anything, whether it is a health or wealth or anything, is asked to sit and be aware of whatever is going on inside. Looks very foolish. How can somebody get wealth by sitting under a tree and watching what is going on inside? Even to win a lottery, you have to go to the place and buy the ticket. But this is the advice continuously given for any problem, whether it is at least health, we can believe. Maybe when you see whatever is going on inside, you will heal that. That effect will come on your body and your body will be healed. Maybe you can justify some kind of a interpretation, logical. But even for wealth, again and again, these guys are asked to sit under the tree and be aware of what is going on inside. Understand one important thing. When you sit under the tree and see what is going on inside, when you bring more and more awareness to your samskaras, you will find out very clearly why you are not achieving what you want. Either that want is not your own, or you are carrying much bigger wants than the want of the wealth, or you are afraid of some side effect after effect. The clarity about the want and the after effect and side effect will release so much of energy. Our masters were so courageous and bold enough to tell again and again and again to sit under the tree and watch what is going on inside you. Whatever you ask, they were standard reply. They know this will bring the result. I tell you again after thousands of years, I can say, even in the modern world, even for the modern man, spending little more time inside him, seeing what is going on, seeing what is happening inside your desires, the methods you are planning, the byproducts, the side effects, after effects, I tell you, we release so much of energy into your system. So much of energy into your system. You will become a visionary. A visionary does not have to move anything except his lips to create a city. See, a worker has to move his whole body to create a city. A Vaishya, a businessman, has to maybe move his hands, just the hands, to create a city, doing business. A Kshatriya, he has to move his weapons to create a city. But a visionary, a Brahmana, does not need to move anything except his lips. Means giving his vision, inspiring. Understand, in your life, you can play any role. You can play any role. World is so vast. Humanity is so vast. It can afford everybody as a Brahmanas, everybody as a visionaries. Don't think, no, if everybody sits and moves their lips, who will do the work? Who will do the work? No, don't think. We need more and more visionaries. We need more and more people who can come up with a wonderful things, more clarity, more things, that's all. Actually, the great things have been achieved by being a visionary, not by being anything else. The visionary aspect, visionary energy will be awakened in you only when you have the complete awareness of whatever is going on inside. Awakening the visionary aspect in you is what we call meditation. The karmas and samskaras, you will have more clarity, and the visionary energy will be awakened when you have more time, more energy being spent inside what is happening. Actually, the whole spirituality, essence of whole spirituality, if I have to express in one word, being aware of what is going on inside, that's all. This is the one statement. I can put the whole thing. Nothing else needs to be done. No need for sannyas, no need for brahmacharya, no need for anything. All you need for raising your consciousness every day higher and higher, be aware of what is going on in your inner space. If you are sitting with a mood of exploring, if you are sitting in meditation every day with excitement to see what is going on inside, let me find out deeper layer, deeper layer, deeper layer. you will see your consciousness is raising to the higher and higher levels. The essence is being aware of what is going on inside. After the discourse on observing the will as non-self and abiding in choicelessness, reading about how the master can save from rebirth at the time of death, I felt that I can let go of chasing enlightenment and just be with whatever unfolds. If you do that, you will become enlightened now. That is the essence of the whole thing. Understand, that's a very beautiful traditional proverb. If you take birth in Kanchipuram, you will become enlightened. If you have darshan of Chidambaram, you will become enlightened. If you die in Varanasi, Banaras, you will become enlightened. And if you even remember Arunachala, you will become enlightened. This is the traditional proverb. In Sanskrit, they say Smaranat Arunachalam, just by remembrance, the enlightenment. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, Master, is it a inspiring praise for those holy places, or is it fact? Is it literally true? Ramana Maharshi just laughs and says, it's a very, I can say even Ramakrishna sometimes becomes emotional and utters this kind of statements. But Ramana Maharshi is a very cool, very balanced, very logical. And he says, fool, this statement is made so that you will relax from the enlightenment idea and you will become enlightened. See, going and having darshan of Chidambaram is not a big thing. Few hundred rupees, that's all. And remembering Arunachala is not even the few hundred is not needed. Just remember. So, once you do this simple job, you feel like the guarantee is given, security is over, insurance is taken. The moment you think insurance is taken and you are relaxed, you will fall sick less. Maybe insurance companies are praying separately for you. Now, I have seen always people, only when they don't have insurance, that very insecurity and fear more and more disease. When they know that they have insurance, suddenly you see they become healthy. They become healthy. So when this insurance idea enters into your system, suddenly you relax from the stress. You relax from the power which is driving you crazy towards enlightenment. And the relaxing is the right method for that experience to flower in you. In the initial level, the inspiration has to happen so that you will become centered. But once you are centered, now what needs to happen is removing the restlessness. It's actually the enlightenment is practically like cooking. You have to add something in the beginning. And after a few minutes, you have to remove that same thing from above. Something has to be added, something has to be removed. You have to add the intense seeking. After the cooking happens, maybe for a few years, the intense seeking will become part of you, and whatever unnecessary thing will come out as a restlessness. Along with intense seeking, you will always add restlessness. Because the intense seeking in the initial level will be mixture of seeking and restlessness. When it boils inside you with awareness, the seeking will become part of you. Like when you add salt or something in cooking, the juice or the essence will become part of the item, and the unnecessary things will come on the top and float. When you boil the seeking with awareness, the intensity will become part of you, and the restlessness will come and float on the top. You have to remove that. Removing the impurities. So it's practically like cooking. Initially, the same person, same master will say, add intensity, add intensity. After some time, the same master will say, relax, relax. You may think, what is going on? Yesterday's lecture he told something else, and today's lecture he is telling something else. When the intensity is added with awareness and cooking goes on, it will become two-part. One, the clarity, the juicy part, which will become part of you. Whatever you do, the intensity will be there. And the other part, restlessness, the impurity part will come and float separately. You may have to remove that restlessness part and throw it away. You will see sometime. For some seekers, even if it is a foolish, idiotic initial level question, I'll be sitting and answering. For some seekers, they would have had some strong experience and coming near me. I'll say, foolishness, relax, get out. Because this moment, he needs more relaxing, not any other words. So I just say, forget about this experience, relax. There are some more, many more things to happen. Just carry on in your spiritual practice. It depends on the situation. It depends on the person. Initial level intensity, when you boil it and when it becomes part of you, it will become two things. One, the intense practice or intensely living in the present moment. The other part, the restlessness, which is added. Without restlessness being part, you will never be able to add intensity in the initial level. Because every quality, when it is boiled with awareness, gets more and more pure. The tamas, when it is boiled with awareness, will become peace. The rajas, when it is boiled with awareness, it will become bliss. When the sattva, when it is boiled with awareness, it will become pure consciousness. So every quality, when it is boiled with awareness, it will become more and more pure. Tamas means the laziness or the inert feeling. That when you boil it with awareness, it will become peace. How the transformation happens. If you are more tamas-based person, the silent, mild kind of things will really appeal. You will appreciate that. Because nothing much needs to be done. This kind of fellows, for them, the simple mantra, sit and repeat that for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, that kind of techniques will really appeal. That also without moving the hand, just sit. After 10 minutes, you can just have one nap, and when you get up, meditation tomorrow. This kind of techniques will really appeal. But I tell you, even this, if you add with consciousness, it is good. At least the boiling will happen. At least the boiling will happen. Then next is the restlessness, the rajasic. For them, when you add, you need to have little more stronger techniques. Whether some kriyas, the deeper breathing, or some visualization, the stronger techniques. Unfortunately, the whole modern civilization has become rajasic. Very rare. Tamas has a beauty, actually. At least a tamasic guy will not do anything wrong to others. If at all I have been asked to choose between tamas and rajas, I'll go for tamas. Of course, the best is sattva, the pure conscious quality, awareness. But if only between these two you have to choose, means tamas is best, because person with tamas will be suicidal but never murderous. Person with rajas will be murderous, violent. So whole civilization has become rajasic and murderous. That's why so much of calamity. Anyhow, when you boil rajas with awareness, you will see excitement happening. So much of excitement around you. It will become bliss. When it becomes pure energy, it will become bliss. Sattva, when the sattva is boiled with awareness, sattvic people will have a kind of a techniques like unclenching, where you can't sleep, you don't have to do anything. Neither you need to do something, nor you can sleep. You need a deep awareness. The unclenching is the kind of a sattvic technique. When you boil your sattva with the consciousness, you will see the pure awareness, the pure energy happening inside your system. So, When I say Master can save from the rebirth, of course, it is not only an insurance, it is fact also. So that actually leads you to the exact resting feeling. And as you wrote, the resting feeling is the necessary thing. That is what is expected by those words. However, today restlessness arises again. I felt a strong urge to follow the living master and or merge with the divine. Should I let it go? Drop it in order to remain centered on Hamsa Mantra within? Or should I follow the urge and get carried away with the thought? What should I do? One thing, if you actually drop that restlessness, you will follow the living master. If you carry that restlessness, you will have your own idea about the living master. I have always seen people who try and force themselves to bring love for the living master. They will have their own idea about love and they will somehow struggle and try to create. If they are a little bit successful in creating that, they will practically possess me and force me to reciprocate that same love as they understand. They will be creating hell for them and for me. Please relax. Relaxing from the restlessness and just following Hamsa Mantra will really take you nearer and nearer to the living master than you trying to do something. So I'll advise only to relax. Whenever I connect with the totality, meaning expanding the feeling of I-ness, recognizing nothing being separated, immediately tiredness follows. Means you have suppressed a lot of need for rest. Whenever the need for rest has arisen in you, you suppress that part. You are sitting on a volcano. Take vacation and go and release the volcano in some place, stay in relaxed way, sleep when you feel like, eat when you feel like, at least for 20 days, so that the suppressed tiredness will be released from your system. I tell you really. I know how the diseases are created in the system because consciously I am continuously analyzing so many different diseases and mental setup. I can tell you, once in a while, when you feel really that you are suppressing your tiredness, when you really feel like resting, forget about all other routine. Take 10 days off, 20 days off, go and stay in some place where you can eat when you want and lie down when you want. Exhaust the tamas. Let the tamas leave your system. That will heal you from many diseases which happened and which are yet to happen. Suppressing the need for rest is one of the important reasons for depression. Especially in the modern day civilization, nobody cares for you. Understand? Nobody cares for you. Everybody. The other day I was reading a one-liner. All you guys are continuously working. The fat guy who is inside the suit is getting all the credit. One-liner about the industry. All you guys are continuously working. The fat guy who is inside the suit is getting all the credit. Nobody cares. It's true. Nobody cares for you. In a way, that is why I like the Indian civilization. Nobody works. That is other extreme. Other extreme. I cannot understand so many government holidays. And each fellow, each community leader, when he becomes a minister, he will declare his community leader's birthday as a government holiday. And nobody bothers about country's productivity. This other extreme. Even when they go to office, nobody works, especially in government office. And in that also, government holidays. I think in the whole world, the most number of government holidays is Indian government. Actually, between the holidays, they go for work. Just for change. Not for anything else, just for change.
And anyhow, maybe that is the way they manage people without falling sick. See, if you are working in Indian government office, there is no chance you will ever fall sick. Because you have so much of food and rest. There is nothing much to be done or need to be done. As soon as I forget about expanding, the tiredness disappears. See, whenever you are aware, only the suppressed things will come out. It's like there's a big vessel. You drop many toys or items made out of wood, and you are just rotating that water with the hand, the high force. All those objects will go and settle down. The moment you take your hands off, the moment water settles, all the products will come up, all the toys will come up. Same as now you are continuously churning your inner space. No awareness, no silence. So all the suppressed things are going and sitting deeper away, in deep layers. The moment you take your hands off and the settlement, the peace starts happening. All the items which are there in the lower level, the deeper layers are coming up. So when you become aware, if the tiredness comes up, be very clear, it is suppressed. So take few days vacation, go on, enjoy. Can you give some advice about tiredness in that case? That is what. This is the, even having slept well, tiredness often shows up. Understand, you might have slept more hours, but not well. Again, the only way to heal sleeping too many hours, but not deeply, is take 10 days off and sleep whenever you feel like. And when you feel like working, work. Thank you so very much for your discourse. I am watching at 4 a.m. weekdays and 2 a.m. yesterday. Then why won't you feel sleepy? Now I understand. He's saying, he's actually, there's a question from Streamline Seer. The person who is seeing the Streamline, his question. And 4 a.m. in the morning, 2 a.m. in the morning, if you watch, then naturally you will have a little tiredness. Not missing a single discourse. It is so very inspiring, and I feel like being in a different world. Thank you so much. Michael from Germany. Thank you for watching, and my blessings. But at least after the Shiva Sutra is over, it will be over in 7 days. After that, you can take off at least 10 days and rest. Wow, really, I'm surprised. The other day, somebody was telling me, Swamiji, something like from 30 countries, people are watching. Only when I see the questions. When I practice the meditation, feeling you are a part of everything. It is, please, when you write the question, write it in a way that I should be able to read. See, it is easy for me to read your mind, not your... Because reading your mind, you are not involved. Straight away, I do my job. And here, you are also involved off. So it becomes a lot more difficult. You create maximum possible complication. So, deep. I opened my eyes to look at the air, seemed to have lots of foamy looking waves in it. Was that the unreality of material things? Let me tell you how exactly you will feel unreality of material things. I don't know, I'll be able to express, I'll try. Sometime rarely, in the dream itself, you will become aware that you are dreaming, and you will be able to change 2-3 things. Like you will be able to see the person whom you wanted, or do something what you wanted before waking up. Completely waking up is enlightenment. And before waking up, how many of you had this kind of experience even once in your life? Understand that mood. You will know you are dreaming. You know you are much better and bigger guy than whom you are thinking in your dreaming. Because of that remembrance, you will be able to move one or two things as you want. By the time you try to move the fourth or fifth thing, you will be awake. You will wake up. Understand? The exactly same way only you will feel with the world. When you are feeling it is not real. How you will feel, you know? First change. You will realize you are bigger than what you have been told by your society. If your society tells you are a doctor with big money and some lot of wealth and all the ideas society has put in you, unconsciously you have a solid mold idea about you. First thing will happen is you will know, no, I am something much, much more than this, God. Second thing, you will easily be able to move the incidents in your life. Understand? The moment you have the clarity, the dream, as long as you think you are the same person who is dreaming, in the dream you have an idea about you. And as long as you think you are the same person, you will be forced and you will be taken away by the dream. You will not be able to move any incident, move anything in your dream. The dream will be a ruler. You will be ruled. Suddenly when the awareness comes, no, I am a bigger guy. I am not the guy whom I was thinking in dreaming. I am the guy with a lot more power and ability, whom I was thinking as me in the waking state. The identity of the waking state will interfere, overlap on the identity of the dream person. It is like a bringing the wealth from USA and spending in India. You will have more exchange. You will have more exchange rate. The identity you carry in the waking state is always more powerful than the dream state. Because in dream state, you don't have a physical body. You have two bodies less. In the dream state, you have only 5 layers. In the waking state, you have 7 layers. So naturally, this identity is a little stronger. When it overlaps, you will have a little freedom to change few things in the dream state. But the problem is too much of overlapping. You will jump into waking state identity and you will wake up. Dream will disappear. That gap time where the waking identity is overlapping on dream identity. You feel the power. You feel the energy of the waking identity, but you are seeing the world of dream identity. That period is what I call period with miracle powers. Understand? Period with the siddhis. Here, in the waking state, when the identity of enlightenment, I can say the beyond identity, that super consciousness overlaps on you, suddenly for 2 years, you will feel you are more than what you are thinking, but the world is smaller, lower than what is. So you will feel more power, empowered. You will be empowered. You will be able to alter things as you want. Just like you are able to play with a dream for a few moments, you will be able to play. That period is what we call a seeker with siddhis, not enlightenment. The problem is, when too much of the superconscious descends on you, you will be awakened completely. You will neither have power nor have interest to alter the things of this world. That is fully enlightened. Jivan Mukta. Enlightened person will never have an interest to alter all these things because nonsense. You won't waste time to change things inside your dream because you know you are going to wake up. because you know there is no use in it. So, to find out whether you are seeing the world's unreal existence is two things. First, you will see you are much more than what you have been told. Second, you will be able to alter the incidents as you want. You will be able to play with it. When this two happens, I tell you, immediately stop putting your awareness on changing things. Start putting the awareness on the higher identity which is landing on you. Then you will suddenly wake up. You will become enlightened. If you put your awareness on changing the things of the dream, playing, you will be spending a lot of energy and time and everything on this. You will be postponing enlightenment. You will be postponing awakening. The dreamer, when he feels he is higher than the dream identity, if he is fully engrossed in changing the incidents and things of the dream world, he will never be awakened. He will not put his energy on awakening. Hope I convey. It's very subtle. Only if you yourself have experienced what I am saying, you will be able to connect and suddenly it will click. Yes, what he said is my experience. So, understand, only if you experience these two things which I am saying, you are experiencing the unreality of material things, not otherwise. Otherwise, be very clear, you are still stuck where you are. I want to just sit in your presence and I'll miss that when you leave the US. First thing, if you know how to sit in my presence, you will realize I never leave. If you are sitting with what you think as presence, then you will start worrying of me being and leading. Understand, the person who started feeling the presence of my absence will always be in the presence. Presence of my absence. Understand, now you are feeling my presence because as a small I am absent. What you think as me is absent. That is why what the real presence is happening. So, it's a very tricky thing. What you think as me is not me. Again, you are missing what you think as me, thinking that as me. If you think what you think as me, now I will be bound to fulfill what you think. And if I am not fulfilling, you will think what kind of master he is. Understand? Do not be stuck with what you think as me. Grow to what is me. That will never move anywhere. That never moves anywhere. Can a person bear a child and be enlightened? Actually, I did some conscious scanning because the other day I was reading from great enlightened master Arunagiri Nada. He's from my native place. His biography, and it was supposed to be immaculate conception. Means no father, but suddenly mother is carrying the child. This can happen if the person is enlightened. So if the enlightened person carries the body, the child also will be enlightened. And if, one more thing, important thing, when an enlightened soul, enlightened consciousness lands on the body, for those 3 moments, the mother who is giving birth, she becomes enlightened. She gets the Satori experience. This happened with Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi's mother, even with my own mother. When I saw her energy, I saw very clearly. She had her first experience when I took birth. So, child being carried by an enlightened lady will naturally be enlightened child. Here you are asking some personal question like, in next life, I want to have a child, but I also want enlightenment. And I think both are conflicting. I don't see any conflict. You can have child and enlightenment both in this Janma itself. And I don't see any conflict that enlightened person should not have a child, or the person who is being pregnant should not become enlightened. Second question, I had learned that forgiveness prayers are important if they come from existence to the unenlightened person. Should those prayers be practiced by others or only by the receiver? Understand? Anything comes from an unenlightened person, forget it. Because they may miss some important thing when they write the program. It may become virus. Any technique, any prayer, anything from an unenlightened person, keep away from it. Save yourself. Techniques and prayers expressed by unenlightened beings and become popular are responsible for all the calamity which is happening in the spiritual field, and all the problems which are happening in the spiritual field. If I have to say a small example, small story about this, a small story. A group of pandits, intellectuals in the religious field, but not enlightened. They go for a trekking in the Alps hill. Fortunately, they are lost. The world was fortunate, so they are lost. And they are trying to find out where they are. After having a long discussion for 3 days and 3 nights continuously, and consulting the map, sun, moon, compass, the head of the group says, now I know where we are. All of us became very interested and asked, please tell where. Do you see that hill far away? They say, yes. According to map, we are on the top of that hill. Understand? They miss some important things, means reality. They miss something which is very important, reality. So avoid anything, whether it is idea of God, understand? Vivekananda says very beautifully, do not even read the books which is written by an unenlightened person. He says, I thought it is too fanatic. Actually, when I read that line, I felt too fanatic. How can this be? Later on, when I analyzed my own inner space, I understood, without even your knowledge, when something is said very beautifully, in a wonderful, punching way, you take that idea and make it as part of your inner software. Without understanding whether it is really truth or lie, if it is said very poetically, see, that is the influence of the poets and poetry on the human beings. All of us know it is not true, but all of us are influenced by it. See the drama. All of us know it is not true, but all of us are influenced by it. So these unenlightened beings, when they express something poetical, without knowing or verifying unconsciously you record that into your inner software, and that can become part of your inner programming. To remove that and to get rid of it, it may take years. It may take years. So, after my own research, I understood what Vivekananda said is 100% true. Even casually, do not read the books or listen to the words or internalize anything from unenlightened beings. It is safe for you if you can protect yourself from the unenlightened beings. Let's enter into today's sutra. Before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? Consider dissolve in the beauty. I can say this is one of the technique which can lead you to quantum jump. Ananda Sutra. It's neither Nitya Sutra nor Dhyana Sutra, Ananda Sutra. Just understand. Just understand and allow that understanding to work on you. The understanding of this kind of sutras will start the psychological revolution in you. If you cooperate and change your day-to-day activity based on the understanding which is happening, the more and more deeper understanding will be revealed. These are like, these sutras, you need just initiation, means click by the living master. The next thing you need to do is not practicing. The efforts which are happening by that initiation, cooperating with it. Just cooperate with the effort, nothing else. Mahadeva says, before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? All of us always think and taught, even by the Western psychology, that first we exist, then we have desires. I and mine. I and mine. Just Mahadeva shakes and turns the whole thing. He says, I can say this is one of the greatest declaration, one of the greatest weapon, one of the greatest tool given to human beings for enlightenment, for awakening of the consciousness. I have read thousands of sutras, thousands of things, but this is one of the most revolutionary and shocking. He says, the mind comes first before I. Understand? Not I and then mine. If I and then mine, you can never become enlightened, because you can, whatever you do, you will be working only on the mind. Mind is mind. See, mind is also one of your property. So whatever you do will be only on your property, not on you. Operating on your properties cannot get you out of disease. Surgery being done to your car cannot heal your knees. So, all your operation, if it is on the mind, which is mind, then how can I be lost? How can I become enlightened? Here Mahadeva is revealing a very important truth. After reading the sutra, I sat and consciously verified how the I and mind gets created. Let me tell you how the truth of the sutra clicked with me. I had the fortune of listening to this sutra by one very elderly lady, saintly lady, Uppammal. You see my biography, you see her photograph. She was reciting the sutra and giving me explanation in Tamil, in my mother tongue. when she said, first comes mind, the desire or knowing, only on that the I is getting built. Not that I is a base, on that the mind is getting built. I was shocked. No, no, no. How can that be? We always believe and we always feel the I is first, then comes mind. I was sitting and thinking about it. One of my relatives, she brought her child, and the child was sitting in front of me. And the child was playing with some toys. And he was about to take one toy and he was trying to swallow the toy. As you know, kids always they put anything in their mouth. That is the way they taste. That is the way they relate. And I saw that this fellow is trying to swallow. I just tried to snatch that toy so that he will not swallow or he will not hurt himself. The moment I snatched, I saw not only the child was weeping and crying, his whole life is jumping out of that body to have that possession. I was in a deep, pure awareness, consciously alive and witnessing what is happening. Of course, the sutra which this Kupamar, she taught me, that was the background of my mind. I was thinking, how can this be reality? When I saw the incident, I only took something what the child thinks as mine. But I saw his whole eye was shaken. His whole eye was live. The very feeling was shaken. And he felt as if his whole life is taken away, he is being killed. Some of his part has been taken away. Suddenly it clicked in me. I could see very clearly, consciously, the I is built on mind from the young age. If the mind can be removed, I has no work. I just loses its base. I does not exist without mind. Mind is like a fabric out of which I is created. If you remove all the fabric, there will not be I. Then it has started now interesting me. That child has become my experiment guinea pig. Then I decided to play. I gave the toy to him back. The moment he put the toy in his mouth, I saw clearly his eye coming back to life, settling. Somehow, fortunately, I had that deep awareness and consciousness to scan what was going on inside. Because I learned the sutras after my first experience. I was able to see exactly what is going on in his system, in his being. Then again, just I removed that tie, I saw his whole eye shaken. From the young age, when you are living with unconscious, means that from the day one, the I is getting built only on mind. After some time, you collected enough of mental ideas as mind. On that mental ideas only the I is standing. Understand? Now, even if all the items, outer world related things are taken away from you, you have collected a lot of ideas and knowledge as mind. On that knowledge and ideas, the I is standing. The child, fortunately, doesn't have an idea and knowledge collected as mind. He has only the products and items as mind. The moment it is taken away, the I is shaken. This gave me a great clarity and click. I can say that was one of the great revelation. And again, 2-3 times I tried that, giving the tie back and taking it out. I know, of course, the child was shouting and crying, but I can say It was such big clarity. It was a clarity landed. Then finally I gave the toy back to the child and said, now I got what I need. Thank you. Actually, when I read Bhagavatam, Bhagavatam is one of the great spiritual literature. Unless you read Bhagavatam, you will not understand the spiritual essence of India. Understand? Ramayana and Mahabharatam are more social part, less spiritual part. Bhagavatam is 90% spiritual, only 10% social. Why Ramayana and Mahabharatam became popular, you know? Because it's not strong stuff, it's a light stuff. Like a snacks. Wherever you go, whenever you want, you can be eating. It's more like a snacks. That is why it became very popular. But Bhagavatam is the real dinner, real lunch. When I was reading Bhagavatam, there is a story which says there was a Paramahamsa who learned from ant, who learned from tree, who learned from hunter, learned so many lessons from the people whom he is meeting in the life, and he calls all of them as gurus. I was not able to understand how can this happen. When this incident happened, I realized, yes, the child is now my guru. The child is now my guru. Gave me a great click, very big click. Understand? It's a very important fact. All you need to do is allow all your desire, fear, greed, idea about enlightenment, idea about you, idea about me, idea about world, everything to go through a change based on this clarity. That's all. When this clarity happens, when you click with the sutra, start tuning your day-to-day activity, decisions, day-to-day decisions which you make to this sutra. Don't say, no, I cannot disturb my day-to-day life. It's already settled. No. Okay, you talk whatever you want. Tomorrow you will tell something else. I cannot be changing my day every day. If you postpone that way, okay, up to you. But anybody who is courageous, understand, one Ananda Sutra click. This click is enough. Now, sit and revise all your goals, all your idea about what you want to do in the life, or what you want to become, what you are. You may be having an idea about you and your efficiency and your possibility. Your efficiency will always think as lower than your possibility. And your goal and so many other things. Now revise all of them just with this one understanding. Understand? Before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? It means be very clear. Your desire, your knowing does not have a base of your being. Even though continuously you are believing, this is what I want to be. That is why I carry all these desires. That is why I carry all this knowing. And that is what I am expressing in my life. Understand? Your belief that what you want to be and your belief, the path to what you want to be is not in tune. That is what Mahadeva says. Understand? This is the click. How can you say your desire and your knowing exists in you without you realizing the you? Another important line, before desire and before knowing. How can I say I? Your understanding, your desires or your property is the main reason why you are running behind, trying to fulfill, in the end of the life, feel frustrated. Understand? Go through a simple shift and reorganizing. The reorganizing. Understand, you are the property of your desires. They are just kicking you from left and right, right and left, from different corners. Decide for some time to keep them all away and see what remains. Keep all of them away, your desires and knowing, and see what remains. Just tune your day-to-day activities, decision making, to keep all these things away, whatever you think as mine, away, and see what remains. See what remains. Understand? These clicks are not such a small thing as we think. They are so powerful, so strong. Sometimes these clicks can just do a psychological revolution in 1 second. In 1 second. One small but very beautiful story from an enlightened master from southern part of India. His name is called Pattinattar. He was a very rich guy. Rich means filthy rich. He used to give a loan even to king. Once he sent his son, of course, the word filthy rich is 2 words meaning same thing. Sorry for using 2 words. Sometimes you need to emphasize. But I have seen when the inner richness is there, even if the outer richness is added, the filthy qualities never gets added. The smell of the money will never get added. Without inner maturity, if the wealth is added, I have seen the fools. Suddenly you will see 10 rings on all 10 fingers. And big watch with diamonds. And what not. All kinds of huge chains. And too many other things. I always tell people, the smell of the dead body is much better than the smell of the money. Smell of the dead body is much better than smell of the money. Because smell of the dead body, at least we will know. Smell of the money, we will not even. It will be too much. This guy had so much wealth, and he has sent his son to go and get more wealth from the other countries. In those days, the youngsters will be sent through the ship to go to different countries and make more wealth and business. And he's so greedy, filled with greed. When the son came back, he was not even bothered about how his health and where he is and all. He is only bothered about what he brought. He ran to the harbor, and son came out of the ship. His eyes are so much filled with greed. He did not even look at the son or care to see the son. He ran inside to see what he brought. And suddenly he realized all other guys who went with his son, they all brought gold, diamond, jewels. This guy brought only cow dung cakes. Only cow dung cakes. And this guy comes out and sees the son and shouts at him, "You idiot, for this you went all the way there and only you brought cow dung cake." The son did not answer. Just he left the place, went to the home and gave one small leaf and a needle without the hole. In needle, the sewing needle, there will be a hole where you will put the thread and sew. That needle without that hole part is broken. The needle without the hole and the one small palm leaf. This guy, this greedy rich guy, after the son left, he got so disturbed. Not only this guy brought only cow dung cake, It's a decent word for another one, some other word. If it is cows, it is holy, and if it is male cow, bulls, it is unholy. Anyhow, not only this guy brought just cow dung, and he did not even answer. He just goes and sees the heap of cow dung and kicks with the left leg. When he kicked, few cow dung cakes fell and broke. He realized inside the cow dung cake, so much of diamond and pearls are stored. Means he put all the diamond and pearls and covered it with cow dung for the sake of safety. See, in those days, when you come in the ship, a lot of pirates will come. They will snatch and take away whatever valuables you have. If it is covered inside cow dung, the pirates may not be able to recognize it is a worthy, very valuable gold or diamond or jewels. They will think, oh, this is just for cooking they have. So this guy realized his son is not only efficient, he is intelligent to protect the wealth. He earned money, made wealth, diamond, pearls, whatever he wants, but he covered it with a diamond cake, so that he covered it with a cow dung cake, so that on the way, even if the pirates stop them, try to steal, try to rob their ship, they will not take this, thinking it is a useless thing. He realized, oh God, what mistake I made. I shouted at my son. First thing, I did not even care for him. Second thing, I did not have passions to look into this. Third thing, I shouted at him without even letting him give any explanation. He ran to the home to apologize and ask his son to forgive him. There, I understand the whole mood. He is in a high, agitated, restless mood. One, the mistake which he did. Second, the guilt. Both of them are haunting him. He is one moment in the peak, one moment in the valley. He reaches his home, asks the wife, where is the son? Where is the son? I wanted to apologize. I've done a big mistake. She says, I don't know where he is, but he gave this leaf and the needle without the head, without the hole. You can see this. The guy picks up that box and sees the needle without the hole, and there is a word written on that palm leaf. In Tamil, it is written, Kadatra Usiyum Varadhanan Kadaivalike. Let me translate. It's a beautiful verse. Even a needle without a hole will not come when you leave the body. Will not come with you forever. It means impermanence of the wealth. It was a strong blow. First thing, son telling father. Second thing, not inefficient, lazy bum. This guy is powerful enough, intelligent enough to create wealth. After creating wealth, he is intelligent enough to protect the wealth. Then he is telling his own father, I made what you want. I have protected what you want. And I brought it and gave it to you what you want. But now understand, I tell you, this will not come, not this whole wealth, even one needle without that hole will not come for your life. Means after death. He says, impermanence of the wealth. Nothing will stay with you. Nothing will come when you are going to the ultimate place. This was a strong blow and a shock. That shock and strong blow became a click. And that guy, the rich guy, had a strong click. And that was it. The story says he dropped everything, threw everything that same moment, left the home and became enlightened. His name is Pattinatthar. The click If the click happens in right time, one click is enough to lead you to enlightenment. It was an intense click. And not only that, when the click happened, he decided to alter his day-to-day life in tune with the click. He was courageous enough to tune his life with that click. That was a strong click. When it happened, he did not think, okay, I will mentally renounce, physically keep a little bit. Maybe till my life ends, I'll keep that much bank balance. No, nothing, no second thought. Did not bother about anything. He had only one thing in his heart: courage to go with that click, to go behind that click and see the end of it. This is what I call courage of tapas. Courage of tapas. Understand? This click can do that same thing to you. I'm not saying you will leave the wealth and go. No, I'm not saying that. But this can do such a big transformation in you. Falling in tune, if you can arrange, if you can put your day-to-day activities in tune with this click, your day-to-day decisions in tune with this click, suddenly you will see the click is revealing deeper and deeper clicks and understandings to you. Understand? The initiation is like giving you one light. That light can be put off by any cyclone or air or blowing wind. If you protect it, then it can't be blown away. It cannot be put off. Protecting means making your day-to-day decisions and life in tune with that click. Whenever you receive a click, protect it as if you have the Kamadhenu and Kalpavriksha, means the tree which gives you whatever you want, wish-fulfilling tree, as if you got the wish-fulfilling tree. Hold it inside your heart and see your everyday decision. Again and again, your thinking revolves around that click. Your day-to-day activities are slowly falling in tune with that click. Whenever your day-to-day activities are made to fall in tune with that click, with that understanding, the deeper and deeper truths will be revealed by the same initiation. I know for sure, Pattinatthar did not become enlightened the moment he read that palm leaf. No. He had only click, a strong initiation. The next thing he did is putting all his effort and energy to tune himself to that click. He immediately started rearranging his thinking setup towards that click. He rearranged his lifestyle to be in tune with the click. The moment he did that, the deeper and deeper truths of that click was getting revealed to him. And naturally, in few months or few weeks, he has become enlightened. He has achieved the ultimate truth. Understand now, this one thing, one click. Allow this initiation to work on you. The understanding which you are having, you are the center and your desires are your own, your property. Your fears are your property. Whatever is happening inside you, your mind is your property, is a lie. You are the property of your mind. This will bring so much of disrespect to your mind, so much of rest and unclutching between you and your mind. As long as you think your mind is yours, you will never be able to stop fulfilling what it says, what it anticipates. You will never be able to escape from its roots. Even if you escape from the desires, it will attack you in the name of fear. Your mind is very intelligent. When you escape from your desires, it will create fears and make you do the same thing what it wants you to do. In a different way, it will enter through the back door. It will enter through the back door. Whether it is your fear or desire, it is not yours. The very understanding your fears are not yours will leave you so freely, with so much of rest. You don't have to stop, or you don't have to escape from them. You don't have to stop them. You don't have to escape from them. At the most, what can happen? Let it happen. For whom it is not going to happen? Tell me. Everybody, it is going to happen. Everything, it is going to happen. Not only for you, even for me. At least what you think as me, this body is going to die. Everything is going to die. There is nothing which is not going to die. Let you have this courage. What can happen? That's all. The other day, one of our deities which we brought to other temple, after the installation, not now, here, not in our temple, in another temple, after the installation, somehow somebody mishandled and it was little damaged, broken. Immediately these guys came and complained to me, oh, what is this? God is broken. I said, relax. Deity is broken, not God. One more important thing, as long as it is made out of some material, it has to have degradation. At some time, even if it is out of stone, after a few thousand years, it has to have some damage. Maybe for you to become enlightened, you have to feel deity is God. But sometimes, anything which is a form has to break, has to disappear, will get degraded. So, understand, anything has to disappear. This one clarity, your fears are not yours. You are not needed. You don't need to protect yourself from those fears. You are not continuously needed to protect yourself from those fears. Neither you are needed, nor you need to protect yourself from those fears continuously happening. Your desires are not yours. Your fears are not yours. You are only being created and given an illusory idea to you that you exist so that you will continue to fulfill your fears and desires. Your fears and desires created a lobby and put you as a president just to fulfill what they want. This is the essence. But unfortunately, you start thinking you have power and you are fulfilling the needs of your desires and fears. Because of that, you continue to exist and you continue to create things which needs for you to exist. Relax just from this one thing. Understand, in India, the lobbying is not so open. That is why people are not able to understand what is going on. After studying few of the country's politicians, politics and the basic understanding, I was able to see very clearly now what I said. You, what you think as I, is nothing but created leader by the fears and greed. Every fear you remove, part of you will be dropped, will die. Every desire you remove, part of you will start melting away. The moment you remove all these things, suddenly you will see you don't exist. It's like I have seen some of these laser beam shows they'll do in India. From 3-4 places, they will send a strong laser beam. They will all hit each other at one place and it will appear like a strong light, a jyoti or a sun is happening out of nowhere. A sun will appear in the sky because 3-4 laser beams are reflecting on each other. When you remove those 3-4 laser beams, the sun will not be there. But because you are seeing that sun for quite a long time, you forgot the laser beams are responsible for that sun to exist. You start thinking the sun has its own existence. You start thinking that you have your own existence apart from all those few laser beams which are contributing source to understand. What you think as you is not Swayam Prakasa, self-emanating. You are self-emanating. The original, true you is self-emanating, not what you think as you. When you understand, your fears are not yours. Your desires are not yours. And you are the property of your fear and desire and all other things. Suddenly, you will lose respect for them. Losing respect for them will unclutch completely you from whatever you think as you. You will disappear. The sun will disappear. When the laser beams are moved away, the sun which was there till this moment will disappear. That is what Buddha calls nirvana. Extinction. The exact meaning of nirvana means extinction. What you think as you will be extincted. Understand? If you remove the fuel supply, what you think as you will be extincted. And you will realize that you don't exist apart from what you think as yours. What all you think as yours, that only adds to what you think as you. Till the age of 7, you are getting built only on the physical products you have, physical properties you have. And after some time, you acquire knowledge, ideas, desires, fears, so many things. Then you are building yourself on that. That is what I call having individual logical thinking. If you can start acting, if you are active even while you don't have the physical things around you, what you think as yours, then you have started having intellectual logical thinking. Understand? Till the age of 7, kids cannot think without their properties. If the properties are not there, there won't be thinking. After the age of 7, nowadays maybe I can say from the age of 3 itself it starts, because the input is too much. Input is too much. After enough input is put inside, when a platform is created by the collected ideas of desires, fear and all those things, on that you start thinking you. You start creating the I. Because the platform is there from the moment you started having the I, you never think that without that platform, the I cannot exist. You start thinking the I is more stronger and permanent. You may argue, no, I can think even while I don't have the properties around me. But you don't understand the ideas and desires and fears you accumulated are also some more properties. They are also properties of your mind. That mind if it can be relaxed, you will see the extinction happens. So understand and imbibe this click, have this initiation with you now, and let this initiation do the process. Initiation is like a putting the fire in the huge cotton godown. All you need is allow it to be burnt. That's all. Do not dump too much cotton on that small fire. If you dump too much cotton on that small fire, you may put it off. Don't dump too much cotton or anything. Just allow that to work. Allow that fire to happen. It means you don't have to do any sadhana or any mental confusion, chaos and all those things. That is like putting more cotton on, dumping more cotton on the fire. You may put it off sometime. Don't do that. Allow that to happen. At the most, give enough space for air. Means tuning your day-to-day activity and thinking towards that initiation, towards that click, towards that inner fire. Listen and have that click and have the initiation before desire and before knowing. How can I say I am? Consider means see. See, you do not exist before you accumulate and start working on fear or desire or your properties. So whatever properties you have, you think as yours outside and inside is not you. Mahadeva says, dissolve in beauty. He says, dissolve in the beauty. When you understand your desires need not be fulfilled by you, your fears need not be fulfilled by you, you don't have to protect yourself from your fears. Suddenly, beauty happens to you. A deep grace of fulfillment happens to you. Dissolve in that beauty. Mahadeva says, dissolve in that beauty. Understand this one thing. Neither your desires needs to be fulfilled by you, nor you need to protect yourself from your fear, because they are not yours. You are there. You are theirs. So just have this one initiation, one click. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Swamiji, thank you a million times. My investment paid off today, Maheshwara. Thank you. To tell you honestly, when I was coming, I felt that I should not add any more words today. Just let you go and sleep on it. That's what really I felt. I think I'll do that. I should not add any more words. If I add any more words, the last part only you will be stuck. Let you go and sleep on this word. I'll do the remaining sutras tomorrow. Thank you. Let you achieve and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
How many of you understood clearly? Yes. Now we'll move on to the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. So please sit straight. Sit with this powerful understanding of the Shiva Sutra. Now sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. And again, one more round of consciousness over matter. And sit with your the object, the matter in your hand. And let's start with your head, neck, back, straight line. And visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And any thoughts that are coming in the way, let it come, let it go. Sit with the context that Swamiji is Paramashiva in the human form and visualize his form in the third eye. Now, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object to move from your hand with your power of consciousness. Let us start.
All your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes. Now, please go ahead and share your manifestation results in the chat. Yes, now let's enter into the next sutra. The 75th sutra. Waking, sleeping, dreaming, know you as light. He is not saying visualize you as light, know you as light. The greatness of all the Eastern religions is they are done through great research and development inside the inner science. To do these techniques, you need a sangha, a spiritual community, which is really inspired to do this because the whole day you need to sit and somebody needs to be around, caring and in a very loving way, constantly feeding the fire, feeding the fire. They should not put too much fire. If they put too much fire, you won't be able to sit. And if your body gets dehydrated constantly, they should be supplying water. You shouldn't open the eyes most of the time. And you don't have to open your eyes again and again. So you are supposed to visualize that you are light. There is nothing else inside and outside. There is no body, no world, only light. Intense light. The moment you wake up from the bed, from that moment to the moment you fall asleep, slowly, after a few days, it will start penetrating even your sleep and dreaming. You have to visualize that you are simply light. In dreaming also, you will remember you as light. In deep sleep also, you will remember you as a light. You will just be just as a light, shining as an eternal light. This technique is so powerful, it will give you the clear experience that you will never die. Light never dies. So if you think you are mass, you will always have the fear you will disappear. If you realize that you are light, the fear of disappearing, death will disappear. That's why before the sannyas, everybody is asked to do this meditation technique, this method. So both the techniques Just visualize throughout the day that you are light. This simple technique, this will penetrate in your swapna and sushupti states, and you will lose the fear of death with this technique. And now we will listen and to another technique from Swamiji into deeper consciousness.
Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because today's subject is my very favorite subject. Maybe for a few seconds, you can close your eyes and pray to Mahadeva, Shiva, and the tradition of enlightened masters, enlightened beings, to give us this understanding. Because this understanding about which I'm going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. So take few seconds. Sada Shiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryandam Vande Guru Paramparam. Yes. Usually this stotra is chanted just to correct your voice and tone. But the moment I remember the Guru Parampara, the tradition of masters, my voice is choked. Today's subject is Maya. The content is Maya. Very important word in our spiritual tradition. Very important thing to be understood for anybody who wants to live the life blissfully. Anybody who wants to live basic understanding. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life, learning and working towards enlightenment. But always that, why today, why not tomorrow? Little later, that's okay. What is the urgency to take the jump immediately? That always used to come and I was always postponing. The decision was never made. It was just going. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. As I was telling Dave yesterday, the clicking should happen. Just reading or learning also won't help. Sometimes that click happens. You understand much more than what is written in the book. You see, if you are just reading and understanding the meaning of all the words according to the Oxford Dictionary, it is reading. Suddenly, sometime, the understanding which comes from that words opens up a new door and all your doubts starts disappearing. The whole puzzle falls in tune. Everything suddenly appears more clear. That click has to happen. That click happened in me when I studied the truth, that idea of Maya. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. So the first place I ran away is the place where Shankara became enlightened. It's called Omkareshwar, where Shankara met his master, Govindapada, in a cave. But of course, I was too small boy. I didn't think that there will be nobody in that cave. Now, actually, when I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. Shankara left the home at the age of 7 and wandered and reached Omkareshwar, Madhya Pradesh, on the banks of Narmada. He met his guru, Govindapada, in a cave, and by his grace and a meditation, he became enlightened on the banks of Narmada. So I was thinking, at least somebody from Shankara's lineage will be sitting in that cave. So I can go and catch them and become enlightened. Maybe around the age of 15. So I left the home, went and straight inquired about that Omkareshwar and reached that place. Of course, the cave was empty. Only his murti his statue is there. Even though it was shocking in the initial level, that cave is empty, nobody is there to teach. Somehow, this one understanding of Maya gave so much courage to continue my practice. Stayed there for some time. And of course, because there is nobody else to guide, I started wandering and even came back to the native place once, and then, of course, my wandering continued, my search, everything continued. But this one understanding gave me such big push. It opened a big door in me. Today, the moment I saw the sutra, I was so filled with a joy. Oh God, today there is going to be a wonderful subject. Usually before coming to the class only, I'll just see the sutra. What is today's sutra? The moment I saw the sutra, I was filled with joy and energy, because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand, there is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. No. I am not saying you will leave your home or go to Omkareshwar. No. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation, the mood of liberation, when you realize this truth. See, I had tremendous energy to do what I want to do further in my life. So you will also have the same tremendous energy when you understand this truth about Maya. When you understand the truth about this Maya. So let's enter into the Mahadeva's Sutra, Mahadeva's aphorism. Let me read the translation. Illusions deceive, colors subscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look and become Shiva. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Usually, the word Maya is translated as illusion in English. Illusion is not the right word. No. Illusion is not the right word. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. Understand? If you think your dreams are reality, you are caught in Maya. If you think this is your ultimate reality, you are caught in Maya. That's all. This is not illusion. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No. This is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. Vivekananda says beautifully, when he was given the first experience by Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna touched him and gave him the first experience. When enlightened masters touch you, the downloading of the enlightened software can happen in you. Straight away they can download that software into you. You don't even have to agree. Understand? You don't even need to give your consent. Straight away they can open your being. And actually, it is nothing more than chewing a bitter leaf for them. Your mind is nothing more than a chewing bitter leaf. Just they can chew and spit on corner. So Ramakrishna gave that experience and he said one word, everything is Maya. Suddenly such big opening in Vivekananda's being. He says, I was walking in Calcutta. He is going back from Ramakrishna's temple where Ramakrishna was saying, Dakshineswar temple to his home. He says, on the way there are many pillars in the road. I went and hit my head to see whether they are all really real, whether they are all staying. Because I felt whatever is in front of me is not as I always used to think. Let me tell you this story. This story will throw a new light. One day, early morning, a Zen master comes out of his bedroom and starts crying. Usually, Zen masters are known for their joy and bliss. They are very joyful, radiating, and very blissful beings. Somehow, even in Hindu tradition, we lost a little bit of bliss in the name of peace. The problem is only the old fellows became swamis. Now really, when everything is over, when there is no life or energy to even to laugh, that's why now the bliss part is little missed by the Hindu tradition. Of course, it is there, but the Zen, they kept the whole thing alive. The Zen is not only just peace, it's intense silence, not just dead silence. They are known to be very joyful. That's why even their God, they have described, they have visualized laughing Buddha. Only Zen people are courageous enough to worship laughing Buddha. Just laughing all the time. all the time in joy. But unusual, this is a very unusual thing, a Zen master coming out of his bedroom and crying. All his 10,000 disciples gathered around him. The Zen masters live with a huge group, 10,000, 20,000, nothing less than 10,000. And all his disciples gathered. They asked, what happened? Why are you crying, master? You are an enlightened. You are a Buddha. Why are you crying? He said, no, yesterday night I dreamt that I became butterfly and started flying all over. Disciples said, that's okay. It was just a dream. Now you are all right. Why are you crying about that? Why are you bothered about that? Leave it. He says beautifully, understand? He says, no, I don't know whether I dreamt that I became butterfly or that butterfly is dreaming now that it has become a master. Understand? This word looks very funny, but this is the key. This is the key to open. He says, I do not know whether master dreamt he became butterfly or the butterfly is dreaming that it became master. Actually, we don't know. There is no scale that you are sitting and listening to me. I may be dreaming that you are all here listening to me, and you may be dreaming that you are sitting here and listening to me. Sometime when you plan and decide to go somewhere, but you have 20 minutes, so you think, let me have a good nap, a small nap, and you lie down in your couch or sofa, you will be dreaming already you are in that spot. You will be dreaming already you are in that spot. There is every possibility in 10 minutes you may wake up and you will be sitting in your house. You don't know. There is no scale. There is no scale. You may think, no, I can pinch myself and see I am sitting here only. No, in dream also you can pinch yourself. And you may say, no, my friend is here who is from different area. He is also seeing you. I am also seeing you. Maybe with that I can confirm that I am in reality. No. In your dream also you can see your friends. Understand? In your dream, if you, your family, all of you are in Delhi. For example, you are dreaming, you and your whole family is in Delhi. So all of you will see the same Delhi. Because even your family people are your own projection. Same way, there is every possibility people who are sitting next to you can be your projection in your dream now. There is no scale to prove you are not dreaming. You are not dreaming. When I first read this Zen story, it was a very shocking revelation. Yes, true. We don't know. But your unconscious is not ready to believe. No. I know. I drove my car. I know. I know where my house is. No. This Swami is talking too much. Your unconscious doesn't want to leave that hold. Even though for a moment you think, yes, we don't know whether we are dreaming or in a waking state. You just console yourself. No. I know. I can go back to my same house. I have all my safe things. I have everything secured. No. This can't be dream. I am okay. Relax. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It feels too much. So you don't want to explore, you don't want to think about it. You don't want to remember it. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atato Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. Let us inquire into the truth. Beautiful sutra. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. Understand? I was thinking, why in the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. No, really, they have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying. That's a basic condition. Sometimes I wondered why our Vedic masters have put this as a basic condition. Because if you stay in one place and do research and experience, you can teach to so many people. All major religions, which is catching the majority of the planet Earth, which has got largest followers, they all have a permanent address. But uprooting a person from his permanent address is the basic condition for the Vedic tradition. I thought that's very impractical. I think wrong marketing strategy. I really thought about it. Very wrong marketing strategy. Then I realized our tradition is not created for marketing. It was created to create the product. People who have put their energy in creating product never bothered to market it. People who are working on marketing never bothered to create a product. Anyhow, what to do? It's very strange. In the Vedic tradition, the moment you want to do the research on the truth, you are asked to be homeless, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. It may suddenly give you, open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. It needs courage. That is why becoming homeless or just exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. And the whole society was created for this kind of a lifestyle. That is why in India, any village you can go, you can survive, you will get food, stay with respect if you have this cloth, that's all. They won't even ask you name. All you need is 3 meters this cloth. Nothing else. Nobody will question your name, background, nothing. This cloth, if you know a few words logically to speak, it's okay. Otherwise also no problem. You can say Mauni Baba, Silent Baba. You can do what you can be as you feel. You will receive food, shelter with respect. Understand? That is the beauty. They won't even eat and then give you. They will give you, only then they will eat. The whole society was created for this kind of a research and development. It was just amazing that every village knows the concept of sadhu. There was no mass communication system. There is no television. There is no other mass communication system. But the whole country knows the sadhu system, the sannyas tradition. If you have this cloth, you can survive anywhere in India. You will not be looked down. That is the main thing. Here, when you see a homeless guy, how you look with pity or sympathy, you will not be looked like that. People will look at you with respect. You will look at them with sympathy. Ah, poor guy, still caught in the family. Grihis, suffering. That's surprising. That whole society was created for this kind of understanding and learning and research and development. Of course, only with that courage, you will be able to explore into this truth. Because today I'm going to take you step by step into the basic realities, whatever you think as basic reality, time, space, length, breadth, depth, whatever you think as reality is made out of same stuff in which your dreams are made. Understand? In your dream, out of which stuff, length, breadth, depth, time, space is made, the same wax, same mold, same material, this, what you see as a reality, is also made. Let me first answer all the questions which can come in your mind, because I know the frequently asked questions. And we always think, no, we can ask much better questions. We are not that intelligent. All questions which we will have in our mind can be classified in just one or two categories. Over. Nothing else is required. Nothing else is required. But only one thing required: courage to go behind the enquiry. Courage to go behind the truth wherever it leads. If you become fanatic, understand, you are always taught, programmed wrongly. If you are a religious guy, you will become fanatic. I say no. If you are irreligious, to be a communist, you need to be fanatic. To be irreligious, you need to be fanatic. To be inquiring into the truth, to be a person of a spiritual seeker, you can't be fanatic. Only a person who is not ready to look into the truth, means materialistic, only he will be fanatic. That is why in the Vedic tradition we say, anybody who is ready to look into the truth should be completely open and courageous to go behind, wherever it may lead. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is what was the condition before Shankara and Mandana Mishra started their vada, their argument. Mandana Mishra says, if you take me to the deeper level truth, then I know I will become your follower. If you take me to the deeper level, if I take you to the deeper level truth, then you know you will become my follower. That's all. Understand, there is no arrogance. There is no violence. There is no arrogance. There is no violence. The only tradition which never used sword or bread to convert people. We neither used bread nor used blood to convince or convert people. It was such a loving interaction. And you know the beauty. Who is the judge? Mandana Mishra's wife. Shankara is the person who is choosing the judge. He says, I know your wife is very honest. Let her be the judge. Then understand, you can't even call this as an argument. You can only call this as an opening up. If it was an argument, if it was with vested interest, you can't put your enemy's wife. Of course, I don't know whether Shankara thought enemy's enemy is friend. Then Mandana Mishra wouldn't have agreed. But Mandana Mishra also agreed. Let Sharada is the name of the Mandana Mishra's wife. Let Sharada be the judge. It was such a beautiful opening. Both of them are helping, leading the other person to the deeper and deeper levels of truths. Means both of them are courageous enough to explore the truth. And this lady judge, who was appointed as a judge, you should see her intelligence. She says, you see, both of you are seekers. If you don't have vested interest in your understanding, if you are open to learn further, you will not have vengeance. If you have vengeance, you will be fanatic. You will be caught with your vested interests. You will not be open to learn further. Now I have to declare, whoever is sitting here with vengeance has failed. Now how to find out who is sitting here with vengeance and who is sitting here with a true seeking? She says, I'll put two garlands made out of same kind of flowers. Whose garland dries first? Means if you have vengeance, your body will radiate a kind of a heat. Flower cannot stand. Flower can't stand that heat radiated by vengeance. Understand? All your emotions will radiate a kind of a fever in your body. Whether it is anger or vengeance or fear or greed. That is why when you are caught in lust, you will see a different temperature. When you are caught in fear, when adrenaline release happens in your system, you will see a different temperature. She knows this flower can't stand the heat created by vengeance. So she creates two garlands, puts it on both the persons. She says, now start. If you are true seekers, you will never lose your balance. You will never become violent. You will not use aggressive words in your talking. You will only be healing. You will only be very healing. Understand? A true seeker will only be radiating healing. He will only open up, try to help the other person to go to the deeper levels of reality. It was such a beautiful space. After 3 days, 3 days, two persons can sit and argue without losing the temper. Just imagine. I don't think any of us can manage 30 minutes. If it is your family or spouse, not more than 3 minutes. If he's a new guy and if it is a business transaction, there is a possibility for 30 minutes. That is also maximum. If he is also expecting a big gain and you are also expecting a big gain, you may be able to keep your patience for 30 minutes. Otherwise, I don't think there is any possibility. 3 days, both the guys are so cool, completely collective, centered. Not a single moment, single word expressing violence, expressing anger or vengeance. Means what? Completely they are ready to go behind the truth. They are ready to go behind the truth. Pure seekers. Understand? Here they are gambling with their life actually. If Mandana Mishra fails, he has to leave his wife, and Mandana Mishra already had 10,000 disciples. He was a guru, he was a master by himself. He was a guru on his own right. He has to now tell his 10,000 disciples he was a master without complete knowledge. Where he will keep his face? That is the worst death. It is much worse than death. He has to now lose his whole base. And the same way Shankara. Shankara also already had enough of disciples, followers. And if he is conquered or if he loses, he has to give his whole life. At least Mandana Mishra is little old. He was around 60. He may live only a few more years. But Shankara was very young. His whole life he has to serve Mandana Mishra and his wife. And for a Swami to serve a Grihi is too much. The whole life is at stake. They are gambling with life. But even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready to only seek. They are ready for truth. They are not ready to use even little violence or vengeance for some vested interests. They are ready to explore the truth. And the story says, after 3 days, one flower, only one flower in Mandana Mishra's garland dried up. So at one corner, unconsciously, a little bit of vengeance came out of Mandana Mishra. Sharada declared, "You are lost." Sharada declared, the wife declared, "You are lost." Still, in one corner of your mind, you have vengeance. Means you have some vested interests in what you believe. As long as you have vested interest in what you believe, you can't be a real scientist. You see, you can't be a real scientist if you already signed contract with the marketing agencies. No. If you already signed your contracts with the companies who are funding you, who have their own vested interests, you can't be a true scientist. If you have vested interests, you can't be a true seeker. Sharada declares, yes, now you have lost. He won the argument. Now you are supposed to follow him. Then Mandana Mishra becomes disciple of Shankara. And the story goes that then Shankara has to fight with Sharada also. Means argue, not fight. Argue with Sharada also. And convince her also. She also becomes disciple. And both of them follow. It is on Sharada's energy. He created the Sringeri Peetam. And Mandana Mishra was the first Acharya. He became Sureshwar Acharya. and he became the first Acharya. See, what we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. If you can just open that courage, this understanding, the few things which we will explore today from the Shiva Sutra can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a vicious circle. Who will start first? All right, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. There is every possibility. Instead of being caught in vicious circle, you can be caught in virtuous circle. Vicious circle leads to more and more bondage. Virtuous circle leads to more and more liberation. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva. To explain this great truth of Maya, our masters have used few beautiful examples. One is called Rajyasarva. In Sanskrit, they call Rajyasarva. Means sometime when you are walking alone in the dark. The problem is in this country, you never walk alone in the dark. Always you are safe, not like Indian villages where the regular routine, it's a part of a regular life. Walking alone in the darkness and all is a part of regular life. When you are walking in the dark, alone, if there is a rope lying in front of you, the first thought will be snake. Not only that, at that moment only you will feel as if that rope is moving, the edge of the rope is moving in the air. For a few seconds, your whole body will be flooded with adrenaline. You confirmed it, it's a snake. And you are ready to jump or to kill. If you have some stick or something, you will try to kill or you will try to run away. After a few minutes, suddenly if you look little deep, with a little patience, let me see what it is. Then you realize it is a rope, not snake. It is just a rope, not snake. This is a very common experience which happens in our life. With this one story, one example, in Vedanta, they will explain the whole Maya truth, the truth about Maya. See, because your hormones, your engrams, your samskaras wanted to see, it was seen like a snake. Because of its fear, because of its too much of greed towards life, or what you think as life, you saw that object as life-threatening object. And the moment you had little patience to look, it again becomes snake. One more thing, for those few moments when you are caught in fear, the rope was really snake for you. Even though it is not snake, it was snake for you. Same way, when you are caught in fear, when you are caught in greed towards what you think as life, this whole world, even though it is a rope, it will look like a snake. Your constant fear that the whole world is waiting to cheat you is because of your fear. Understand? If you can't trust anybody, if you can't open up, if you are suffering with a deep loneliness, if you feel you are not able to trust anybody, it is just because you are too much greed towards what you think as life. Whatever you think as life, you are too greedy about it. Too much greed. That's the reason we can't see the simple rope in the world. We constantly see the snake. Constantly we are seeing the snake. They call it Rajju Sarba Nyaya. If you look little deep, every step in your life, you will be seeing snakes on the rope. Every step you will be seeing snakes. All kinds of snakes. Not one snake or two snakes. All kinds of snakes. There are few questions. Let's explore those questions. Then I'll go further, deeper level of what Shiva says, this technique. I was talking about this dream state and the waking state being one and the same. You may have a question, Swamiji, in the waking state, whenever we come back to the state, we have same house, same car, same wife, same life. It is not different. But in the dream state, whenever you go back to the dream state, it is different. Every day, you have a different house, you have a different farm, you have a different car, you have a different lifestyle. Maybe with this we can say, dream is a dream and reality is reality. It looks very intelligent, but not. The question looks very logical and very intelligent, but it's not. Because the very concept of time is dependent on your mind. Understand? The very concept of time is dependent on your mind. I'll just put a diagram and explain to you how this question is not logical, or this understanding is not logical. Sometimes I used to be surprised. All these things we can talk now because scientists claim our brains are so-called developed. Even the size of the brain has become bigger in last 300 years. You know that? Average size of a human brain has become bigger in last 300 years. And so we may think that we are more intelligent or our IQ level has become high and all these things we can analyze and understand. But 5,000 years ago, they were able to understand all these things and reproduce this understanding to the whole country, whole civilization. Just today I was talking to one of our devotee, and I was telling the stability of the society. The stability of the society. One of our devotee, she was a doctor. She was telling me, Swamiji, here When somebody falls sick, even family people don't bother. They just dump him in the hospital. Very rare, the family people stay with the patient and take care. More than 70%, they just go for their job. The stability is very less, Swamiji. I was thinking, even after so many cultural invasion, if Manu is the first person who created constitution of Vedic tradition, he is the person who declared the Vedic constitution, means the smriti, lifestyle. If he comes back, I think he must be 10,000 years old, at least. If he comes back to the Indian village, even today he will feel homely. He will feel homely. You may criticize so many things. I have heard enough of criticism on Manu. You may criticize any way, but one thing, he can stand for 10,000 years as meaningful personality. Unimaginable. 10,000 years, somebody can influence 1 billion people for one kind of a lifestyle, then understand the intellectual depth or the thinking he would have had, he would have done it, or the clarity, just unimaginable. 5,000 years ago, the things which we are discussing now, these deeper questions, the deeper truths, not only they understood, they created methods to reproduce it. They have created methods to reproduce it. Sometimes I used to wonder, because only last 2 decades after Einstein, the science started accepting that nothing can be certain. Till then, these guys were standing on a point, everything is certain. Only after Einstein, they came to a little bit of senses to tell, yes, when you go deep, nothing is in order, everything is chaos. Maybe out of chaos, you can make an order. But what we understand as order in materialistic world does not exist. The more you go deep, everything is liquid. There is no certainty. 5,000 years ago, Shankara is very clearly explaining the Maya, the theory of uncertainty, understanding the levels of illusion and transcending the illusion, seeing the reality. It's a very beautiful truth. Even though may look little boring, because anything which needs your attention, you feel bored. Understand? Anywhere you need to do little bit of working, you feel little, enough, okay. If I am just telling some Rama Katha or Bhagavata Katha or some Krishna Leela, you don't need to think much about it. Then you are okay. If I am just telling you some stories, you don't need to think much about it. You know, Rama only will go to forest. Sita will be kidnapped. Hanuman will go to Lanka. Sita will be brought back. And Rama will have coronation. You know the whole story. And for 1 or 2 sessions, you can even sleep. Nothing will be missed. That is why at least 40% of the people sleep in Rama Kathas. Any Katha you go, there will be 40%, I can say, sleeping. Another 40% almost off. And this 20% must be sleep disorder. people with some sleeping disorders who can't sleep. 40 will be already in the sleeping mood, and the remaining 40 will be almost sleeping, and the 20 with sleeping disorder. No, because how many times you listen the same story? Rama will go to the forest and Hanuman. Same story. Sometime I have seen not only the Acharya sits in the same place, years after years, disciples also settle down in the same place. No, last year Ram Katha, this was my seat. And it becomes a ritual. You don't need to do much. And there is no need for you to apply anything directly in your life. Sometimes from these kathas, people understand dangerous things or catch dangerous ideas. No, really. One Vyas is the person who teaches. He is considered as a Vyas. He is called, the seat is called Vyaspeta, and he is called Vyasdeva. Whoever teaches. He was telling the story of Harishchandra. Harishchandra is a great king of India who lived for Satya, truth. He spoke only truth. At one point of his life, he has to sell his wife and kids to fulfill his words, just to hold on to the truth. Such powerful sacrifice, such great king. This Pandit told the story very beautifully. Then I asked one person, what did you learn from this katha? That guy said, even if I die, I should speak truth. That's what I learned. He said, right. He asked the other guy, what did you learn? Oh, I understood for emergency, you can sell your wife. Very dangerous. Because directly, nothing much needs to be applied. Just sit and listen. Very dangerous, these kathas. There you don't need to think much, so it may not be boring. It's more like an entertainment. But here, you need to think a little bit. Please understand, even if you think, even if it is a little boring, it will be worthy. It will be worthy. Lot of things can become clear. Not only that, this one idea is the reason for the strong mental structure of the people from the Vedic tradition. See, wherever these Indians go, wherever around the world, they create so much of wealth and good name. The other day, one devotee was telling me, if you are a Patel, no bank will ask for any guarantee signature. No, really. No, all the Patel meetings, all these bank fellows will be standing and saying, please take loan, take loan. Because Patels believe declaring bankruptcy is sin. They don't declare bankruptcy. It is part of their religion. They are so honest. Understand? Wherever these guys go, they create so much wealth. So much of that honesty, the idea that they are honest is understood by the society. And not only that, this country, Indians are less than 1% population. They pay 10% of this country's tax. Richest minority. And one of my Swami went to Africa just a week ago. He came back. He was there for 3 months. He says he was there in Nairobi. 80% of the economy or the business is in the hands of Patels. No, the reason is, understand this one truth. This one truth understanding about Maya, if this is clearly programmed in your inner software, you will never fall in depression. Even if you have low mood, you will come back by next day morning. This is automatic clearance. Or I can say, this one truth, if it was clearly inscribed, engraved in your personality, it will become mantra. Understand, there is only one difference between mantra and samskara. Both are engraved memories inside your inner space. The engraved memory which binds you, which creates more and more suffocation, is samskara, engram. The engraved memory which liberates you, again and again brings you out of depression. Self-healing engraved memories are mantras. This understanding can become mantra in you. Not only it can bring you out of depression, it can bring you out of physical diseases. Understand, when I say I'm responsible for those words, understanding whatever is happening inside you and outside you is Maya, can completely heal you. It can just reboot your inner software. You will be ready for the fight with a full courage and energy. Just a simple technique. If you have stomach pain or headache, any disorder in the body, just lie down and say, it is Maya. You may think, what is this? When I have pain, only I know it is there. He is telling me it is Maya. Do not put more energy in believing it is there. Just put more energy in believing it is not there. You will see miracles in your life. How many times you repeat the pain is there, and how many times you repeat it is Maya, that is going to play the result on your body. If you are programmed to repeat, no, the pain is there, suffering is there, he may tell he doesn't have, that is why he is telling. One side your mind will be standing and arguing, and just you stand in the other side and argue. Or don't even bother. And you know how to be just sitting without bothering. If I give you one example, sometime when you are angry with your husband or wife, you will be sitting inside the house in the living room on the sofa. He will be standing, he or she will be standing in the kitchen and shouting. Do you listen? Can't you answer? At least tell yes or no. What should I do? Tell that at least now. I can't take it up anymore. This is too much. Tell, what should I do? I'll do that. You can't get any answer out of that person. Now I think all of you know. All of you understand what I mean by not bothering the mind. Just sit. Don't respond, neither positively nor negatively. Even if you open your mouth and say one word, that is enough for the other person to create fight. He can start, oh, it means this is not the truth. Then do you mean I am that? Then what do you mean by this? He can develop. And if you don't open at all, nothing can be done. He will be just dying. And he can't even tell anything because you are not telling anything. See, if you open your mouth and tell, he can come up with some of his own additions, appendix, something, and add or delete or make masala and give his own meaning and get you out. to get into the fight. The dialogue is possible. Now you say, what can be done? You can't do anything. Same way, when your body says, I have this pain, I have that pain, I can't do this, I can't do that. Just visualize the same scene. I think all of you can visualize this scene very clearly. I don't think anybody who can't visualize this scene, just sitting in sofa. Tell your body, it is Maya. It is Maya. 3-4 times your mind will aggressively argue with you. No, I have pain. What are you talking, Maya? That Swami has started some nonsensical ideas and you are coming and working all those things on me. And you are experimenting all those things on me. Your mind will talk all these things aggressively for first 3-4 minutes. Just sit. Don't even argue with your mind. Just sit and be very clear. Including your mind and body, both are Maya. With closed eyes, you will be able to do this very clearly. Suddenly you will see such a big shift in your energy. Understand? Such big shift in your energy. The other day, to one of the devotees in this country I was talking, casually I mentioned my father passed away. He is around 50. My mother is also around 50. Immediately the devotee asked me, will she marry once more or she should not? What about the next step? I was actually shocked because in India you can't even think. Nobody even thinks, especially after 45, 50 and all. Nobody will have the idea of marrying once more. But here, that person was telling me as if I'm doing a big sin by not getting her married once more, by not advising her to get married once more. And I just can't imagine that after that age, she will, or in India, they will think of getting married once more. Why I am telling this? That living with one person, there are so many things I can say. Living with one person, coming back from the depression, ready to face any or unexpected situations, the power to recoup, all these things are inside you just because of this one concept, Maya. If this one concept, Maya, is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. The low curve will disappear from your life. If you are going through too many low curves, this is the solution. You don't even need to practice this. Just understanding is enough, because if you understand clearly, fire will burn, that is enough. You will not put your hand. You don't say, no, I understand fire will burn, but even then I want to put my hand once in a while and see. No. If you understand Maya clearly, suddenly you will see such big liberation. Liberation. And one more thing, in India, still I know people who are billionaires living such a simple life. Actually, the spending is very less with Indians. That is also again just because of this idea Maya. Of course, now the cities are changing, that is different. The society is not consumeristic. My last check should bounce. The idea does not exist. Last check should bounce. Idea does not exist. They will enjoy whatever they need. The remaining thing will be there. And it's not that whatever you have should be blown away. It is just because this concept of Maya. When you understand this, so many things, so many new qualities will be added to you. I am not saying these qualities are right or wrong and all those things. That and all is secondary. Right or wrong and all those things. I can say one thing for sure. Your physical illness and mental illness will drastically reduce. Will drastically reduce. The early morning depression will disappear if you sleep with the concept of Maya in your head every night. Every night when you go to sleep, when you fall asleep, if you remember, you are rewinding like a spider net. How the spider creates a net and lives. Same way, you also have created this net of Maya. And if you realize, now it is time for sleeping, you are taking the whole thing back to you and fall asleep. Next day morning, you will not have depression. You will not have the pressure which you feel when you wake up from the bed. Now, as on now, when you wake up from the bed, first thing, there will be 100 files on your head. This has to be done, that has to be done, this has to be done, that has to be done, this I have to answer, that I have to answer. I don't know how I am going to handle my day. One more day, oh God. Half of your energy is over. Your energy is over. With this concept of Maya, with this understanding of Maya, you will wake up without depression. You will wake up without pressure on your head. One more thing, with understanding of this Maya, you will radiate so much of grace. You will radiate so much of grace. The science of the Indian Samudrika Lakshana means that in India there is a science. Based on your body structure, they will tell your inner software. Just seeing your hardware, your outer space, they will tell your software. The quality of your mind, they will be able to predict to a very precise level, just seeing your body structure. In that science, they say the person who is very clear about the concept of Maya, his eyes will be so shining and it will be just radiating as if he will jump out of that eyes. As if he will just, when he looks at you, you can see very clearly, feel very clearly, he is looking directly into you. He is not just looking you, he is looking into you. Many times, you can't bear the look of the master. You will turn your face away. You will turn, you can't. Because his eyes will be shining. It will be penetrating. If you understand this one truth, Maya, whatever you look, it will be very clear. It will not have the mist of fear and greed. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you had any big failure in your business, in your relationships, sit and see. You must have been waiting with your dreams to achieve economical success, and that guy would have come and given you a beautiful, nice castle in the air, and you are sold and made the wrong decisions. Same way you would have been sitting with all the fantasies. The other person came and promised almost that he or she is going to make the whole thing into reality and you are sold. Unless you are ready to get cheated, nobody can cheat you. Without your active cooperation, you can't be given suffering. Understand? I am not even saying without your passive cooperation. Without your active cooperation, nobody can bring suffering to you. This one understanding, Maya, will liberate you so much. Nobody can bring suffering to you. Nobody can bring depression to you. When somebody comes and sits in front of you, you know whether this guy is going to do some business with me or he is going to save for me or shave me. You will understand. In India, shaving means the cheating. In colloquial way, it is used for cheating. He is going to save you or shave you, you will know very clearly. You can't be exploited. Words cannot build big castles in front of your eyes because the depth of clarity will be more. Depth of clarity will be more. Any society which is created based on this great understanding will radiate so much of energy, so much of clarity, so much of joy. Let me just explain this concept of time, how in the dream what you experience, length, breadth, depth, time, space is made of the same stuff in which this world stuffs are made. In the waking state, what all is your experience? The waking state is experienced by you in these dimensions only. Length, breadth, depth, and time and space. The dream state also is experienced by you in the same space. Length, breadth, depth, time and space. Both are made same stuff. Means both are equally illusory. Let me analyze this question. If I analyze this one question, whenever we come back to dream state, whenever we come back to the waking state, this is same. But whenever we go back to dream state, it is not same. Maybe because of this, we can say dream is a dream and waking state is a reality. No. Understand one truth. What you think as time is nothing but projection of your mind. It's nothing but projection of your mind. One example, very subtle example, carefully you need to understand. Sometime in one night dream itself, you will dream your 10, 12 years of life. You will start from your college. By the time next day morning you come out of the sleep, you would have finished all your marriage, kids and everything. Something like 1 decade you would have lived one overnight. Am I right? How many of you have experienced like this sometime? Means 10 years of your life you have lived in 10 hours. Am I right? But when you are living in the dream itself, you don't think, you don't feel you are doing fast forward. Do you feel? No. When you are living in the dream state, you don't feel you are doing fast forward. You are very clear you are living your 10-year life. But when you wake up, suddenly you realize you spent only 10 hours. You spent only 10 hours. You are not wasted 10 years. Understand? Same way, any moment you may wake up and feel you have not spent on the planet Earth 70 years. It was only 7 hours. One more thing. Just 10-hour dream. You lived 10-year life. Let me give you a small diagram. Maybe that can give you more clear understanding. What's yesterday? Date? Yesterday was 10th May. So let us understand, between 9th May to 10th May, this 10th May, this 10 hours, this 10 hours, you dreamed as if you lived 1 decade, 10 years. You dream in this 10 hours itself, you dream as if you are studying your college, and in that dream itself, you fall asleep for a few days and come back. Am I right? Because whole 10 years, you can't be just without falling asleep. You are living a regular life. According to you, in the dream, see, in this 10 years, here, you have lived 10 years. Years in 10 hours. Many times you go to college and come back, fall asleep. Again, you live like this, like this, like this. Then you get married, then starts the life, no hell or anything, whatever. Anything. You see, the life or whatever you call starts. In this, understand now an important thing. In this 10 years of life, in one continuous dream, from 9th night to 10th morning, you lived 10 years life. Many times you would have fallen asleep and come back. Whenever you come back, you are with the same identity. Am I right? Within this dream, whenever you come back, you are with the same identity. Am I right? You are able to understand? You are with the same identity. That is why from college, you go to the next step, next step, next step, next step. So within this dream, whenever you come back, you are with the same identity. So whenever you come back, you having same identity or lifestyle cannot be the scale to prove it is reality. Within this dream, for example, all throughout 10 years, you can't be without falling asleep. Am I right? Your 10-year dream cannot be a continuous scene. It will be only break with breaks. So naturally, in these breaks, you fall asleep and come back. So when you fall asleep and come back, the same dream only continues. Am I right? It means just falling asleep and coming back and finding the same bank balance and the car and the wife does not mean you are in reality. Any doubts? Are you very clear now? I think this slide, you are able to see this side? Remove this slide, Bhaktananda. Oh, I think they are not able to see. All right, I think 2-3 of you can come this way. Come here, this area. Shiv, Bhaktananda, leave it. See, it's a very important understanding. We call this as a Chaniga. In Sanskrit, in the traditional way, we call this as a Kshanika. It's a very deep understanding. This understanding can lead to such a sharp analysis about your life. You will have clarity in so many things. In so many things you will have clarity. One thing, to tell you honestly, if you understand everything is Maya, you will not renounce actually. You will live with everything without getting disturbed. That's the truth. That is the truth. All the great enlightened masters are great monasteries, big monasteries which are teaching the great truth Maya. They all live with so much of wealth. You should know one fact, 72% of the India's gold is sitting inside the temples and monasteries. If India has got 100 kg gold, 72% is sitting inside their temples and monasteries. Only in South India, there are 700 temples which has got golden tower. 700 temples, golden tower. Here I was surprised when I saw people wearing small golden jewelries. 1 gram, 2 gram. When you understand the reality or the truth of Maya, it's not that you will escape from the wealth. And I am not even asking you to escape from the wealth. You will have honest respect for the outer world, but you will never be caught. You will never internalize it. You will never suffer for it. You will never suffer because of it. See, in the 10 hours of one night, you dream 10 years. 10-year life cannot be at a stretch one scene. There will be always a break. You may have a scene, first some scene that you're as if you're going to college and studying. Suddenly after a small gap, there will be one more scene, you are writing your exams. Sometime after a few seconds of break, you don't even know a few seconds or even few hours. Because sometime you will finish 70% of the dream in first 20 minutes and 8 hours gap and the last half an hour you will finish other 30% of the dream. You won't even know. There will be some gap. Then you come back and decide for getting married. Then you come back and decide for next decision of having kids or anything. There's one liner. For 18 years, me and my wife were the happiest people. The other guy asked, then what happened? We both met each other. So, something like this may happen in your life. Something like this may come up. Understand? Every time when you fall asleep, give a break and come back. You are having the same identity. You are having the same house, same car, same bank balance, same name, same personality. Am I right? So, coming back and having the same personality or identity or assets does not mean you are in reality. Because in dream state also this happens. Just like this 10-year dream is done in 10 hours, there may be a different calendar. You are 70 years. Something like a 1950, according to your calendar. 2020. This can be 7 hours for somebody. You understand? Just like this 10 years which you had in the dream is 10 hours in a different state. Every possibility, your 70-year can be 7 hours if you are in different state. If you are in different space. In Sanskrit, we call this as a Kshanika, means If the number of thoughts is more, you will feel as if you are living more time. One example, this will completely make you understand. If you are sitting with somebody whom you really love, feeling in tune, feeling connected, this dress is not created for materialistic life. It's created for, even if you want to hold something you can't hold. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you are completely in tune, you will not even know how many hours passed. Suddenly you will realize, oh God, 3-4 hours over. What happened? If you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel connected, every 5 minutes, what will you do? Not only you will see the watch, you will really suspect that whether watch has stopped or not. I think watch has stopped. It's not moving. What is going on? If the number of thoughts is more, you will feel as if you have had too much of time. That is why in Vedic tradition, the unit of time is not second. It is called Kshana. Understand? In Western, according to Western tradition, the chronological time is calculated with the unit second. Means the unit, this is 1 second. In Vedic tradition, time is calculated by Kshana. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. According to Western calendar, your 1 second and my 1 second is equal, same. But according to Vedic calendar, your 1 kshana and my 1 kshana will be different. Time is not chronological, it is psychological. Gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana. In the dream state, you have too many number of thoughts. That is why you feel as if you lived long time. If the TPS, thoughts per second, is more, if the TPS is more, high TPS, that is why in the dream state, you feel too much of time has been spent. Here, medium TPS. That's why 10 years looks like 10 hours. In this 10 hours, waking states 10 hours, you finish 10 years of dream state. Because here TPS is more. Here TPS is less. If you bring your TPS much less, you will realize your 70 years is just 7 hours. That is why we say, for Devatas, for whom the TPS is less, our 1 year is 1 day for them. Our 1 year is 1 day for them. Still, if you know the Vedic calendar, 1 year of Manushya Loka is 1 day of Devaloka. That is why the Nataraja, the deity of the Devatas, will have only 6 puja in whole year. He is not worshipped according to human calendar. He is worshipped according to the divine calendar. Only 6 times in a year he will be worshipped. Means in human temples, every day 6 puja will happen. That is considered as a temple of Devatas. Only 6 puja will happen whole year. For us, 1 year is 1 day for Devatas because their TPS is very low. Low TPS. Just because when you get back, you see the same car, same body, same hairstyle, same lifestyle. It does not mean you are in reality. This can happen to you even while you are in dream. Understand? Only when you come to the better state, means when you bring your TPS down, if your TPS becomes more, even in the waking state, you will have hallucinations. Hallucinations, the daydreaming. TPS becoming more only creates too much of dreams. If the TPS is less, you will be in waking state. You will be in waking state. If you bring the TPS much lower, you will be in Samadhi state, what we call Turiya. Samadhi or Turiya. Only if you bring your TPS down, you will understand the reality. See, when you come down to this TPS, means the Jagrat state only, you will realize the dream state was not reality. If you are in dream, will you realize that it's not reality? No. You are going through everything same. You respond to everything. You have a nightmare. You have all problems. Whether you are greed or fear, you respond to it. It was completely real. 4D experience. Not even 3D, 4D. The Universal Studio, they rock your chair, na? They give you that 4D experience. It was a 4D experience. It was 4D experience. Only when you come down, only when your TPS is brought down, in the Jagrat state, you understand dream state was illusion. It was Maya. So same way, to understand this is Maya, bring your TPS down. Come down. Come to the Turiya state. Suddenly you will realize this is also Maya. One more thing, this very logical understanding that this is also Maya will encourage you to bring your TPS down. Because why your TPS is not coming down? All these things are occupying your inner space. Whatever you are seeing in the 70 years, whatever you are seeing in the dream state was occupying your mind in the dream. That is why you are never able to experience it as dream. In the dream, maybe we can say 1000 TPS. For example only, I don't know whether it is really 1000, because sometimes it can be 100,000. And waking state. Maybe you can say 100 TPS. Samadhi. Zero TPS. Only in this state you will understand this is illusion. Same way, only in this state you will understand this is illusion. As on now, your inner space is too much occupied by all these things. All you see in the waking state. That is why you are never allowed to go into this state. One more thing. It is like a vicious circle. As long as you are enjoying the dream, you will never get out of it. As long as you are enjoying, you won't get out. Only when you get out, you will realize it is just a dream. As long as you are enjoying waking state, you won't get out. Unless you get out, you will not understand it's an illusion. It is an illusion. It's like a vicious circle. You are caught in the vicious circle. Now Shiva comes to help us. Shiva's technique, the technique or method which he is teaching, now he is coming. How to get out of this state? See, very subtle, important point. Whether you are in the dream state or waking state or samadhi state, the dreamer is same. Whether you are seeing 1000 TPS dream or 100 TPS dream or 0 TPS feeling, dreamer is same. Whenever your attention is removed from the seen to the seer, you come to the next step. You wake up. Whenever your attention is diverted from seen to the seer, you wake up. In the dream state, you can see in your life any strong dream, means which you can't handle. Too much of greed or too much of fear will put you into the seer. If your energy is turned from seen to the seer, you wake up from that state. Same way, in the waking state also, if your energy is turned from seen to the seer, you will wake up to samadhi state. This is the technique. This is the key. Turning your awareness from seen to the seer. When Shankara says whole world is Maya, illusion, he is giving you the technique. He is not telling you to go and break your home. No. It's after all illusion. Why not break it? No. He is not telling you to break it. He is giving you the technique. He is giving you the technique. One person came and told me, Swamiji, after all everything is illusion. Why not let's burn everything? I told, after all everything is illusion. Why not maintain everything? Why should we burn? There is no need to be destructive. When Shankara says everything is illusion, he does not mean it is not there. He does not mean it is not there. He means put your awareness, attention, energy towards the seer, not towards the seen, towards the seer. Now let us read the Shiva Sutras, the Shiva's words. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look, let you become Shiva. I have seen many people feeling frightened about this understanding of Maya. I have seen many people. They don't want to understand Maya. People come and complain to me, Swamiji, I have this problem, I have physical suffering, no money. So many complaints they tell. I tell them, please understand about this Maya. They tell me, no, you do healing, Swamiji, not all these things. No, they will come only for the darshan, exact that healing time. They don't want all this understanding. It's very difficult. You understand? It is very difficult to understand. I tell them, understand everything is Maya, you will come out of disease. You will get healed. There's a beautiful sutra in the yogic tradition. Understanding of Maya will balance all your nadis completely. Patanjali gives how to have different siddhis. He says, if you concentrate on particular part or particular points on particular objects, you will have different powers. He says very clearly, understanding about this concept or truth of Maya will balance your whole body and mind. He says, he gives this technique for physical healing. Even I was shocked. How can, because this can be used for enlightenment and just sitting and talking casually, nicely. That is what the so-called intellectuals do. This Mayavada, this concept of Maya, just like slot machines in this country everywhere, even in the airports they have. Just like that, this Maya concept is used so much, it has lost its significance. This Maya concept, people are used just for sitting and it's more like a gambling. You sit and talk for entertainment. For entertainment, to do something. When you don't have anything to do, you do something. But Patanjali says it can heal your body and mind. Completely it can heal. Mahadeva gives very precise, sharp technique. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look and become Shiva. Try just for next 10 days. I always tell people to try only for 10 days or a week, not more than that. Do not decide you will try for the whole life. You will never do it. No, never. I know. I am working with all kinds of seekers. I know it. Person who decides I'll meditate for my rest of my life, Swamiji, I know for sure he will be the dropout. No, you see, after the meditation program or lecture, they will be in a high mood. They come and tell me they will wear practically everything. Only one thing will be less, a small flag and my flag pole in the ears. And except that they will wear Rudraksha, Mala, bracelet, everything. And they will come and tell me, Swamiji, I am going to do 7 meditations from tomorrow. All 7 chakra. I tell them, no, don't do all those things. Start with 1. They tell me, what is this, Swamiji? You are discouraging me. I tell them, please decide just for next 7 days. They will tell, no, I am going to do all 7. I tell them, all right, what can be done? After 2 months, if somewhere I see them, I ask them, are you doing meditations? Oh, I have to start, Swamiji. You know, when I went back to my home, there was so many things to be done. My mother-in-law was there. My father-in-law has come. This was there, that was there. I'll start within a week, Swamiji. Never decide for whole life. Just decide for next 10 days because only that is your whole life. Understand? More than 10 days or a week you don't have. Do not think if you are 50, you have some 30, 40 years in front of you. You may be having. Yes, you have the life. I'm not saying you don't have future. You have. But you can't imagine or plan for more than 10, 15 days. Anything else, any other plan will get updated. If it is not getting updated, you are dead. It will stop getting updated only if you are dead. So please plan just for 7 days or 10 days, not more than that. Next 10 days, decide clearly. Constantly you will remember whatever is seen is illusion. Seer is the only reality. Understand? I am not even asking you to imagine, just remember. Because Shiva says, these techniques are self-remembrance. Atma Smarana. Not even Atma Dhyana. No. You can't meditate on anything which you have not experienced. No. I am not asking you to meditate. I am asking you to remember. Remember, whatever is seen is illusion. Only the seer is reality. Whenever you remember, put your awareness, bring your awareness back to the seer. To the seer. Not towards the seen. Just this one thing. At least 100 times you will come back to seer every day, I tell you. Because I have done all these calculations. I have studied a lot with so many different kinds of human minds. At least 100 times you will come back to the seer. Every time you come back to the seer's frequency gets increased. Means your TPS comes down. It's like your frequency increases and the world's frequency, the scene frequency comes down. Whenever Jiva becomes stronger, Jagat becomes weaker. When you are lost in Jagat world, Jiva will become weak. When Jiva becomes strong, when your self becomes strong, the world, Jagat will be lost. That is why we say, the person who is enjoying in Atma, in the self, will not be bothered, touched by the scene. At least 100 times you will remember, the seer is the reality. 10 days enough, you will have that click. At one point, really you will feel, God, I was too much bothering unnecessarily about things which are not really worthy. You will have that deep inner healing, that glimpse for few moments. That is enough, you are done. If you experience that inner healing for few moments, enough. After that, forget about it. You don't have to remember. The technique will remember you. Till you experience that inner healing, you need to remember the seer is reality. Only once you experience that inner healing, you will see all your wounds are healed. You are completely at ease with yourself, restful with yourself. J. Krishnamurti calls this as a restful awareness. Zen, they call this as a satori. Ramana Maharshi calls Atma Spurana. Ramakrishna calls first experience of God. Bhava Samadhi. Different names. I call that as inner healing. Glimpse of Nithyananda. Suddenly you will see the seer is more strong. His frequency has become higher than the seen. You will see, you can completely relax within you. You will feel you are a fool being too much tortured by things which is not really the truth. You will feel the same relief which you will feel if you realize it was just a rope. It is just a rope, not a snake. There will be tremendous relief. Oh God, I thought it's a snake. Sometime you will even pass 1 or 2 in that fear. When you realize, oh God, it is just a rope. I thought it's a snake. What relief you will feel dropping off your shoulder, completely in relaxation, utter relaxation. That same thing will happen when you understand the seer's frequency is more than the seen. Not just as a thought or intellectual understanding. It will be just a click, an experience. All you need to do, come back to the seer every time you remember, just for 10 days, not more than that. I assure you will have at least one glimpse. If you are too much worried about your physical health, suddenly you will realize nothing to be bothered. If you are too much worried about your family, suddenly you will realize nothing to be bothered. If you are too much worried about your business or mind or depression, suddenly you don't need to be consoled. You don't need to give courage to yourself. Suddenly courage will express in you. There will be some moments, even if you want to get depressed, you will not be able to. That is what I call inner healing. The glimpses of inner healing. That is what I call the glimpses of inner healing. In Lalita Sahasranama, there is a beautiful word. Chidatmigunda Sambhudayai. Means the conscious fire who appeared, happened in the conscious fire, you will become Chidagnigunda Sambhudayai. Means the conscious fire. You will catch that conscious fire. You will see you are not able to depress yourself. The inner healing. It is so beautiful. It is such wonderful feeling. Suddenly you will see, God, I was wasting too much time in unnecessary things. The frequency of the seer is more stronger than the seen. And if you start residing in that same state, the seen cannot disturb you because you will realize you are the seer. The screen cannot be disturbed by the projected scenes. In the scene may be like a flood or a tornado or a wildfire, but the screen will never catch fire just by the scene being projected on it. Just because you project a scene of a wildfire on the screen, you think that screen is going to burn. No. You will realize the seer is not affected by the scene. That inner healing, glimpse of Nithyananda, is the result expected by this technique. This very intellectual understanding is enough. Just start with this clarity. Whenever you remember, even while driving, I'm not asking you to close your eyes. No. Even while sitting or eating, just see, understand, the moment you see the seer is more true than the seen, your eyes will become empty. Ramakrishna says beautifully, the bird which is sitting on its egg and hatching, you will see an empty look in that eyes. The eyes may be open, but it will not be looking at anything outside particular. It will be just open, but there is no information taken through that eyes are getting processed inside. A yogi's eyes will be like that. If you are sitting, clearly putting your awareness on the seer is more clear or stronger, aware than the seen. Your eyes may be open, but no information will go inside and get processed or response will be happening. You will be just sitting with the seer. Just sitting with the seer is meditation. Being with the seer is meditation. Hooked or being caught, connected to the seer is enlightenment. Let you all connect with the seer, achieve the state of Shiva, experience and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
itself, when I heard about Sarvanya Pita and we had some sharings from other SJBs, I set the intention that this is something I really want to contribute towards. And if life allows me, I want to be part of this journey with Swamiji. So the intention was set, but I didn't know how it will manifest. But then after going back and the deities, and I went to this last program, Paramashivoham in December 2019. So at that time, certain clicks happened. And I had been earlier thinking, okay, if this happens, then I will do something like this. Or if something changes in my life, then I will do. But I don't know, in that program, I had a click that if I take the first step, then things will start to manifest. And that's the first time when I said, okay, I don't have the money, but I make whatever I can. And I made the first contribution. And after that, slowly things started to change. So it was something which was limiting me when I took the first step. Then after that, Swamiji took many steps and things started to manifest. So and one of the most beautiful clicks happened in the online when we had the Paramashivoham Level 2, Level 3, I don't remember now exactly, where we had a session on Tyaga. And that's when, I don't know that the whole feeling of Tyaga just was permeating through my being, just listening about and experiencing how Swamiji did the Tyaga for all of us. So I can still, sometimes when I just close my eyes, I just feel that powerful feeling of Tyaga. And I said, if I can do even a small bit from my side to make this possible, and I don't know anybody else in the world who can really bring Vedic enlightenment ecosystem and Hinduism for the world in this way. So one was inner awakening, but after that, also during the course of few years, I started to read Bhagavad Gita, and I can tell you, whatever things which I thought were not making sense, or which I could not relate to, all those things started to make sense. So it was really a powerful feeling when I started to go through these sharings, and also with the books that Swamiji has written. The SJP and also founding father of KAILASA, and really as much as I can with whatever sources or whatever avenues I have, I really wanted to connect with everything I have. So also joining the Sangha here. And then lastly, last year, I also asked for blessings for Adinam here in Switzerland. And that also started to beautifully manifest here now.
Actually, you've already answered my question, but I'm still going to go ahead and ask because I want to hear more from you for this. See, whether it is becoming a Sarvajna Pita Yajaman, or whether it is you deciding to you decided to make your house a part of KAILASA. And I still remember Swamiji blessing you in the satsang, and for Swamiji giving you the blessings in the satsang. What inspired you? You already told it is the Tyaga which really clicked with you. But what do you understand when you say Tyaga, when you say Swamiji's Tyaga? What do you understand about it, and what particularly in that inspired you to become a part? Like, see, the moment you came to Swamiji, you shared the beautiful connection you experienced, the journey, the transformation. But why did you, what inspired you to make the choice of Sarvajna Pita in particular, or becoming part of KAILASA temple in particular, as a way to express your gratitude? Why did you pick that?
Yeah, and also, what is that Tyaga that touched you really? Could you just share a few words about it?
So, in the programs, then I saw the life of Swamiji, right from childhood, and the way he just whatever he liked, he left his hometown, and then in Bindi, after continued persecution, he just decided that he wanted to build a nation. So really a space of powerfulness and manifesting what he wanted. So it just powerfully clicked that whatever may happen, I also want to contribute, because this is the only way in which we can really make an impact on the world. Because the way we see the world going, I was very pessimistic a couple of years back, that I looked at the world and said, the way things are going, the way all the countries are fighting, the humanity is just going to disappear from this world. But only after meeting Swamiji, I said there is a hope. And that if we really live these enlightened lifestyle, then only we are able to save. So that clicked me. And also looking at the future generation kids, I just feel that they deserve much better. They deserve much better education. They deserve much better lifestyle. And that was for me the turning point where I said, no, this is something I want to be part of. I want to be with Swamiji and Swamiji's family.
So beautiful, Aya. So beautiful just to hear itself. I just also wanted to highlight what you were sharing about, because Swamiji was just 16 years old when Swamiji left from his home. Actually, from the available records, we have Swamiji just at the age of 3. Swamiji had taken up Bala Sannyas. And it was at that time when all the gurus, there are so many various enlightened beings, enlightened masters, who were, who identified Swamiji as an avatar. You might have been familiar with how in Dalai Lama, they identified who will be the next Dalai Lama. There's a clear procedure for that. Like that, and a little more advanced level, we have in Hinduism to identify who is an avatar. So during this phase, actually during 1970s, the way how Hinduism was and the hostile environment that was created for Hinduism, it was almost in the verge of extinction. If you ask like the modern day children, if you ask your grandmother, great-grandmother, you would definitely hear from them if they were there living in these areas. And especially now I see many of you who are sitting from US, Canada, Malaysia, Singapore, your roots are probably from India and that region. But where your root is from Hinduism, where your father, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, each of them have been through the struggle, been through a lot of persecution, sacrificed their homeland, and today each of you are there in different countries and sitting and experiencing life from those different countries. But the atmosphere for Hinduism at that time was very, very, very dangerous. Every Hindu guru were being targeted, persecuted. Hindus were being massacred. There was a lot of Holocaust that was going on. At that time, Swamiji was literally birthed by various enlightened masters. They identified Swamiji as an avatar. And the way how, because the time was so crucial, a group of enlightened masters came together and they started rigorous tapas for training Swamiji, for the royal curriculum of Swamiji, for training him into various different things. Actually, using all the Hindu methods of identifying an incarnation, Swamiji was identified, and we call it as birthing an incarnation. Like how when normally like a child is brought up in school, an incarnation is not like that. For an incarnation, it is different. Like Sri Ramachandra Prabhu or Bhagavan Krishna, when they were born, lot of Siddhas came together to prepare them for the planet Earth. Similarly, when Swamiji was born, all the enlightened masters and Siddha Purushas came together in the city of Tiruvannamalai, And they literally birthed Swamiji, like right from preparing Swamiji's body, giving Aushadas, every single aspect was worked on to prepare Swamiji for this purpose that Swamiji has descended. So after all of that, Swamiji went through rigorous training, like trainings, like from morning sunrise to sunset, non-stop doing Surya Namaskars and doing intense training. Like our childhood, we all might have played with Barbie dolls, cars, and had some vacation. Some of us might have even visited Disneyland. Like this was our childhood, right? For Swamiji, from the very beginning, it was just temple, deities, Hinduism, nothing else. Swamiji's entertainment was temple, was with deities, carving deities, and reading the scriptures. And it started since then. And at the age of 3, Swamiji was, it takes actually 21 months to identify an avatar and to make sure that the avatar is going to continue living in that body. It takes 21 months. After the 21 months, the incarnation may decide to continue staying in the body or decide to leave the body. So it took 21 months. The enlightened beings, enlightened masters had to wait for 21 months. And then they saw that Swamiji is an avatar and started training him. So at the age of 3 itself, Swamiji took a Bala Sannyas. And since then, tirelessly, just at the age of 9, Swamiji became the Tondai Mandaladinam. Like this, each year by year by year, Swamiji started, like his whole life was just dedicated for reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma. 16 years old, it was when Swamiji left from Tiruvannamalai and went on Parivrajaka. And it was in the year 2000 when Swamiji actually settled in Swamiji's body and started the public life, like where he started, actually from the age of 16 itself, Swamiji started. But at that time, Swamiji started the KAILASA, building the KAILASAs and making it available for each one of us. But what Swamiji has been through for this and making it available for us, and the hard work that Swamiji has put in is something, even now, whenever I even just think back, it's like, wow, the whole thing Swamiji did just for us. And what we stand, and beautifully, like Anuragaya shared, what we see as Kailasa standing today is not overnight. It was not like, born with a silver spoon kind of a thing. It was not like Swamiji inherited. He built it from the very scratch, brick by brick by brick. And that is what inspires today every one of us. Because Anuragaya shared, I also wanted to add, whether it is for people to take sannyas or whether it is for Sarvajñapeta Yajamans to join this cause, it's because when you see the colossal work that Swamiji has done to make Kailasa happen in every aspect, it's just phenomenal. And you beautifully highlighted that, Aya. Thank you so much for that. And is there anything else that you would like to add? Is there anything else that you would like to share as well?
Yeah, also, lifestyle changes. Before I met Swamiji, yoga was not part of my life. And I have tried many times unsuccessfully to start, but only after attending Inner Awakening, and then it became regular. So the yoga started. Also, in terms of food habits, Nirara Samyama, it just effortlessly happened. I didn't have to really struggle and spend so much effort. So all those things, the whole lifestyle, the morning rituals and so on, it just started to become part of life without me, really trying very hard and struggling for it. It just started to happen. And when I look back, then I just can't sometimes recognize the person who I was before I met Swamiji.
Beautiful effect of having Swamiji in our life, where even the person who you were before, not just changes, like how you change from that person, but you won't forget how you were. It becomes like a distanced identity. It's no more, you can't even associate yourself with that. It feels like almost a previous life itself. And so beautiful, Aya. Thank you so much for taking your time and thank you for being here. It was absolutely wonderful hearing this from you, and I'm sure so many of them clicked. I also see Kailasa San Jose who posted that it is very powerful for them to listen to this. And thank you so much for this sharing, Anuragaya. And it was absolutely wonderful to all the people who listened to this. you can have 1,000 opportunities to be a part of Kailasa. A few years down the lane, there'll be whole world will start wanting to become a part of Kailasa because we're already receiving a lot of applications. And now, if you are inspired by this, if you feel like, yes, there is some way that I can do about it, this is the time for you to be, because this is